V314 2BchCraft Radio. What's going on, everybody? Alright, so today is a snowed in day, an icy day. First, we supposed to have 8 inches of snow. Now I heard we got 12. So we just keep on turning up. But that's cool. We're going to have fun today. We're going to do a lot of learning today and a lot of teaching today, right? And basically going to come with a lot of lessons. Now, moving forward, I am going to start presenting things through a PowerPoint presentation. I think nowadays, I can go online and do it or whatever, but I'm going to find me a space, even an AI space or something, to start giving these lessons. Okay. I'm going to find something. I'm sure it's out there. Let me go ahead. I'm talking kind of low, but I turned the mic up so you guys can hear me, so I don't have to speak inside of the microphone. All right. So we have been doing an excellent presentation of Dark Psychology 202. We have been doing an excellent presentation with just dark psychology in general, in the basic 101 dark psychology. And I feel that the book is really good. I resonate with the book very much. I hope you do. If you don't, hit me up on Facebook page and we can talk about it, or we can discuss it, or I could just take notes. I feel like the way that things are described inside of the book and the way that notes can be taken, I think that is very simple, right? I think that is very easy to receive, right? Now, even when it gets into the advanced technology, because now we're on advanced NLP, neuro-linguistic programming. And one thing I do is I like to go out in the field with many of these things. I like to go out in the field. I like to practice everything that I learn. So I go out here and I think about, well, what is it that I can teach you all about neuro-linguistic programming for the Black Woman's Guide? Because I never get unfocused about what the purpose of what I'm doing is. Neuro-linguistic programming of the Black woman. Where is this neuro-linguistic programming happening in her life? Where has it happened in my life? You see? Why is it that everyone always wants to turn the Black woman from darkness into light? Why is it when she's in her dark feminine energy, everyone wants her to come out of that darkness and come into the light? What is this about? Why is she the target for this, right? So now that we're getting to Dark Psychology 202, but before we get into it, right, I fell asleep. And while I fell asleep, things always end up playing. And it was one of my classic books. And that book is The Power of Concentration. Right? Like I was like, what the hell? It was Robert Greene playing. And then The Power of Concentration played. And they both were saying the same thing. And the main thing that it was saying was how much you need to focus on yourself and come to the reality that you are going to die. And when you make peace with the fact that you are going to die, that is when you begin to move and do the things that you want to do for yourself and manifest what you want to. And I was like, oh, that reminds me of my mid-30s when I had that realization, that revelation, Like I had that at that age, like what they call the midlife crisis. Like, wait a minute, I'm going to die. In another such and such years, I'm going to die. And so the midlife crisis was what did it. Amor, what is it? Amor Fate? I think that's how it's pronounced, right? Okay, so let me just lay out what is happening today. We are going to start on the Snowden day. 40 manipulation tactics. We're going to talk about that. We're going to get into a Robert Greene interview. We're going to pull it apart and pause it, right? It was the one that played during that CIA situation. The CIA book and MK Ultra. Remember, it played after. We're going to go back to that interview again. We're going to get into Dark Psychology 202 lessons. So we're going to finish that. We're going to take more notes from that, the more advanced one. And depending on the time, I might open a slot for a call-in segment. Okay. So let's start with 40 manipulation tactics just by the list. Okay. I don't think it's in no significant order, but I felt it was very important. So those of you who has not followed this page, I encourage you to go ahead and follow this page. Here we go. So if you have not followed this page, I profess you to follow the Facebook page. All right. All right. So let's get into this very briefly. I need you to always to study this, print it out, hang it on your wall if you have to. Okay. I'm being dead serious when I say hang it on your wall. Put it in your face, learn it, study it, and know when it's working for you in your life. Okay. What is this experience I'm going through right now? How do I handle this experience? How do I manipulate this experience? See what I'm saying? What is going on in this moment? Okay. I literally had a situation like this morning, and I got upset, and I said, you know what? I had to sit down with myself and let my brain like really fall asleep and come back up and rest. And then that's when I realized what was going on. I said, oh, this is a little bit of reverse psychology going on here. Okay. So that's what I want you to do. I want you to be sharp like that. Even if you may be wrong, it's okay. But you remember, we got to have the confidence that you know what you know. But I know for me, I'm experiencing a little reverse psychology. Okay. This is a control thing that I'm experiencing. And I'm also realizing a little bit of where the manipulation is with me and this particular person. So that's me. Okay. And this is how I'm here now. We're going to go through 40 manipulation tactics. Okay. So I'm going to read to you these different 40 manipulation tactics that can happen to you and how you can do it to someone else. Now, I will be honest. A lot of them I don't know, and that's why I'm still studying, okay? But most of them I do. Let's go. Let's start with number one. There's in no particular order, but gaslighting. This one happens a million times, okay? You sit down, you express your experience with fill in the blank, and someone says, well, was your daddy in your life? Or no. That's not it. I knew where I was going with it, but gaslighting is pretty much pulling you away from the topic of what it is that you're talking about. And I think this is gaslighting. I'm going to stick to what I said. So you're discussing your experience with said, whatever that experience is. And you say, due to this experience or due to this trauma, I stay away from said this. And someone goes, well, is that the only person that you've been with? And have you only been with all, so you've been with all kind of men or all kind of women like this that's gaslighting. Believe it or not, that's gaslighting. And I'm going to tell you why. Number one, someone is expressing to you, this is my said experience with said this. And therefore, this said experience has made me this way. An intellectual person will go further into understanding what else is connected to that. But when you say, well, is that one person that you've experienced this with? It doesn't matter how many times it takes. Wise people, all it takes is one time for them to say hell no. People like us who study dark psychology and soon body analysis, once we know we're correct about what we study in body analysis, we don't need to go no further with one experience. I don't need to keep fucking males to know that SW is real. Okay? It's that simple. And that is gaslighting. Because that means the motherfucker's missing the point. Now, if you were to gaslight somebody, you will talk about something about the way that they look. You will mention something that has nothing to do with what they're talking about. Gaslighting is also when you manipulate something, and let's just say you exaggerate something, okay? An exaggeration of something is also gaslighting. Like, you always do this, bro. Every time I do this one thing, you go here, you go there. And that person, they never did that. Like, that's gaslighting as well. You know, every time when you know that you're wrong about something you did, or you know you lied about something, and you be like, oh man, you just can never just believe what I gotta say. Man, you gotta, every time something like this happen, you always want to dump me. You always want to, that's gaslighting. Okay? Reverse psychology. Reverse psychology is a very intricate and tricky one. All right? Maybe it is in order. Maybe this shit is in order. Reverse psychology is your intentions in the conversation is what you want to get out of it, but you make it seem like the other person. Reverse psychology is, you know, you always say that we're not really compatible, you know what I'm saying? And I've been thinking about what you've been saying, and you know, you might be right about we're not compatible. That's why you need to know yourself and stand 10 tones down in who you are. Because you'll be like, I ain't never say that shit. You know what I'm saying? So there's lies, there's little lies in reverse psychology. It's like, well, you know, it's like kind of like a pointing your finger back and forth thing. But there's an intricate part of reverse psychology, the one I just told you. It's the person telling you what you said when that's really what they saying. See, y'all experienced reverse psychology with Kanye West. How? Kanye West said George Bush don't like black people. Nobody care about black people. This and that about black people. I'll leave your ass for a white girl and all this shit. But clearly Kanye West don't give a damn about black people. And he has shown y'all time and time again he don't give a damn about black people, right? But he made it seem by saying other people's names that he don't. I go through this a lot in my personal world with somebody. They always mentioning somebody else's fucking name when they tell their lies. They always say, well, this person got into it with this person and that. And they just be like, that's a fucking lie. The person you talking about would never even, how these two people even get contact with each other. It don't make so fucking sense. Okay? So reverse psychology is very intricate. Now, like I said, I don't know all of these. Guilt trip. Oh, guilt trip. I was there for you. You know what I'm saying? I always there for you, you know what I mean? Always, you know what I'm saying? It's like I can't ask you for something just as simple, you know what I'm saying? What when I do something for you, man. You understand? You do something for somebody, you know, you constantly do something for somebody. So when you ask them something, you put them in a position not to tell you no, that's a guilt trip. Remember, sympathy, guilt equals what? Obligation. So guilt trip, sympathy, guilt equals obligation. Right? So that's the guilt trip. I only got too much of that. Manipulative negotiation. Oh, don't you love this one? I got one for you. I got injured at work. It wasn't really that serious. And the nurse gonna say to me, I swear to y'all, she tried this shit. She gonna fucking say to me, let me make it a little bigger. It's like little as fuck right here. She gonna say to me, oh, you know, don't go to the doctors because then they're gonna be talking about workers' compensation and all that stuff. Let me repeat what she said. Oh, don't go to the doctors because they're gonna be talking about worker compensation and all that stuff. Do you see the manipulation negotiation thing that's there? Manipulative negotiation is anytime that you're going through anything with sales, that's manipulative negotiation. Anytime you're talking to somebody and they're planning to take you somewhere, anytime you're communicating with anybody out here in the streets, in this world, is manipulative negotiation. Somebody asks you to borrow something, that's manipulative negotiation. You're taking a chance whenever you're doing any type of money exchanges with somebody. You have to make sure you keep it strict with them about how you handle money with them. Manipulative negotiation. Here's my favorite one: amplifying issues. Amplifying issues falls into, oh, I forgot one. Sorry, y'all. Choice restriction. Choice restriction is giving somebody a choice. So you want pizza or burger? That's choice restriction. We're going to go here. Well, where the fuck are we going? Come on, we're going to go here. No. Where the fuck are we going? Choice restriction. Giving you a choice without asking you for your choice. See what I'm saying? Now let's get back to amplifying issues, because choice restriction was number 3. Amplifying issues falls into the category of number 2, which is reverse psychology. Write this down. Because you can amplify an issue while also using reverse psychology. Any answer in what I just said. Well, you said, and you said, this is what the cancer friend would say all the time. You said, and you said, and you said, and that was your words, and you said. She was very good at doing that. That's amplifying issues. That's reverse psychology. You see what I'm saying? And you said your words and this and your words. See what I'm saying? Amplifying issues is over exaggerating the issue. You always at your friend's house, goddamn, every day at such and such time, and you leave me, and I fucking sit here and I have to be lonely, and then what you think I was supposed to do if it was leaving me like this, so I end up talking to somebody else because you left me? Amplifying issues. Love bombing. Oh, we hear this word all the time. But can I tell you that love bombing is a part of number 4, which is the guilt trip? Let me tell you how. Okay. You find out somebody that you're talking to, right? has done something shady, and you find it through a horse's mouth or through somebody else. So it turns into a big fiasco. They got to make it up for you. And therefore, they're going to start doing things for you. They're going to start catering to you. They're going to start doing all that. That's love bombing, right? But that's obvious, right? That's not obvious, but it is. But let me tell you another love bombing. You got to understand that you can get love bombed by your friends. That friend that talked behind your back, that guilty friend, that shady friend. Oh, they love bomb the most. Oh, what's up, homie? I'll do this for you. Let me take you here. I'll do that for you. I got you. That's love bombing. That's my homie right there. That's love bombing. Some people are easy to love bomb. Some people are easy to play mind games with. If you know your exact victim, your exact target, some people are very easy. Some people, the reason is they're insecure. You can see they're insecure. You can see that they want to be loved. You can see some kind of wound they got going on. So love bombing ain't hard, right? Silent treatment. I'm the queen of that one. Silent treatment. You asking a question. Somebody asks you a question, you don't answer. Somebody say some shit, you don't answer. That's silent treatment. Now, I'm going to tell you, you got to be careful with silent treatment, because if you're dealing with a very insecure narcissist, they're going to get rageful when it comes to silent treatment. Okay? Silent treatment is going through something in the relationship. That person really wants to talk about it. You don't want to talk about it. That's silent treatment. Okay? that's silent treatment actually is dismissive. And write this down. I always tell y'all, no answer is an answer. Who is this person? This person just told me this and that. That person don't say nothing, or you don't say nothing. No answer is an answer. That's my motto. If you don't answer me, then that is the answer. See what I'm saying? Silent treatment is also liars. When you lie a lot, okay, for my liars out there, silent treatment is your biggest weapon. Like, that's the number one weapon that you pull out. Talk to somebody, they tell you all their business, how many kids they got, this and that. It's like, what about you? And then you don't say shit and you walk off. That's silent treatment. That's manipulation. It's very manipulative and damn near rude in a way. But I don't think it's rude, because I ain't asked you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't asked you. So, yeah. Triangulation. This right here, believe it or not, even those of you in poly relationships, some people will say that there's no such thing as triangulation in poly relationships, that I have to disagree. Triangulation is one of the biggest narcissistic weapons, okay, that you can use. For all my narcissists out there, triangulation is like, person you with, you like them, you care about them and stuff, and they may be the one that you really want to be with, the one you may really love, right? They may, or maybe not, or just whatever reason you with them. So you begin to triangulate that relationship, because what it does is it emotionally pulls the person to you. And depending who you triangulate the relationship with, you can either have them going into competition with you, or you can even have them questioning why you are even with them by whoever you triangulate them with. So even in a poly relationship, you can use triangulation to move things the way that you want it to be. Okay? It's a weapon, okay? Because Triangulation is also because things may not be going how you want it to go with that person. And like I said, even if you're polyamorous, you can still cause triangulation in your relationship. Do you get what I'm saying? Remember, one bitch is no bitch. Remember Pimpology, Kip and Ken said that? One bitch is no bitch, right? But with triangulation, it can cause things to move in the way that you want it to. Now, for the users out there, your triangulation tactic is more about what you can get out of it, because you're more than a triangulation. You got quadrupulation. So if you're using people, you're going to be using multiple people, but there's going to be that main one that you use the most. You get what I'm saying? Let's go. I want y'all to know I can feel people energy out there. Like, what the fuck? Flattery. All right, let's go. Flattery. Now, I hate flattery. I hate that shit. Every successful book tells you to never fall for flattery. All right. By the way, I'll pay you if you ever could be my little personal assistant for the day, in the chat room, in the comment section. I'll take you to the Facebook page, all of that stuff, and I'll pay you. You just got to hit me up on the Facebook page, and that's the best place to hit me up, and I got you. Or you can come back here and hit me up in the private chat, and I got you. All right. So, flattery. Flattery is a very cutesy weapon that people learn to do from when they're kids. A child learns to flatter their mother. Mommy, you look so pretty today. Can I have a snack? And if you have sons, they are the biggest flatterers to mommy. They know how to flatter any woman. Somehow they just innately know that's how I get what I want. But most children know how to do that. But you got to know who to flatter. I'm not somebody to flatter. You're not going to get any flattering or flittering from me, because I don't like flattery. Mm-hmm. Flattery is over compliments. I feel like this. Flattery, you become a flattering target when you look good. When you decide to get up, wash your face, put on some makeup, put your oil moisturizers on, put on some makeup, or for the guys out there, put on your beard oil and shit like that. Have your hair look good, have yourself, go out there and look good to the world. You're more of a target for flattery, because people think that is what gets your attention, that you like people in your face and smiling at you. That's what they think. Because I hate flattery, I can't get into flattery. I do flirt with somebody that I like. Flattery is not my thing. But flattery is, to me, some people they just eat it up. You just got to know who your target is. Here we go. Let me see this word. Scarcity tactics. Oh, yeah, baby. Let's get into scarcity tactics. This one is quite clever. And we're going to go back into the Black Woman's Guide. A lot of Black women, especially, falls hard into scarcity tactics. And I'm going to tell you how the game is played with scarcity tactics. And this is why you have to pay attention, because this one you could easily slip into. Someone, which I understand why flattery came before this one. Scarcity tactics determines your worth. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Scarcity tactics is what you allow materially from somebody else. That's scarcity tactics. Now, someone can give a lot and give a lot and give a lot and take back the things that they give very slowly but surely. But you have to know, what have you been accepting for scarcity tactics? Mm-hmm. Because scarcity tactics, a lot of times, You hear women say, well, they did all this for me and they did all that and all this and that. And then when we got married or when we were really together, all of that stuff stopped. Well, why did all of that stuff stop? Because it was the tactic to get you. And once they got you, they took it away. You have to become a very intellectual person when it comes to someone who really has money. Okay? You do. And you have to know who you are. Because I told you, the one thing with me is people are always flexing in front of me. People are always having big things in front of me. And then I get closer, then I find out that it's not at all what they made it seem to be. You see what I'm saying? So me, I always watch for the hook. But that has always been my experience for some reason with people. And what I have come to learn is when you teach yourself financial literacy, when you teach yourself or put yourself in spaces with people who have things. Again, I'm an artist and the creative, so money and finances is a different thing for me, if that makes any sense, right? So for those of you, you're a career woman, right? Remember, I tell you, you don't have to tell nobody the truth, and you don't know who's watching you and all this and that. I got you. But you have to also learn and know when someone says they have what they have. You have to know how to ask the proper questions. Now, you can pull your own scarcity tactic, which scarcity tactics is the same as love bombing, you see? Because I can have my nice car, have my house or my apartment complex, my town apartment complex, which is pretty much I'm in a townhome, and have all these things, have my job, have my money, you know what I'm saying? And all of these things, I can make shit look real good quality, look real nice. It look like I got more than what I had and flex for you. But here's the thing about the flexing when it comes to scarcity tactics. What do they accept as flexing? You see, is there flexing for them buying them food? See, that can don't get me wrong, that can add the fuck up, but still, you know, is the flexing for them? They like nice things. They like to go shopping. You see, but then you're gonna have to know what do they like to go shopping for. Is it expensive shit? Is it name brand shit? Is it thrift store shit? Thrift store shit ain't cheap either, by the way. What kind of shopping they like to do? You can't do a scarcity tactic on somebody unless you know what you can give and what you can take away. Because all the stuff you give, eventually you're going to have to figure out what kind of stuff can you take away. What is the biggest way that people pull a scarcity tactic on you? Man, I lost my job. You know what I'm saying? Well, they probably didn't give a fuck about that job. They probably didn't even do what they were supposed to do to keep the motherfucking job. That's why when you with somebody and they do have a job, right? What are their goals and ambitions with that job? What direction are they going? What are they doing with their money outside of the job? You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of little things that you got to pay attention to and start asking yourself questions so you don't get duped into the scarcity tactic. Okay? Because that scarcity tactic, to me, is an easy one to pull if you know what somebody likes. Because if you know what they like, if you know how to give to them, if you know how to provide for them, you know what to take away from them. You see what I'm saying? So let's move on. Emotional blackmail. Oh my gosh. I think the people who emotionally blackmail us the most is our own family and our own parents. You know, emotional blackmail to me is one of the darkest type of blackmail, because the thing is, if someone knows you close enough, they can blackmail you with anything emotionally. If someone knows, quote, your secret, they can blackmail you with anything. If a woman knows that you are promiscuous in the numbers of goddamn threes or fours, that's an emotional blackmail over your head. I tell that motherfucker how many people you really slept with, and I got the text message right here. That's emotional blackmail. That's a horrible emotional blackmail, but it was. Someone having you on camera. Just text messages, period, could be emotional blackmail. You understand what I'm saying? Um, anything that you have told somebody that you consider a secret that you would not want nobody to know, that is the one thing that somebody can emotionally blackmail you with. Do you understand? That one secret, that whatever you consider a secret, or secrets, if you told anybody that is where you can be emotionally blackmailed. If there's secrets you told in a text message, over a phone, over anything, any videos you shown, that is emotional blackmail. That's how I just see it. That's what, because if you got shit you can stand on, you can't be emotionally blackmailed about it. If you don't care that the people you slept with is in the numbers of 3 and 4s, you can't be emotionally blackmailed about that because you talk about it. It's not really nothing, right? Fake concern. This one is easy. Y'all do this every day at work. Number 13, fake concern. Get your notebooks out, y'all. And this is also on the Facebook page as well. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead so you can just click on it. So you can just always take your notes there as well, because you notice I'm not typing today, but let's get to it. Fake concern. That's another one. Fake concern. Fake concern is what y'all do every day at work. Oh, Maria, how's your family doing? You know. Oh, Jose, how that's fake concern. You don't really give a damn how anybody's doing. You know what you give a damn about? If what they're emotionally going through or whatever they're going through is going to interfere with what they got going on with you. If you got if there's a money relationship with y'all, if this is your ride, if this is the person that's your weed person, if whatever it is that you get out of them, you show fake concern. Okay? Because you need to know that what they got going on emotionally is not going to hinder you. When my neighbor did the shit that he did, that was fake concern. I just need to know that you're going to get this motherfucker a nurse, because I'm not going to help your father no more. I'm not saying it directly, but I'm going to show fake concern. And I'm going to show everybody else that I'm showing fake concern. But if anybody's paying attention to my manipulation tactics, they will realize I don't give a fuck about that motherfucker next door. I need him to get it together. Stop knocking on my door and asking me for help, because I'm going to leave your ass outside. I'm going to give a stand if it's a goddamn tornado. I'm not coming out there to help you. That's fake concern. All right? Let's go. Blame shifting? Oh, blame shifting. This can happen a lot. And you women do this a lot. Y'all do this a lot. Y'all will blame a woman for the relationship falling apart. That's blame shifting. Y'all will blame a woman for the relationship falling apart. Y'all will look at her and say this is her fault. But you would never admit that it was yours. You will never admit that it was your fault for not having the proper boundaries, for not listening to your intuition, for accepting the lies, and for being in competition and being in your ego. Okay? That's blame shifting. Blame shifting is also knowing that something is your fault and blaming someone else for it. Would you believe that I go through this with my mother? with my own mother, I go through blame shifting. Okay? Like, that is the most interesting shit to see. Like, you're blaming me for being a child. You understand what I'm saying? The nastiest blame shifting is when someone has been sexual, essayed, and the person puts it on themselves and not them, when it clearly is their fault, when they were in a position to not protect themselves. See, I got a little dark there. That's blame shifting. Blame shifting is, it's in the category of, again, reverse psychology, because all of this is literally reverse psychology, but blame shifting falls into the category of reverse psychology. When you know it's your fault. I know it's my fault that this relationship fell apart. I know it's my fault that we ended. I know it's my fault I didn't do my part between us. But I'm going to blame you for that fault. Okay, it's blame shifting. Playing the victim. Oh, number 15. We see people do that all the time. We see that all over the internet. Oh, we see the victim mentality all over the internet, right? But playing victim is an easy game to play, and I'm going to tell you how. The one thing about playing victim is that you can take anything that anyone's talking about. Let's take, for example, the divestors, right? And you can take whatever they talk about, and you can do a whole podcast, a whole show, stating how hateful they are, stating how ingenuous they are, how disingenuous they are, that's the word, how mean they are, how bullying they are. It's a very easy playing the victim tactic that you can do. You can take anything that anyone is doing and play the victim. You can be the bully, start the fight, throw the rock, hold your hand, but you are the absolute victim. This tactic works with people who do the role playing of, the innocent person at work that doesn't bother anybody. So if you say something slick to somebody at work and they snap on you, or you've been low-key starting a fight, yeah. Negative reinforcement. Okay, let's get to the next one. Negative reinforcement. That's number 16. What is negative reinforcement? This is something with friendship. You have to be very careful with people who edge on you doing bullshit. You have to be, some people are just like that. Don't get me wrong. Some people, it ain't even manipulation. They just like the mess. So you got to know what kind of person you're dealing with. Negative reinforcement is edging on the bullshit. Okay? Starting fights, low key. Negative reinforcement is you see something that somebody's doing that is no good for them, and you don't do nothing. You see that they're not taking care of themselves, and you don't do nothing. You don't even care. You know what I'm saying? This is kind of being in the category of sadism, because it's like you get off on someone suffering. Because negative reinforcement is watching someone do some shit that's going to cause their own suffering. Like, let's call it what it is, right? All right, moving on. Passive aggression. I hate passive aggression. I hate passive aggression. Oh my gosh. They say this is what narcissists do. I hate passive aggression. I experienced this with a family member, and they said to one of the children, they said, "Have you ever went to the store to get me a soda?" And they were like, "No, I haven't." And then they asked them, And I got livid. I said, why didn't you just ask them to just go to the store for you? And it's like, oh, gaslighting. Oh, don't tell me how to talk. No, you need to ask directly. Passive aggression is not being direct. It's like, well, can you clean around here, please? Can y'all clean up? Can y'all get a broom and clean around? What can I get a broom? Are you asking me to clean? See, passive aggression. So passive aggression is this tiptoeing around saying what you have to say. I don't like passive aggression. I also want to tell you something that you should do as well. Because people don't like this, but you have to do it because it checks them. You have to call out the style of manipulation. Okay. And that style of manipulation is, oh, that's passive aggressive. That was a little shady. You know what I'm saying? I hate flattery. That sounds like reverse psychology, ma'am. So you need to call it out sometime. Like, don't play the victim. You're not a victim here. Call it out. Where am I at? Boom, 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 boom. Love withdrawal. Ooh. Women. Well, I'm not gonna fuck no more, and I'm not knocking it. No, I'm not knocking it. But let me take it another notch up, because that's not really nothing. That's not really it. Love withdrawal falls into the category of number 11, scarcity tactics. Okay. It's the same category of scarcity tactics, because here I was giving you all this love, all this affection, going back into love bombing. Here I was showing you all this attention, or here you are giving all this attention, because I'm giving you both sides. Here you are giving all of this love and attention and affection, or whatever I categorize as love, and then things change. That affection, I don't get that affection from you. I don't get them kisses from you anymore. I don't get my hugs and my affection from you, because things become routine when you're with people, whether it's a friendship, whether it's a personal romantic relationship, whether you're in a poly relationship. Everything becomes routine, whether you realize things in your life or not. If your enemy is watching you, your enemy is watching your day-to-day routine. And trust me, you got one. Okay. And the way you know people watching you is because they're going to say something. Pay attention to the people who recognize your changes or your routine. Like, damn, I'm surprised you up in here. I always, because I got a bad habit of doing that shit. I ain't gonna hold you. Like, damn, I don't ever see you in here. You good? See what I'm saying? I do that a lot. I can't help myself, but that's just me. So love withdrawal, in the way that they're putting it here, is still scarcity treatment. See what I'm saying? Scarcity tactics. So the love withdrawal is the same as the scarcity tactics of, I gave all this to you, I'm giving all this to you, but I take it away. It's the same thing as the love bombing, because I told you, when you find your victim and you give them all this affection, you give them all this attention, and you give it to them how you give it to them. Some of y'all might use the same tactic, right? Y'all might still give, because it doesn't mean you don't have feelings. I just want to make it clear. You know what I'm saying? I think that when there's no feelings involved, everything is more like consistent and routine. Like, it keeps going on and on and on, and you keep making sure you don't break a routine when you are not being an honest person. That's just something that I see. Consistency is, if someone's being consistent and honest, they're gonna have their bad days. But for someone who constantly continues to be, there's some pretending, acting, or role playing going on every single day with them. Okay, I need you to understand that, and that's something I need you to pay attention to. Sometime you gotta kind of make it normal if you're going to be playing this love withdrawal thing. Now let's go. Love withdrawal is basically you taking away pieces of what you used to do, right? So let's say kisses was your thing, right? So now you don't be doing the kissing thing all the time. Well, what will cause you not to kiss anymore? You're going to use some kind of gaslighting or reverse psychology, right, on the person. Love withdrawal. See how it all ends up still coming back to something? All right, let's go. Because I'm going to probably play the video on this. Okay, let's go. Fake promises. Fake promises can fall into what you're pretending to be to this person. Fake promises can also be, making up, I got a promotion offer and I'm going to be making some more money soon, but I don't really know what's going on. And then this person over here at work, man, I feel like they blocking me, but I'm saying I'm really going to get this money. I'm really going to get this money, baby. You just got to believe in me. You know what I'm saying? You kind of just bring it back to the person that you want them to be there for you, believe you, because it depends on it depends on I'm going to call a person the victim. You might not like that word, but that's what it is. It depends on your victim and how you're going to use it. Because you're going to know your victim. You're going to know how to emotionally manipulate them. You're going to know what tactics to say and use once you've been with them long enough, right? Fake promises. I really, which is called future faking. I think that's down here too. We're gonna really start doing stuff together a little bit more, once, but see, there's always an excuse behind, everything is always something, or if you're really smart, you go, I've been going through a lot with my checks being short right now. But, I really want us to do stuff together. Like, I want us to go out. I want us to do things. It just seems like this is always in the way. Like, and then it turns into a goddamn playing victim story. You know what I'm saying? I'll be working hard out here, man. And I just be feeling self-loathing, I just be feeling like I ain't shit, man. And I be trying hard out here and this, that, and the third. That's all fake promising shit because it works in so many different tactics. This stuff is never so blunt like this. It's never just like, oh yeah, we're going to get a house together. We're going to get a car. Only certain type of people like Arisa Tisa can be a victim of fake promises to that capacity. Isolation. Oof. Mm-hmm. Isolation is a very clever thing. Okay? I'm actually experiencing that right now in my current relationship where it's like we've been together for like a year now and no one in the family has met me but one family member, okay, one, and that is literally their twin. Okay, but no one has met me, but everybody has heard my voice, but no one has met me. There's times she has been with me. She has left to go meet with them while in my town. The family has been in this town plenty of times because the town is all circled around each other. No one has met me. And I had literally the other day, I called this out. I was like, damn, I'm feeling like a narc because like, I feel like I'm isolating you. Your family knows that you're with me when you say that, hey, you're here in this town. They know that means that you're with me, but I have not met nobody. Isolation is what most women go through the most, and women have to be careful with that. A lot of gaslighting and reverse psychology and choice restriction and guilt trips can happen to a lot of women with the isolation. You should not be in a relationship with somebody or involved with a friend, and that friend creates it where they're the only friend that you have, because I'm going through that with friends a lot. where a friend was able to isolate me to being their only friend. So you have to be very careful. Sometimes isolation can happen when you are a very jealous partner, or when you are a partner who gets silent, when the silent treatment, if they talk to a certain person on the phone, or you put a certain energy out there, or you show you're uncomfortable about this person or that, and that person will begin to separate you and that person. So when they get on the phone with them, you won't be there. When they're with them, they won't get on the phone with you. So it caused this separation. So that's what isolation is. It's an energetic manipulation tactic used by you using the silent treatment. And I think y'all understand what I'm saying about isolation. Number 21, fear mongering. Fear mongering is tricky. Okay. Fear mongering is very tricky because you have to already have manipulated your victim to the point of their being afraid that you're going to leave them. Okay. Or you may be fear mongered by the fact that you don't want this person to leave. Even if you're, like I said, even if you're, for my poly people out there, you may not want said person in this poly duo to leave you. And so therefore you have this internal back of your mind fear of making them happy or making it work because you don't want to be abandoned. And again, this comes into your own internal stuff that you have to face. But when you have your victim, you already know what kind of manipulative tactics that you can use that can cause fear, especially if you have a victim that, they care about you. They care about how you feel. They care about how you think. When it gets to that point, that's when you can begin to pull the emotional puppeteer strings. And therefore, when you can pull the emotional puppet strings on your victim, therefore you can always fearmonger them about you leaving or anything like that. You get fearmongered. Like it goes back to the friend who was like, well, if you don't cut this person off, I'm gonna block you. And I was just like, in my head, don't threaten me with a good time, because I was already tired of that person. Now, if there was any fear mongering, I would have gave a damn that they were going to block me. Do you see what I'm saying? I use that example a lot, though. Here we go. Future faking goes back to, what was that one? Not fake concern, fake promises. Fake promises and future faking, as you can see, is separated here. Okay. But there is a reason for that, because that's why I was saying future faking is probably going to be here and as it is, right? Fake promises is, these are the things that I said I was going to do and I didn't do it. These are the things that I said we're going to be and we're not going to be it. And I'm not taking the actions for us to be it. I want us to have a house together. I want us to have this together, because future faking and fake promises do fall into one thing. But I'm not taking the actions or doing the things. I don't have a job that has enough money for us to even have a house. So we do have enough to share an apartment together. Future faking is trying to paint the vision of your victim of what it could be. I really do want us to get married. Like, I really want to marry you. You see what I'm saying? A lot of you women probably have experienced this. I really want us to be married, or they go into this thing of, I want you to be my wife. I really want to marry you. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to work this out because that's what I want for us. But somebody who truly wants that, especially for women who are with males or with the masculine energy, you are going to see that. But you got to be careful, because depending how the victim is used, if you being the victim in this case, that person may as go as far as to get a ring, right? But if you want to really get your victim, you're going to go as far as getting a ring. You're going to go as far as, so see, the thing is with these future faking people and fake promises people, this is a promise ring. Okay, this is a necklace to symbolize us, or this, that, and the third. But when you grown, you ain't tolerating no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna do it. And you have to look at the situation too. Because whenever we all know as manipulators that there's always a game being played. Something is always strategically done, right? So therefore, it's going to be strategy in which it's getting done. And this is why I say to you, keep your journal, keep your burn book, so that you can watch the strategy. I had a situation literally yesterday where, you know, that I don't like to say op, but that person at work that doesn't like me, right? Here I am, my responsibility is putting the bag in the box, right? As well as managing how the boxes come out the machine, right? And so they go and switch a position with the woman who doesn't like me either. And the first thing he do is put the inside, called the inserts, into the box without the bag at the bottom. So I reached over and I put that bitch in there and fixed it. And you should have saw how they looked at me. And I was like, oh, this motherfucker trying to sabotage my motherfucking job. And I caught him just that quick. So everybody is strategy. Some people do shit subconsciously and don't even really realize it. It may not have even been that deep, but for me it's deep because I'm watching your ass. See what I'm saying? So everything with a manipulator will always be strategic. Okay? Stonewalling. Oh my gosh. It's so funny because they tell you to stonewall the narcissist, right? Right? They tell you to ignore them, don't say nothing. I'm literally stonewalling right now. Silent treatment and stonewalling in one of my relationships right now. Because I don't want to emotionally get involved in the conversation, right? And I don't want to emotionally, I just don't feel like it. You get what I'm saying? I really just don't feel like it. And instead of just saying that, I just got off the phone and I have not talked to them since that morning. And I'm still not answering text messages. I'm stonewalling right now. And I'm doing the silent treatment right now. And if they do want to talk to me, I'm going to turn it around with, not right now. Emotionally, not right now. That's because stonewalling really is not saying nothing. So stonewalling would really just be that person just texting me all day and me not saying nothing. So there is a manipulation to stonewalling. And the reason why I can understand that stonewalling is a manipulation, because when you are at a place, because honestly, that's not per se stonewalling what I'm doing. That's actually silent treatment. But stonewalling is no response whatsoever to any text message, picking up any calls. And the reason stonewalling happens is because it's giving you time to strategically figure out how you're going to play the manipulation game, how you're going to use some kind of dark psychology on this shit, right? That's what stonewalling is. Ooh, fake comparisons, false comparisons. False comparisons can still be in a category of triangulation. Okay, triangulation that was at the top. Maybe these are in order. Maybe they are. False comparisons is cruel. Okay, it's a very cruel game to play. For people who have a type, y'all like myself, y'all are the ones who can do the false comparison. Let me explain. So if you have a significant type, short, light skin, tall, brown skin, right? BBW, whatever, right? And the person that you with looks like what that person is, even though they'll be like, yeah, that's definitely a type, it doesn't mean that you can't low key do a little competition, right? I'll explain. false comparisons is you sit here and let's say you get intimate with somebody, you love bomb them, you do your thing, whatever you do to your victim, right? And you pull out a picture of social media and you say, and you just pick a random person. They probably got a hot body. They probably some status. You know what I'm saying? It can look like you really do keep communication with this person, whatever it does. And you show them the picture and you go, yeah, this person really liked me, da da da. It could be whole lying. This person really liked me. You know, they was flirting with me and stuff like that. But man, I don't really know. And then you probably tell something about their personal business or whatever, or you make up some shit, whatever the case may be. It depends on how you're gonna play your game. In that moment, you're testing if that person is jealous, if the victim is going to say something, you know what I'm saying? That's false comparison. You may not even like that person, okay? You may not even have any interest in them, but you're just trying to test what this person's talking about. Double bind. I've never heard this one before. Does anybody know what double bind is? Okay. Next one is moving the goalposts. Now that's an interesting one right there. I've heard that term before. Moving the goalpost is a game played in a polyamorous relationship. Now, it depends on what kind of poly person you're dealing with. Because polyamory, people say they have no hierarchy in polyamory. I don't believe in that. I mean, there's people that say literally say they have no hierarchy in their polyamorous relationship. But I'd be like, how is that even possible? When you've known this person for this long and then you talk to this person for this long, you're married to this person, you're not married. Like, I don't understand how you can't have hierarchy in a poly relationship. Any poly people out there, you tell me. I think that this right here, moving the goalposts, is one that's played the most in a poly relationship, but it's also played in these women who y'all have these so-called open relationships in y'all marriages and shit like that. Because I have seen where, you know, one person can have this as this title and this title and then switch titles with people. Yeah, I have done that. I have been in situations where, you know, I really like you and I like you, but because of what you did, now I'm moving the title of who you are. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, this person is your number one right here. This person is like the homie number two or whatever. Because again, I talking about poly relationships and expanded relationships, right? Or people who are in poly relationships don't know they're in one, right? But for your victim, however you're manipulating, it's going to happen like this. I'm with you. You're number one. I'm with you. I guess we can say you're number two. And then I'm with you over here. You're number three. And you're just somebody that, you know, I'm cool with. We're dating. We're getting to know each other. Me and these other two, I've been getting to know them better. But now I'm moving the goalpost for whoever was number one. Now they're going to be switched to number two. And they don't even know it. I've seen it done in marriages. I've seen marriages where the mistress has been moved up to the fucking position of the wife. It happens. And the wife get down to the position of a motherfucking slave. And I feel like that's what it means. If I'm wrong, then quote me on that. All right. Preemptive defense. That's pretty much what we're doing right here. That's a manipulator's number one game is you got to have preemptive defense. You have to be 10 steps ahead of anything that you do. That's why I told y'all to get that burn book, the book you never leave the house with. Write down people, put them on the chessboard, pay attention to who talks to who at work. Oh, okay. What up? Well, thank you. I'm going to be live pretty much for the rest of the day. I'm snowed in. Yeah. Make sure you catch the rest. I'm going to make that playlist, by the way. Make sure you catch the lessons on dark psychology. I got to hurry up and make that playlist, though, because these videos are lining up. All right. I hope YouTube don't do that bullshit where the first one is last and the last one is first type shit. I hope it's in order like it needs to be. All right, so let's go. What was I going? Preemptive defense is something that you always have to do as a manipulator or someone who is studies dark psychology or is doing dark psychology tactics on people. You have to, and this is why I stress writing stuff down. Believe me, trust me when I tell you, writing stuff down will very much help you a lot. You have to prepare in your mind, what if this happens if I do this? What if they say this? What I know about this person's personality, do I know what they're going to do? Well, how can I find out what they're going to do? How can I test this person's temperament? What is the body language? What is the body analysis of this person? What did this person do today? You have to pinpoint these things. And trust me, no one can be trusted. And always know the one that's up under your nose the most is the most guilty. The person up under your nose the most is the most guilty. The person you're the closest to at your job, the person you're the closest to where you live, the person you're the closest to, okay, is the one that is the most guilty on your list in your burn book. You make sure you put goddamn a star around each and every one of them. Because no one can be trusted. That is preemptive defense. That is understanding and realizing and paying attention to every single intricate detail in steps. I told a coworker, I said, we snowed in. I'm about to send you some text messages. And guess what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to keep my word. Because too many times I've said it and I haven't done it. So I got to do it now. I got to drop them some videos with some messages like, okay, this is such and such. Is she talking about this? And this video is good. Oh, I like this video. Listen to what he said about this. And put them on to all these channels so we can have conversations to talk about. Because sometimes I do want somebody to talk to about that stuff. All right? I'm not saying that sometimes you don't want to really have people to chit-chat with or socialize with. I'm not saying that. Let's go. Playing dumb. Oh, please. Playing dumb. That one is annoying. That one is just annoying. My ex did this shit. My ex did this playing dumb shit. Even the old bestie did playing dumb shit. Just playing dumb. This is why I say you have to call it out. You have to be like, don't play dumb with me. You know, don't try to gaslight me. Don't use reverse psychology on me. That's reverse psychology. Don't do that. You have to call out the manipulation tactic. Write that down. I'm trying to tell you. Because when you call out the manipulation tactic, one or two things is going to happen. They're going to strike and defend themselves and really come at you the way they really want to come at you. Or they're going to do this. They're going to play dumb like, oh, no, that's not what it is. And playing dumb is an obvious look. Playing dumb is an obvious body language thing with people. I can see when people are playing dumb. It takes a lot of energy to play dumb. When somebody really don't know something, do you know what happens to the body? It freezes. Okay, it freezes. Okay, what's the 2 or 3 things that they missed? I'm curious. They missed 2 or 3 things, but this is all correct. I'm curious what the 2 or 3 things are. I mean, I'll see for myself, but yeah. The body freezes. I had a situation and a family member was like, you know, did you tell such and such that they can come get such and such? And I was like, I was calling them for something else. Like, I literally, like, when I tell you I was calling them for something else. I really was calling them for something else. I think I needed them for like something, whatever I needed. I needed them for something involving what I was doing at the moment. And when they asked me that, I froze like, and I began to break down crying. When I began to break down crying about whatever I broke down crying, I said, I don't know nothing. She knew that I was not playing. She said, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. I'll handle it. And she got off that phone with me very quickly because she realized in that moment that whatever was going on was manipulation, was chaos. Oh, post-separation abuse? You mean isolation? Okay, we'll get into that too. Okay. So just gonna finish off playing dumb. I'm gonna finish off playing dumb. No one can play dumb. These are the things, these are the manipulative things of the old bestie, shout out to you, that they would do that would irritate me about them. Why are you doing all of this manipulating shit? Why are you saying all of this shit? And then they finally gonna say cancers are master manipulators. And I'm just looking like, but you get caught in your manipulation. And I didn't say that. I was just thinking, but you get caught all the time. See? But here's the thing. It was a lot of things with this person. Okay. No, you're not distracting me. You're not distracting me. It's absolutely fine. This is a lesson for us all to communicate and talk together. Please don't ever feel like you're distracting me. Because you can't distract me. Because if I'm not looking at the chat room, if I'm really focused, I'm not going to look at the chat room. I'm going to tell you. But I'm actually in the chat room. This is a whole day of learning. Okay, and note taking for everybody. I want everyone to take as much notes as you can in your journal, so you're not distracted. You can talk as much as you want to. So when this person was doing this, it was annoying me. Why was it so annoying? Because I was aware of what they were fucking doing. It was just like, why are you being so retarded right now? What the fuck is the problem? But this is the ways of people internal coming out. Their jealousies, their envies, their angers, their hates. They can resent you subconsciously. Just resent you. And this is why I say this, this is another topic. You have to get away from certain people. You have to be honest. You have to be judgmental. You have to study body analysis. You have to understand the things I'm telling you. If you are not married to a male, you can't be friends with a woman who is. You can't be free-spirited, live your life differently, change your life around. You cannot be friends with her because her husband is going to have a problem with you because what you represent is freedom. You represent motherfucking the snake telling Eve, bitch, you naked. You naked and you under the whims of a goddamn man. And you need to fucking free yourself. Okay? Let's get to the comment section. I appreciate the comments, by the way. What's up? Simply the best. That's the song right there. Better than all the rest. Rest in peace, Tina Turner. The queen of rock and roll, right? All right. Post-separation abuse is one I could think of. Yes. This is what I was talking about earlier to my partner. I've never met her family. Okay. And when it's me and her, it's me and her. It used to be me, her, and her bestie on the phone, but yeah, that doesn't happen no more. She separates us. Post-separation abuse falls into the category of this. Guilt tripping up here at the top. It falls into number 4, guilt trip. It falls into reverse psychology. It falls into choice restriction. And that can happen more so with women with children because you're in such a vulnerable space. And so that is how that abuse can happen to you in the worst kind of way. It is a breaking down strategy. Everything from the top 5 is all a break. No, the top 4. Are breaking down strategies. Okay. You have to be broken down emotionally to be isolated from family, from friends. Okay. For that to happen. Okay. Let me see. Resent you and consciously envy you. They know they even you, but I don't think they know it's all also hatred. Oh, it's very much hatred. It's very much hatred. That's not, they know it. This person, see, I know how my mother is, and she's been the way she's been for years. So I'm used to her. And so this person tried to push me to fight my own mother. And I was just sitting here looking like, in my head, like, this bitch is trying to get me to fight my own mother. Because that's what they did. Do you see what I'm saying? You have to understand that women lose a lot when they're married to a male. A woman married to a male is the most envious, jealous, spirited woman. Okay? Especially if her life with that male is not what it seems. This is why, have you ever paid attention to the type of streams that married women have on YouTube? Have you ever paid attention? Is it not hard to tell that she's married? Love me some Tina. I believe she's experienced this dark psychology with that man whose name I don't say. Fuck him. She lived her best life. She left the boys too. That is my idol. It all falls into reverse psychology, but it happens after you've broken up with them or go no contact. Oh, it's even more abusive. It's even more abusive because the thing is, in my experience, this person cut me off for something very dumb. And when I didn't care, when I just completely let it go, that's when they begin to get abusive. Very abusive. And don't get me wrong, sometimes I thought about coming back and talking to them and stuff like that, but I started going down memory lane. And I started checking myself and realizing that's not something that I need to do. I got text messages. Okay, I got a comment from somebody. Sometimes I get comments in the background. Let's get back. Let me get to you, Simply the Best, because your comment was first. It also happens after yep. You know what? You're right. They definitely know it's hatred. Yes. They want you to be against everybody, you know, even if you don't have a reason to be against somebody. Oh, no, because that's a part of this one right here. It was called negative reinforcements. Why the fuck would someone encourage you to fight your own mother? Nobody wants to fight their mother. What kind of shit is that? Do you understand what I'm saying? Well, nobody wants to fight their own mother. There are time wastes. They are time wasted. The future faking is the worst because they know damn well they're lying in a moment. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me see. everyone is brainwashed to some extent. All of our ideas came from someone, but it doesn't mean all of them are valid. My question is, how does one discern what is valid and what's not? A lot of people don't discern because I truly believe that discernment requires you to get out of your ego, which to me is just survival mode. Would you also agree that everyone has narcissism in them? I think so. Wanting to live requires some level of narcissism. I feel like for the person who texted me this, shout out to you. Would you also agree that everyone has narcissism in them? Yes, I do. And I purposely read it that way. I didn't, this is a private message, so, yes, everybody does have narcissism in them because we're in a patriarchy. Being kind and sweet and nice and gentle and all that type of stuff, that is not the way to survive in this patriarchy. You have to have narcissism. You have to be able to close down your emotions and feelings. You have to study the wisdom of a psychopath and a serial killer. You have to study and heal your own trauma and get through your own traumas. You have to understand that dark psychology lives in all of us, but you need to know that darker psychology live in other people. You have to understand why Game of Thrones and these things are written on a screen and all these places are written on screen to show you the nature of people, how they betray each other for survival, especially when they don't know each other, even when they do know each other, how they betray. There has to be some narcissism. There's no way that life is normal for you being online like this. I don't give a fuck what nobody says, and I'm going to stand on it. There's no way that you're mentally well if you give a fuck about an online person affecting you. You're not mentally well. I think everyone has narcissism in them. I think there's a difference between the personality disorder and prioritizing yourself. They're different. Okay, so you say, I don't think everyone has narcissism in them. Very interesting, because there are some people prioritizing yourself, detachment, going after opportunities, being stoic, etc. is so different from narcissism. Yes, but the first universal law is self-preservation. And see, the thing is, what are people who consider other people too much called? Weak. And who's the zodiac sign that always considers other people? Libra. This is why Libras are always called weak, because we consider other people. We look at the bigger picture. But when a Libra is very selfish, like their reflective sign Aries, everyone hates us the most. Self-preservation doesn't require you to be narcissistic, though. I understand where you're going with that. This world that we live in, to me, everyone has narcissism in them. I know that I have narcissistic traits in me. I accept it. But there's levels to narcissism. So I understand you're saying that you're not narcissistic. I'm not going to debate. I'm not going to argue you down about you not being narcissistic. Okay? Okay? I will say to you that I have some narcissism in me. No one who had to raise themselves in New York City the way that I did and experience what I've experienced and live where I live, there's no fucking way I'm not going to have no narcissism in me. The level of people that I have crossed paths with, a lot of those divestors are narcissistic. That's a good debate right there, though. I like that. That's a good debate right there. Because after this, we're going to get into an interview by Robert Greene, by the way. Let's keep going. Unless you had something else to say. Boom, 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 boom. Playing dumb, bait and switch. Bait and switch. That is happening every single day of your life. That person you meet at the grocery store, the person at the goddamn gas station. I'm starting to get tired of the fucking gas station. It's equivalent to the goddamn bodega. That person that you meet at work, that person that is sitting there at the light smiling at you. Anybody who is greeting you and saying hello, you are their bait and switch. That's just how I feel. I'm just saying. Okay. And everybody out here in this world is your bait and your switch. Okay. It goes again to the goal posting, changing the goal post. I feel like that Bait and switch, I'm going to go a little bit deeper with this, and I'll explain this to you, right? You see two people together, right? Let's say they're friends. So these two friends that are together, friend A and friend B. You really want friend A. So you flirt a lot with friend B. You give friend B all this attention. You show your personality to friend B and all this stuff. But really, you want friend A. You know what I'm saying? So it turns into this situation where somebody feels that this friend betrayed them and this person was only their friend to get who they were with. Most of the time, that's another bait and switch situation too. And you end up talking to, who did I say that you wanted? Friend A. Because that's who you wanted. See what I'm saying? Whoever I said you wanted the first time. Bait and switch. This one's going to get a little dark. For those of you who get down like this. Because it happens to people. You see what somebody got and you want it. So you build a friendship with them. Okay? So you build a friendship to get closer to the person that they're with. But let me go darker. I'm in a relationship with somebody. They have a bestie. I don't really like this bestie. But this is their bestie. So I also get close and acquainted to the people that the bestie is friend with. I get close through my partner of knowing what kind of relationship they have with these people. Because my partner trusts me. And so what I do is I see who they close to, who they not, whatever. And I go, A, which would be real dirty, fuck the person that they with and cause discord. B, get close to the person to cause discord between them and that person because I don't like that bestie. And the discord that I cause is to make it seem or expose their betrayal, whatever. Maybe they're not, but I can make it look that way. That's a bait and switch game. Let's go. I agree that there are levels, but I don't think it's necessary to embrace it. I come from a dark triad household, both parents. One was antisocial and the other was, okay, they had a narcissistic personality disorder. I'm not like them, but with the amount of abuse I experienced for 35 years, I was supposed to turn into them, but that didn't happen, thank God. I mean, that's beautiful, but that didn't happen to me. That didn't happen to me. There's no sanity living in the trenches. There's no sanity living in the hood like that. There's no sanity living in a place where a shootout or some shit happened and somebody is fucking hiding their gun in the incinerator. There's no peace living in an environment like that where you can't snitch, where you have to be quiet to save your life. There's no peace in walking outside and seeing a fight damn near where someone can get killed and you just you tiptoe out the way. There's no peace. There's no sanity when you might have a neighbor like me that really need help and you like, fuck you, because ain't nobody ever helped me. There's no sanity in that. But that's just me. You are comfortable with who you are for real. Trauma is so deep with these disorders. Yes, they are. There's no sanity in that. Some of us got deep shit that we experience with our own parents. We got parents that don't even like us. We didn't even do anything because of their own internal trauma. Guilt is a motherfucker. Guilt is a soul ripping emotion for a lot of people. You have people out here because of their guilt, they're angry, they're disrespectful, they're mean to the people closest to them because of their own guilt, their own lies and deceit. And when I have someone like me that's a Scorpio rising, that's intuitive and shit like that, people can't hide themselves. And this is what I experience in life all the motherfucking time. You can keep commenting. I want to just get through this. Minimizing. I gotta think about that. I think that's more like criticizing, trying to minimize. Oh, okay, minimizing is trying to minimize something that someone has done. That's something somebody at work does to me. I've been peeping that shit with them. You know what I'm saying? They have a very, very low key jealousy of me. It doesn't come out in my face, but when I turn my back, it's a very low key jealousy. And I knew that they did because I encouraged them to get the position that they got into. And yeah, so feign helplessness. This is weaponized incompetence. We already know what that is. That's weaponized incompetence. What I'm talking about right now, girl, no, because while my neighbor said he was going to help me and kept telling me but never did, so he better not ask me for shit. I feel the narcissism coming out. Yeah, feign helplessness. That's what the neighbor was doing. Weaponized. That's another way of saying weaponized incompetence. Overloading with information. Don't trust people who talk too goddamn fast. I tell people who talk too fast, I be like, yo, you talk too fast for me, Shorty. You talk too fast for me. I'm good. You talk too fucking fast for me. Giving you too much shit. Telling you too much shit about somebody. You know what I'm saying? That's manipulation. No, nobody, let me tell you something. When you really go through some painful shit in your life, you don't talk about it. You're not going to talk about it. And manipulators, they want to pull these things out of you. Okay? They want to pull as much out of you that they can, because the reason you do it is because you need something to abuse them with. Because that's what manipulation is. It's simply abuse. All right? Overloading with information. Don't trust people who give you too much information about themselves. Okay, there we go. Yep. Don't trust people who give too much information. That's crazy. That doesn't make sense. They need fucking therapy. Should not be telling you the whole life story of their last relationship. Something is wrong there. Something is fucking wrong. Sympathy ploy. Oh boy, don't we get that online all the time? I got herpes. I got arrested. These people online are picking on me. This is the same thing as playing victim. You know, at work, my such and such died. Nobody getting money from me no more at work. I don't give a fuck who died in your family. Asking for donations and shit. Yo, I had two people that had these one people. The dude was looking all sad. Or my nephew died in a motorcycle accident. Do you know how bad I wanted to go to their Facebook to see how true that was? I really did. Sympathy ploy. Don't be falling for people at work needing donations because somebody died. Matter of fact, start writing down and paying attention to what pattern of life when that motherfucker start dying, okay? And then the person be like, you know, such and such family died and we just helping them so they can have time, you know, money for the funeral, shit like that. Ain't nobody giving me. I ain't getting nothing. Oh, they died. I need to see the obituary. Don't be afraid to be that wicked. You know why? Because when you are like that, I'm telling you, people will back the fuck off for you. Some people will try to play. Let me tell you something I did yesterday with that person I know that don't like me at work. I showed how mean I was. You know? I started talking to someone about, I said, yeah, you know this, such and such. Nah, I left him out there. I'm not helping him. No, he needs to get a nurse. I'm not his slave. I'm not his maid. Needs to get a nurse. That was me doing a bait and switch, pretty much baiting, really, to show that person that I'm fucking mean. And I don't give a fuck about nobody or their fucking feelings. You see, it's little, intricate, tiny little things like that. Now, I'm not giving nobody my money for a donation. I need to see obituaries. I don't believe these people. Some people will laugh it off, like, with uncomfortableness, like, whoa, damn, a mentee, really? Like, really? Uh-huh. Yeah, really. Let's go. Sympathy ploy, pretending to forget. Oh, shit. That's why y'all old motherfuckers that always pretend to forget, y'all karma is that y'all get Alzheimer's. I'm starting to notice that. If you continue to pretend like you're going to forget, the karma with the universe, I'm serious. I'm dead ass serious. The karma with the universe is your ass and your brain will really start forgetting. So you keep on pretending like you forgot. You keep on playing dumb because karma gonna get your ass and you really gonna be forgetting. I started peeping that. Don't be playing games. Don't play games with yourself. I say that you are a person that don't forget anything. You be like, yeah, when it comes to that, I forget that shit. But you don't forget anything. You don't forget a face. You don't forget. You remember. You have a photogenic fucking memory. These are the things that keep you strong. Like I said, I notice patterns. I'll be like, what you doing in here? You sitting here today? I have a bad habit of doing that shit. I have a bad thing with that. Like, you out here smoking? I never seen you before. Where you come from? I'm good for that shit. Because I need motherfuckers to know I be watching. I'll be like, I got PTSD. Everybody on my clock. I'm clocking everybody. I got PTSD. I could say that in a very comical or funny type way, but I'm dead ass serious. That's my personality. Selective truth telling, baby. Oh, come on. Where my liars at? Where my liars at? Selective truth telling. What I tell y'all, rule number 1, you don't owe nobody the truth. You can pretend to forget. You can play dumb. Right? Silent treatment, stonewalling. Don't that all fall into the same thing? Selective truth telling. Were you with them last night? I was at the taco spot. I mean, they were there, but we ain't really talking nothing like they was there. Yeah, but that's not what they saying in the text message. The text message said that they left and you was with them with your friend, with your homegirl. And they say y'all fucked or whatever, and they even telling me what you like. Like, I'm like, yeah, of course they gonna know what I had on because they was there with me at the taco spot. But I don't like, come on, people. So what about them? I mean, yeah, we cool, but I don't really know this person. I don't know why they doing all this. That's selective truth telling. When you understand what the truth is, unless you got a very good liar in your hands, when you understand what the truth is, you know the truth. And you know how to follow your intuition if somebody's telling you the truth. I'm still here. I gotta get it. Playing the savior. People who help you with things. Oh, people who cause the problem to act like they helped you save the problem, steal your money and help you find it type situation. That's how a lot of friendships happen. Defend you when you being attacked, when they probably the reason why you were being attacked. Yeah, pretending to be the savior. The bitch at the coven that because she was mad at her girlfriend in the coven, she was plotting against her all this time, and she used me to say some horrible shit to her, which I was talking to all of them. Yeah, she was pretending to be the savior, and then I switched it on her ass. That was pretending to be the savior. Like, well, this person was saying this about you, and I have the text messages, and I'm like, well, if they were saying it, then you were saying it too. So I was making slick ass comments. But I had wanted to say what I wanted to say to her because I felt that way about her already. I felt that way about all of them. So I said what I said. And when it was time to switch up the game, I switched up the game. So you have to be very careful with that. Pretending, playing the savior. Gotta be careful with the people who want to be on your side. You gotta be careful with the ones who's quick to defend you, especially if they don't know you. Most of the time, the person in your face the most is the one that's talking about you the most. Write that down. Most of the time, the person in your face the most is the one that talk about you the most. I think y'all smart enough to know who are your allies in this world. Me and my close family member that I have, I put them on. Be like, yo, let me tell you my situation with everybody at this place. You don't need to judge them for that. You don't need to act off nothing. It's cool. But I need you to know I don't fuck with them like that. And here's why. And they be like, all right, cool. And they play their part. Because you need an ally. You do. You need a true ally. And I feel like the best ally is a family member. Like a family member you love that you grew up with. That's your best ally. And I stand on that. It ain't going to be a friend. Unless that friend is a family member to you. You know how homeboy knew ASAP since he was 15 and they've been friends, like they grew up together in that shelter and shit. Well, 15 ain't really it, but I'll say younger than that. That cousin you grew up with, you maybe be in foster care, y'all grew up together since in foster care. That's your family. That's your best ally, and I stand on that. That's just what I say. I stand on that. That's your best ally. That's the one you can truly trust. But you got to be honest about your relationship with this family member. I got that family member and I got a whole nother family member. I know for sure if I reached out to that one. I was like, yo, I need you to do something for me. I need you to look up something for me. Can you do that for me? I know they're going to fucking do it. Or people are like the stuff on this list. It can make you just want to retire from Earth altogether. Well, this is what Earth is. That's why I don't trust people who want people to be in the light and be good and all this type. I don't trust that shit. This world is hell. This world is fucked up. There's beauty in this world. Don't get me wrong. There's beautiful places, beautiful things you can do. I have a lot of things that I love to do. I have hobbies. I beautify my world all day, but I just understand what kind of world I'm in. Using silence as punishment. That's same as this silent treatment. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm not commenting back. You know what I'm saying? I know they, you know what I'm saying? I'm not commenting back to them. I don't got nothing to say to them. They intuitive enough to know that I'm not going to say nothing to them. Let me let this person know. The last message they sent, I didn't respond. You know what I'm saying? I think they're going to catch on that I'm not talking to them because I didn't like what they said. So yeah, I'm using what to say. Let me scroll up for you guys. Using silence as punishment. Okay. You can use this all the time when you're in the chat room. Somebody say something to you. And you just leave the chat room. Or you don't respond. You just sit there and let them go crazy. Yeah. Let's keep it going. Black and white thinking. Okay. I don't know why they put triangulation in relationship and then triangulation. Okay. Because we're going to listen to the video. Okay. 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 We're going to l I probably got a text message from her. Hold on. Where we at? Black and white thinking. This is my favorite one. They would talk about Kanye West in this one room. And I said, so you telling me that because of a piece of paper, somebody's, Kanye West sold his soul because of a piece of paper? You telling me that this piece of paper is the reason why he sold his soul over a piece of paper, and that's why his mother died? And boy, I got the chat room riled the fuck up. That's black and white thinking. Okay, that's. I would love to hear what they're gonna have to say, but I consider that was very black and white thinking, and that was me being an asshole. That was me being a total asshole, because y'all know I know what all that stuff means, but they don't really know what that shit means. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Triangulations in relationship. I don't know why they put triangulation and they said triangulation relation. So we're gonna have to do that. We're gonna have to see what they have to say about that. And then we have exaggeration of self-importance. I never thought that was a manipulation tactic, but it is. I see that a lot in I've seen that throughout my life. I mean, I'm from New York City. But you know what? I have not seen an exaggeration of self-importance until I hit the South, North Carolina. I think that there is a lot of white women who have to brag and constantly have to let it be known how significant that they are, how many degrees they have, and how overqualified they are for certain jobs and people, and how people shouldn't talk to them a certain type of way. That is what I see as a significant self-importance. When you walk into the room, that you need to be in their face and you need to talk to them, and they need to bring all this conversation and all this kind of stuff. I mean, as long as I've been in New York City, I have not seen that level of self-importance. All right, y'all. It's 3 hours, but we're going to go through it. This is telling you how to do these 40 dark manipulation tactics. We're not going to listen to 3 hours of it. Okay. I know this is a long show, but we're not going to do that. But I'm going to go ahead and play it. I'm going to play it from the start after this commercial. The hell? Oh, I had already started listening to this. Okay. As you know, some audio book vision.
Now you're sitting in a room full of people, and you know deep down that every word you say, every gesture you make, can shift the entire atmosphere in your favor. You hold the power to influence, to persuade, and to control the decisions and actions of those around you, without them even realizing it.
Yes.
This is the power of manipulation. And it's not just reserved for the cunning or the cruel. It's a skill that once mastered can change your life forever. In Master of Manipulation, 40 Dark Tactics that will make you a master manipulator, I'm going to show you how to harness this power. You'll learn how to tap into the hidden depths of human psychology and use it to shape your world in ways you've only dreamed of. These aren't just tactics. They are secrets, guarded strategies that have been used by the most influential and powerful people throughout history. But let me be clear. This isn't about tricking people or playing games for the sake of cruelty. It's about understanding human behavior at its core and using that knowledge to rise above the noise, to get what you want, and to make sure you're Voices heard in a world that often drowns out the quietest among us. The dark tactics I'm about to share with you will help you become someone who doesn't just react to the world, but someone who shapes it. In this book, you will discover 40 powerful techniques.
Not just someone who reacts to the world. Excuse me. But someone who shapes it. Write that down.
Each one designed to make you a master of influence. These methods will show you how to win people over,
use that.
how to manipulate situations to your advantage, and how to control the narrative.
We're going to play that again. I like that. I'm going to use that, goddammit. Let me type that in. Not someone who reacts to the world, but someone who shapes it. All right, Neil Brighton, you hitting it hard over here. All right, we're going to play that again. Let's go.
Now you're sitting in a room full of people, and you know deep down that every word you say, every gesture you make, can shift the entire atmosphere in your favor. You hold the power to influence, to persuade, and to control the decisions and actions of those around you, without them even realizing it. This is the power of manipulation. And it's not just reserved for the cunning or the cruel. It's a skill that once mastered can change your life forever. In Master of Manipulation, 40 Dark Tactics that will make you a master manipulator, I'm going to show you how to harness this power. You'll learn how to tap into the hidden depths of human psychology and use it to shape your world in ways you've only dreamed of. These aren't just tactics. They are secrets, guarded strategies that have been used by the most influential and powerful people throughout history. But let me be clear. This isn't about tricking people or playing games for the sake of cruelty. It's about understanding human behavior at its core and using that knowledge to rise above the noise, to get what you want, and to make sure your voice is heard in a world that often drowns out the quietest among us. The dark tactics I'm about to share with you will help you become someone who doesn't just react to the world, but someone who shapes it. In this book, you will discover 40 powerful techniques, each one designed to make you a master of influence. These methods will show you how to win people over, how to manipulate situations to your advantage, and how to control the narrative in any environment. They're not for the faint of heart. They're for those who are ready to step into a new reality, a reality where you call the shots. So ask yourself, are you ready to take control? To move beyond the boundaries of what you thought was possible, to awaken a power within you that's been dormant, waiting for the right moment to rise. Your journey to becoming a master manipulator starts here, and once you've mastered these 40 dark tactics, you'll never look at human interaction the same way again.
I think I'm very responsible for that part here. This comment right here tells you the very thing. Okay, I forgot they put the words across the screen. When you realize the majority of people are like the stuff on this list, it can make you just want to retire from Earth altogether. But you got to come here for the truth, baby. Simply the best. You got to come here for the truth. That's what I'm here for.
Welcome to Audiobook Vision. Before we get started, be sure to hit that subscribe button, like this video, and share it with others who are eager to transform. Your likes play a huge role in helping us reach a wider audience.
Yes,
so don't forget to show your support. The more likes and shares we get, the more this channel will grow, and together we can make a bigger impact. And if you're craving more, be sure to check out our channel membership for exclusive content and perks designed just for you. Let's get started. On gaslighting. Gaslighting is a deeply manipulative tactic that erodes a person's sense of reality, leaving them questioning their own thoughts, memories, and perceptions. It is not just a strategy, but a profound breach of trust that can have lasting emotional consequences. Understanding the nature of gaslighting, its mechanics, and its impact can illuminate the insidious ways it infiltrates relationships, be they personal, professional, or social. Imagine waking up in a world where the sun rises, but someone convinces you it never happened. You remember the warmth on your skin and the brightness in the sky. Yet every time you mention it, you're met with dismissive laughter, sly remarks, or outright denial. You're imagining things, they say. Are you feeling okay? That never happened. Over time, you begin to question yourself. Was the sun real? Did you actually feel its warmth, or was it a dream? This is the essence of gaslighting, a slow, calculated distortion of reality that undermines your confidence in your own experiences. At its core, gaslighting is about control. By sowing seeds of doubt, the manipulator creates a dependency where their version of reality becomes the only anchor in an otherwise uncertain world. The victim, stripped of their ability to trust their perceptions, turns to the manipulator for guidance, validation, and understanding. This shift in power dynamics often happens so gradually that the victim may not realize they are being manipulated until significant damage has been done. Gaslighting often begins subtly. It might start with small denials of events or facts. "I never said that," or "you're remembering it wrong." These statements seem harmless at first, but over time, they accumulate into a pattern of contradiction that chips away at the victim's confidence. The manipulator might follow these denials with feigned concern, such as, "Are you sure you're not overthinking this? You've been so stressed lately." This creates a dual assault on the victim's reality and their emotional stability, making them feel isolated and unsure of themselves. The power of gaslighting lies in its ability to isolate. By making the victim question their reality, the manipulator cuts them off from their own instincts and often from supportive relationships. Friends and family who might validate the victim's experiences are framed as unreliable or even harmful. "They don't understand you like I do," the manipulator might say. In extreme cases, gaslighting can lead the victim to feel entirely alone, unable to trust anyone, including themselves. The emotional toll of gaslighting is profound. Victims often experience anxiety, depression, and a diminished sense of self-worth. They may feel trapped, confused, and helpless, as though their world is unraveling, but they can't pinpoint why. The manipulator's control becomes a lifeline, even as it tightens into a noose. This paradox, seeking comfort from the very source of harm, is one of the most devastating aspects of gaslighting. Understanding gaslighting is crucial not only to recognize when it's happening, but also to dismantle its power. Knowledge is the first step toward reclaiming autonomy. Recognizing patterns, seeking external validation from trusted sources, and building a strong sense of self can help counteract the manipulator's influence. Gaslighting thrives in silence and confusion, breaking that silence by seeking support. And clarity is an act of defiance that weakens its grip. While gaslighting is a powerful and harmful tactic, it is not insurmountable. Healing from its effects requires courage, support, and time. For those who have experienced gaslighting, rediscovering trust in oneself is a journey of rebuilding what was systematically dismantled. It is a reminder that no matter how distorted the reflection, the truth remains within. 2. Reverse psychology. Reverse psychology is a clever dance of persuasion, a subtle yet potent technique that plays on human nature's inherent need for autonomy and defiance. It is not merely a suggestion or a nudge, it is an artful manipulation of will, turning a person's instincts against themselves. Understanding its mechanics reveals both its power and the delicate balance required to wield it effectively. Imagine a scenario where a child adamantly refuses to eat their vegetables. The parent, exasperated, could beg or threaten, but neither approach might succeed. Instead, with a knowing smile, the parent declares, "You probably wouldn't like these anyway. They're for grown-ups." Suddenly, the child's curiosity is piqued. What's so special about these vegetables? Why are they out of reach? Before long, the plate is empty, and the parent's seemingly careless remark has achieved what direct pleading could not. This is reverse psychology in action, an invitation to defy, cleverly disguised as an offhand dismissal. At its core, reverse psychology taps into a universal trait, the desire for independence. We all want to feel in control of our decisions, our paths, and our lives. When someone tells us we can't or shouldn't do something, a spark ignites, a quiet rebellion that whispers, "I'll prove them wrong." This defiance is not inherently negative. It's a testament to our yearning for agency. However, it is this very drive that reverse psychology exploits, making it a powerful tool in the hands of a manipulator. The beauty of reverse psychology lies in its subtlety. Unlike overt persuasion, it does not demand, instruct, or implore. Instead, it plants a seed of doubt or curiosity, allowing the other person to believe the decision was entirely their own. For instance, telling a friend, "You probably won't want to join us. It's going to be pretty low-key and boring," might be met with an indignant, "Who says I won't? I'm coming." By downplaying the appeal or outright dismissing their involvement, you've turned their natural resistance into a willingness to engage. However, reverse psychology is not without its risks. Its effectiveness hinges on an intimate understanding.
Oh, hey, work can be stressful, and if you don't find the right balance, life can slip through the cracks.
Of the individual, what motivates them? What triggers their defiance? Misjudging these elements can backfire spectacularly. For example, a teenager might react to a parent's reverse psychology with apathy rather than rebellion, thinking, "Fine, I didn't want to do that anyway." This illustrates the delicate balance required. Reverse psychology is as much about reading the person as it is about crafting the message. Beyond personal interactions, reverse psychology is often employed in marketing and advertising. Consider a luxury brand that claims, "This product isn't for everyone. It's only for the discerning few." Suddenly, potential buyers are drawn not just to the product, but to the idea of proving themselves worthy. The suggestion of exclusivity and the challenge it presents taps into the same psychological need for validation and independence. The result? A surge in desire, fueled by the belief that choosing the product is an act of rebellion against being dismissed. Emotionally, reverse psychology can evoke a mix of feelings: curiosity, defiance, and even pride. To the person being influenced, the decision feels like a triumph of their own will. Little do they realize that their autonomy has been subtly directed by someone else's clever orchestration. This interplay of emotions can make the experience empowering in the moment, even as it underscores the manipulator's skill. However, wielding reverse psychology responsibly is crucial. While it can be an effective tool, its misuse can erode trust. When people realize they've been manipulated even indirectly, it can leave them feeling duped or betrayed. In relationships, whether personal or professional, this loss of trust can have long-term consequences. Like any form of persuasion, reverse psychology should be used sparingly and with consideration of its potential impact. In the end, reverse psychology is a testament to the complexity of human behavior, a mirror reflecting our deep need for autonomy and individuality. It reminds us that sometimes the most effective way to guide someone isn't to push them, but to let them feel the pull of their own will, The key lies in respecting that will, even as you subtly shape its course. 3. Choice restriction. Choice restriction is a fascinating and subtle tactic that revolves around the illusion of freedom. It thrives on the human need to feel in control, crafting a clever facade of autonomy while skillfully guiding someone toward a predetermined outcome. This technique doesn't shove decisions down anyone's throat. Instead, it gently nudges them toward your goal by shaping the framework within which their choices exist. The genius of choice restriction lies in its ability to make people feel empowered even as they unknowingly surrender control. Picture this. You walk into a restaurant and the menu is a masterpiece of curation. Instead of overwhelming you with countless options, it offers just a few, each sounding more delectable than the last. You feel in command, confidently choosing the steak with peppercorn sauce. But what if I told you the restaurant deliberately limited the options to ensure you'd pick one that maximized their profit margins? You thought you had the freedom to choose, but in reality, you were gently funneled into making the right decision. This is choice restriction in action, an artful balance of influence and subtlety. The brilliance of choice restriction lies in its psychological impact. Human beings are inherently drawn to the concept of free will. We want to believe that our decisions reflect our desires, preferences, and agency. When options are presented in a way that seems open-ended, we rarely question what's missing or why the options exist in the first place. This is why choice restriction works so effectively. It capitalizes on our natural inclination to focus on what's available, not what's absent. Consider a common example: parenting. A parent trying to get their child to finish their homework might say, "Do you want to do your homework now or after dinner?" Both options lead to the same outcome: homework gets done. But the child feels in control because they got to choose. The key here is the absence of a third option, such as not doing the homework at all. By limiting the range of choices, the parent ensures the desired result while maintaining the child's sense of autonomy. In relationships or negotiations, choice restriction often takes on a more strategic form. For instance, imagine someone saying, "Would you prefer we go with plan A, which saves us money, or plan B, which takes less time?" Notice how the framing eliminates other potential solutions, steering the conversation toward outcomes the speaker finds acceptable.
Marketing leads shouldn't lead to a dead end. Talk to
The listener feels they are weighing their options, but the underlying reality is that the deck has been stacked. Marketing and sales also rely heavily on choice restriction. Walk into a store, and you might find a product offered in 3 sizes: small, medium, and large. Research shows that most people gravitate toward the medium option because it feels like a safe, balanced choice. However, the medium size might have been designed to be the most profitable, with the small size priced unattractively and the large size seemingly excessive. By restricting your options to 3 and strategically anchoring the prices, the store has influenced your decision without you even realizing it. Emotionally, choice restriction can be both empowering and disarming. The individual being influenced feels a sense of control because they're the one making the decision. However, the lack of genuine freedom can become apparent if they later realize their options were limited by design. This revelation can lead to feelings of frustration, betrayal, or even resentment, depending on the context and stakes involved. Using choice restriction responsibly is vital. In situations where the stakes are low, like guiding a child to make healthier decisions or simplifying a menu, it can be harmless or even helpful. But in high-stakes scenarios, such as legal contracts or significant life choices, manipulative use of this tactic can erode trust and damage relationships. Ultimately, choice restriction is a reminder of how easily the human mind can be guided. Under the guise of autonomy, it challenges us to think critically about the decisions we make and to question whether the options presented truly reflect the full range of possibilities. For those who wield this tactic, the lesson is clear. Influence is most effective when it respects the dignity and intelligence of those it seeks to guide. 4. Guilt. Trip guilt is a powerful emotion, one that has the potential.
All right, we're gonna leave it right there. You're gonna leave it right there. Um, this is one I wanted to listen to. I wanted to listen to that live. I put the link in the chat room for this particular video because I know sometimes I need you to understand that it uses a certain tone and voice to you because it's for people who can just listen to what's being said and get past the voice. I've noticed that the best books with that kind of voice like that, or kind of that monotone voice, the reason those books are read that way because the intentions is for you to receive the information from the book. See, I always noticed I would pass a book to somebody and they'll be like, I can't get past the tone and the voice. And that's all on purpose. That's the manipulation that they're doing with you, because those that can get past that, you're ready to listen and read that. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and play this for you guys. The shocking truth. I can't stand shocking truth, but I think the shocking truth is the goddamn CIA shit, which I'll be playing again. Dark psychology, how dark psychology controls what you watch on TV. I want to play a little bit of this, and yeah, let's get to it.
A typical day for me as a customer development specialist in Milwaukee, Wisconsin is usually about a 10 or 12-hour day, and it's almost a race to the finish line.
Welcome back to Audiobook Vision. Today we will dive into dark psychology and cinematic masterpieces. How movies and TV use dark psychology to captivate us. Audiobook. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like our videos, and share them with others who seek knowledge. Join our channel membership for exclusive perks and content designed just for our members. Let's get started. When the screen flickers to life, we enter another world. It might be a universe of wizards battling ancient evils, a futuristic city governed by machines, or a quaint town where secrets lurk behind smiling faces. We sit, transfixed, popcorn forgotten, hearts pounding, and minds racing. But behind these stories, beyond the shimmering veil of entertainment, lies something far more potent: influence. You see, stories aren't just tales we consume. They consume us too. They shape our fears, our desires, and the decisions we don't even know we're making. Beneath every carefully written line, behind every artful camera angle or musical score swelling at just the right moment, psychological manipulation thrives. This manipulation isn't always sinister, but it's always there. And if you know where to look, you'll never watch a screen the same way again. Human beings are wired for stories. Thousands of years ago, our ancestors gathered around fires, telling tales of gods, monsters, and heroes. Stories were survival tools, warnings, wisdom passed down, and reassurance that the unknown could be faced. Fast forward to today, movies, TV shows, and streaming platforms have become our fireside gatherings. The medium has evolved, but the effect? It's stronger than ever. The screen doesn't just hold your attention, it opens a door directly into your subconscious. In a matter of seconds, your brain syncs with the story. You feel what the characters feel. You want what they want. You grieve when they grieve. It's emotional puppetry at its finest. Neuroscientists call this phenomenon neural mirroring. When we see someone on screen express joy, rage, or heartbreak, mirror neurons in our brains fire, causing us to feel the same emotions. The result? We become one with the character, absorbed so deeply that we forget the world around us. It's no accident. Filmmakers and writers are masters of psychology. Every tearful scene, every shocking twist, every triumph against all odds, they're not just storytelling choices. They're strategies. Here's something no one likes to admit. Dark psychological strategies, the ones we think belong only to villains, are lurking everywhere. Control. Deception. Influence. Seduction. The themes that make us squirm in our seats while watching a charismatic antagonist play the game are often the very strategies we encounter in real life. Think of your favorite movie villain. Why do they captivate you? Maybe it's their charm, their intellect, or the way they manipulate others so effortlessly. The Joker spins chaos with a grin. Tywin Lannister from Game of Thrones crushes his enemies with calculated words. Even Hannibal Lecter, horrifying as he is, commands respect with chilling poise. What makes these characters so unsettling is this: they reflect real-life tactics of manipulation. The screen holds up a mirror to the human psyche, showing us how influence works, how a smile can be a weapon, how words can plant seeds of doubt, and how power can be seized through understanding others' desires and fears. The danger? We often admire the craft of manipulation before recognizing its consequences. To see manipulation in action, we don't even need villains. Many of the most powerful psychological tactics happen subtly, in ways we don't even notice. Take music. When a character stands at the edge of a rooftop, wrestling with despair, and the violins swell, your heart feels it. That's not just storytelling, that's orchestration of emotion. Directors and composers know how to bypass logic and appeal directly to your heart. In a similar way, dialogue, lighting, and pacing act as tools to evoke specific responses. Let's look at romantic comedies. They teach us the grand gesture, a strategy where a character makes an over-the-top, heartfelt move to win someone back. It feels beautiful on screen, but it can teach unrealistic or manipulative behaviors in real life. After all, shouldn't love be built on trust, not spectacle? Even comedies, seemingly harmless, often hide deeper psychological tools. How often do movies make us laugh at toxic traits? A hero who gaslights their partner becomes clever. A character who lies to climb the ladder is ambitious. These portrayals blur the line between entertainment and influence, subtly shaping what we accept and dismiss in our daily lives. But why this matters in real life? Here's the truth: fiction doesn't stay on the screen. It seeps into our minds and shapes our understanding of the world. If you've ever been inspired by a hero's courage, or walked away hating a villain's cruelty, you've already experienced it. But what about the things we miss? The manipulative tactics that play out in our favorite stories often echo in the real world. The narcissist in your life who uses charm to mask their selfishness. You've seen their tactics played out by silver-tongued movie characters. The friend who always guilt-trips you to get their way. It's emotional manipulation, straight out of a dramatic screenplay.
Be courageous, be bold, take the move and just do it.
The influencer who paints a perfect life to sell you a product. That's a modern twist on storytelling to drive desire. Understanding media's influence isn't about ruining entertainment. It's about seeing clearly. When you understand how stories manipulate emotions, you gain power. You learn to separate fiction from reality, inspiration from deception, and genuine connection from carefully crafted influence. The power is yours. The screen will always be a portal, one that transports, teaches, and entertains. But the true power lies not in the movies or shows themselves. It lies in you, the viewer. Once you understand the psychological games at play, you can choose whether to accept or reject their influence. As you go back to your favorite films and TV shows, look beyond the story. Observe the tactics, the use of words, emotions, and subtle nudges. Ask yourself, why did I feel that? What made me root for this character? In doing so, you won't just be watching. You'll be learning. You'll be growing. And you'll be reclaiming the power that stories, and those who craft them, once held over you. This chapter is only the beginning. What lies ahead will challenge you to see the unseen.
Damn, talking on mute. I'm going to interrupt this one, okay? Because, one second, I got a cough. Because I'm not playing this one all the way. I want y'all to not listen when you have these divestors telling you that, you know, they want to clown you. You are mammy if you watch Game of Thrones and stuff like that. Let me tell you something. Game of Thrones, and I'm going to stand on this, is an excellent place to sit down and let me explain to you this. When I was in creative writing in high school, because I went to a predominantly Caucasian high school, okay, and I came from a very small town, right? And let me tell you, we had segments where we watched movies and we wrote things down. I had that book for a very long time. I mean, I held on to that book for dear life all the way until I was almost 30. I don't remember what happened to that book, but we wrote down notes and quotes from movies that we had watched, and I still implement that to this day, okay? And I feel like life prepared me to do what I do today from just when I was a child. I need you to also do the same. When you're watching movies, it's a place of study. You are watching something where you have people who know about the CIA, who know about 4D tactics of manipulation and MK Ultra and all that stuff. That is the world that you are walking into when you are watching a movie. And you're definitely walking into the world of occult, esoteric, metaphysical information. Okay? You need to understand that. Most movie covers are based off the Writer's Waite Tarot deck, which artwork was created by Pamela Smith, who was a Black woman who was Jamaican and British and highly gifted. You have to go. Susan Wong spent since 15 years old. She studied this woman. Her nickname was Pixie, and she actually knew somebody she met who was Pixie's best friend. So you know she got a plethora of information. Okay, that was her name. That was her nickname. Now, saying all that to say, when you have people like divestors telling you and clowning you and saying you're a mammy for Game of Thrones, that's an idiot, okay? That's a fucking idiot. And you should not listen to them. Movies are the best place to find hidden truths and meanings of things. And you have to pay attention because your life is a movie, whether you realize it or not. Let's listen to a little bit more of this.
Hear the unspoken and recognize the psychological undercurrents that shape both fiction and reality. And so the screen fades to black, but your awareness has just begun. Chapter 1. Dark Psychology. Dark psychology doesn't announce itself with fanfare. It doesn't walk into the room wearing a villain's cape or twirl a sinister mustache. It moves quietly, like a shadow in the corner of your eye. You don't see it at first, but you feel it. Dark psychology is the study of manipulation, control, and exploitation. It's the unspoken force that bends people to another's will, using tools like deception, emotional exploitation, and power dynamics. At its heart lies the unsettling truth: the human mind is far easier to influence than we like to believe. We encounter these principles in our daily lives, sometimes subtly, sometimes with brutal clarity. But the first time we truly see them, it's often on a screen. The art of dark psychology thrives in movies. It's in the villain who seduces a hero into betraying their morals. It's in the charismatic leader who bends a crowd to his will. It's in the quiet whisper that turns lovers into enemies, friends into rivals, and truth into a weapon. These stories reflect truths about human nature, truths we often wish we didn't know. So what is dark psychology?
Get your ship together with Shopify, the commerce platform designed for entrepreneurs. Buy and print labels.
I still do
At its
suggest get a journal, get your burn book. Okay, that's the book that you keep at home that you write about people in your life that never leaves the house. And also when you journal, these things are important to journal about, because you can look at who plays these manipulation tactics in your life where you have used them and where they have been used upon you.
core, it's a collection of behaviors, tactics, and principles used to manipulate and control others for personal gain. It's not just about bad people doing bad things, it's about the unfiltered power of the human mind. And power, as we've seen in life and on screen, is never neutral. Dark psychology operates on three foundational principles: emotional exploitation, manipulating someone's feelings, love, fear, guilt, or anger, to achieve a desired outcome; deception, twisting the truth, omitting details, or outright lying to create a false reality; power dynamics, establishing control by exploiting vulnerabilities and dominating others emotionally, psychologically, or physically. While these tactics might sound extreme, their subtle forms are everywhere. And the screen? It shows us both the extremes and the shadows of these concepts if we're paying attention. Emotional exploitation, the softest weapon. Emotion is the key to the human mind. It drives our choices, shapes our beliefs, and blinds us to logic when we're caught in its current.
Alrighty then. I'm not going to go deep into this. I'm just going to go ahead and drop the link. This is what we're watching right now. Oh shit. I should have did that. So you're currently watching this. All right. You can go check it out. It's on Audiobook Vision. It's the same channel that I often watch. I found another channel. Okay. Because a lot of times I find things and I want to share with you guys what I'm watching and stuff like that. We can watch it together. I never thought of making a bird book. Amazing. Yes. Don't take it nowhere. Your burn book. I'm going to do a segment to teach you how to write it and things and how to sketch out things. And I'm going to give you a whole sketchbook journaling lesson on how to do your burn book. Okay. Okay. So we're going to get in behind email scams, the dark psychology of online impersonation, gaslighting in the workplace, dark psychology. Oh yeah, we talk about the workplace all the time. A secret to anyone. All right, so let's just go to one of my Black Woman's Guide. Don't tell your secret to anyone. So I'm going to go ahead and play this one. Where's it at? Where did it go? I hate when I don't see it. The dark side of persuasion makes a joke about you with dark psychology against cyberbullying, cult leaders, brainwash. Where did it go? Combating cult mind, predatory behavior, and social media, revealing the selling this workplace. Here we go. Here we go. There was right here. I was reading the top. Let's go. Don't tell your secret to anyone. I thought it was in the word. True strength lies not in the ability to manipulate, but in the power to resist manipulation. Beware the allure of the dark side of persuasion. Y'all like that? True strength lies not in the ability to manipulate, but in the power to resist manipulation. Beware the allure of the dark side of persuasion. I like how they always rhyme.
Hey there. Have you ever wondered how some messages, ads, or speeches have this uncanny power to sway our thoughts and decisions? It's like they hold a secret key to our minds, gently nudging us to follow a certain path. Well, my friends, today we're diving into the fascinating and at times unsettling realm of persuasion, but not the kind that inspires positive change or informed choices. No, today we're shedding light on the dark side of persuasion. We're talking about the art of influence, the subtle maneuvers that happen behind the scenes, often leaving us unaware of the puppet strings gently pulling our thoughts and actions. But here's the kicker. The more we understand the tactics used, the better equipped we are to navigate this labyrinth of influence. It's time to uncover the secrets, dissect the strategies, and emerge not just as consumers, but as guardians of our own minds. In today's episode, we're going to explore a case study that will make you question the narratives you encounter daily. It's a deep dive into the techniques employed by those who seek to manipulate our perceptions for their own gain. But fear not, by the end of this video, we'll not only analyze these dark arts, but also equip ourselves with the tools needed to resist and make informed decisions. So buckle up, stay curious, because we're about to embark on a journey into the shadows, the dark side of persuasion. Before we plunge into the depths, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and let's jump right in. All right, buckle up, my fellow truth seekers, because it's time to dissect a real-world case that unveils the hidden tactics of persuasion. Today, our spotlight is on Project Influence X. Project Influence X is not just a marketing campaign. It's a masterclass in the art of manipulation, launched by SS Company last year. This campaign had the world buzzing, but not all for the right reasons. The campaign, draped in glossy visuals and emotional appeal, aimed to sell a product promising life-changing benefits, but beneath the surface, it deployed a series of cunning tactics designed to captivate and control the consumer's perception. From strategically crafted narratives to exploiting psychological triggers, Project Influence X left no stone unturned. It's crucial to understand that these tactics aren't accidental. They are meticulously planned maneuvers to elicit specific responses. Now, let's delve into the impact. Thousands were drawn into the allure of the campaign, lured by promises that, in reality, were far from the truth. As a result, consumers found themselves entangled in a web of persuasion, often making decisions that weren't in their best interest. The aftermath of Project Influence X serves as a stark reminder of the power that persuasive strategies can hold over us. But fear not, my friends, for knowledge is our greatest weapon. As we dissect the tactics used in Project Influence X, we'll simultaneously equip ourselves with counter-strategies to recognize and resist such influences. Let's transform this case study into a lesson, an opportunity to build our immunity against manipulation. Stay with me as we unravel the layers of Project Influence X and arm ourselves with the knowledge needed to navigate the often treacherous waters of persuasion. Are you ready? Let's dive in. We've just journeyed through the intricate layers of Project Influence X, a case study that shed light on the darker side of persuasion. From the carefully crafted narratives to the exploitation of psychological triggers, Project Influence X showcased how easily we can be swayed if we're not vigilant. But, as promised, we're not here to dwell in the shadows. We're here to emerge wiser and more discerning. Before we wrap up, let's distill the lessons we've learned. First and foremost, awareness is our shield. By understanding the tactics employed in persuasive campaigns, like Project Influence X, we empower ourselves to recognize when we're being manipulated. Secondly, critical thinking is our compass. It's essential to question, analyze, and evaluate the information presented to us. Don't just be a passive consumer. Be an active, discerning thinker. I want to hear from you in the comments. Share your thoughts on the case study, any similar experiences or strategies you use to stay vigilant against manipulation. Let's create a community of informed minds. Persuasion is a tool, a force that can either uplift or manipulate. The choice is ours to make, and with choice comes responsibility. As we conclude our exploration into dark side of persuasion, remember that our goal isn't to become skeptics of everything, but rather to be thoughtful consumers of information. Together, we can navigate the currents of influence and make choices aligned with our values. If you found this journey enlightening, don't forget to hit that like button, share this video with your fellow truth seekers, and subscribe for more thought-provoking content. We're just scratching the surface.
They too goddamn happy for me. They too goddamn happy for me. I can't do it. This is the energy I'm working. I ain't got time for that happy shit. Alright. Gonna go ahead and go to this channel real quick. I found that Dr. Bandler guy. I heard him talk. I'm just like, somebody made a comment, was like, so this guy calls himself
Deep
a doctor?
quotes that changed my perspective when I heard them. 1. Deep quotes that changed my perspective when I heard them. 1. Not everything you lose is a loss. Sometimes the loss is freedom. Sometimes it's a second chance. And sometimes it's a blessing in disguise. A long-needed detachment. Clarity to blurry eyes. 2. It will all eventually get better. Without any sort of explanation, one day you will sit down and realize that you're no longer upset. You're no longer hurt or bothered by the things that used to take so much of your energy back in the day, and you will find yourself in a peaceful place. 3. Maturing is realizing that overplaying your part in someone's life to prove your loyalty is only proving how much less you value yourself. 4. Sometimes letting go is simply allowing yourself to come to terms with the truth. You'll realize that you have been watering dead plants for a long time.
When I tell you, write all of those down, because I'm damn sure am. I just keep it posted up. It's said that when you have loyalty to someone, it shows how much you do not value yourself. And I used to always wonder about that one. Like, I used to be told all the time, well, you don't have no loyalty, you don't have no loyalty, you're not loyal. And I used to be like, what the fuck does that even mean? What does it mean to even be loyal? Loyal about what? What does this person want from me? I didn't understand what that was. One second. And I realized that I have loyalty to no one but myself. And I realized I had to give loyalty to myself. Because I realized people will really be smothering and make you feel obligated to them. And if you're not careful, you will sit here and fall into these shits.
A wife sent a message to her husband saying, "Don't forget to buy vegetables on your way back from the office." Then she also said, "Your friend Sarah is here." The husband replied, "Who is my friend Sarah?" "No one," said the wife. "I was just making sure you read my message, so please don't forget to buy vegetables." The husband then replied, "I was so surprised when you said Sarah is over there, because she is here with me." At this point, his wife was so confused and became very upset. Then she said, "With you where?" The husband replied, "Near the vegetable market." The wife quickly got dressed up and said, "Wait, I'm coming there right now." After 10 minutes, the lady said, "Where are you?" "I'm at the office, my love," said the man. "Now that you are at the market, buy whatever vegetables you need." The moral of the story is that lies to test trust can backfire fast. Clear communication makes love lasting. A wife sent a message to deep quotes that changed my perspective when I heard them. 1. Not everything you lose is a loss.
Commercial.
I mean, it's crazy to think about it. Like,
The kindest thing you can do for yourself is to let people go when they want to go. No chasing, no begging. Let it hurt, and then let it heal. When we stop forcing people to choose us, we make room for the people who were made for us. What flows, flows. What crashes, crashes. If this spoke to you, drop a fire emoji in the comments. The kindest thing you can do for yourself is to let people go when they want to go.
7 things you should never do too much. 1. If you trust too much, you will be betrayed. 2. If you expect too much, you will be disappointed. 3. If you think too much, you will create problems that don't exist. 4. If you worry too much, you will lose your peace of mind. 5. If you love too much, you will be hurt. 6. If you work too much, you will lose sight of life's beauty. 7. If you give too much, you will be taken for granted. Don't do too much, because that too much can hurt you so much. 7 things you should never do.
6 signs of a fake friend. 1. They use you. They only reach out when they need something from you, such as a favor, money, or help with something. 2. They betray your trust. They engage in gossip about you or betray your confidence by sharing personal information or secrets with others. 3. They aren't there for you during tough times. They're there for the fun and good moments, but absent when you need emotional support. 4. They're jealous. They try to one-up you or undermine your successes rather than celebrating them. 5. They're overly critical and quick to judge. Fake friends may be quick to criticize or judge your choices, behavior, or decisions. 6. They're two-faced or insincere. They behave one way when you're alone with them and act completely differently in the presence of others. 6 signs of a fake friend. 1. They use you. They only reach.
Dialpad AI.
90% will skip, but to the 10% who stay, listen closely. Don't leave anything for later, because later the coffee gets cold. Later you lose interest. Later the day turns into night. Later people grow. Later people grow old. Later life goes by. Later you regret not doing something and you had a chance. So stop waiting for the perfect moment. That may never come. Do it today and do it now, because life is happening right now. And remember, time slips away when you least expect it. 90.
All right. So I'm going to do a little chitty chatty in a minute. I'm just trying to see what kind of videos is here with RJ. I always watch the shorts. I don't really watch the actual videos. I don't even know what's going on. It looks like a gamer channel. I don't fucking know. It's just, I don't get it. I don't get it. But this is really good though. This part right here is really good on this channel. Because I like this picture, I'm going to show this. You know, it goes into, hold on, let me make sure I'm still live. Is this thing on? Okay. It goes into a lot of things as you learn manipulation, okay? As you learn your own manipulation tactics and ways in which you can play this game, or in ways which people have played this game with you. I need you to be honest with yourself, okay? I need you to admit if you have been constantly manipulated and how. I need you to admit to your own weaknesses. I need you to be honest, at least be honest with yourself while you're learning dark psychology, okay? Because you are in a space, and I am showing you other spaces that you can go into to muscle up, okay? To not react to the world, but shapes it, right? To strengthen up how you handle everybody in this world in your personal life. To gain whatever it is that you need to gain in the way that you need to gain. And I want you to be honest with how you're going to do it. And be real about who you are. That is the ultimate purpose of everything that I do. Because as I teach what I have learned, I teach what I know. I read and learn and teach what I have learned. And that's how I learn more. So we had someone, Simply the Best, who posed a very good debate. And she says, I don't believe that everybody is a narcissist. And this is my experience, and I have parents like this, but it never made me who I am, and I don't believe everybody's a narcissist. And I said, fine, I'm not going to debate that, but I admit to the narcissism in myself. Because there's no way for me to not be selfish and narcissistic the way I grew up and the things that I've been around and the people that I have been around. But see, I can admit that to myself. You see, this person says they're not narcissists. Hey, they're not narcissists. And I'm not putting them on the spot. They're in the classroom. I'm not trying to put them on the spot. I'm not trying to make them feel any kind of way. Not at all. I'm just using an example. Okay? These things are why we need to sit down in the classroom setting and discuss these things on the board and write these things down and journal these things. And then I go to the side when I'm off this microphone to write more things, to learn more things, to study more things. And the reason why is because you need to understand anything you speak about, somebody is not going to always agree with it. There are people that's not going to agree with me teaching you manipulation tactics. There's people that's not going to agree with me telling you this is how you can manipulate. This is how you play your victim. There's somebody out there that may be offended that I'm even talking this way, but I don't give a damn. Okay? Because guess what? There's a lot of people that talk the way they do and they don't give a damn, and they will tell you they don't give a damn. And they will say, fuck your feelings. I don't do feelings. They will tell you that. I need you to understand, in the world that you live in, there's a lot of people who don't give a damn. So you have to navigate it as such. You're not here. You're not obligated to do things as everybody wants you to do. Okay, when you're in the work world, you have a role playing that you have to do, but you still have to play that role playing very smart. And I'm here to help you. This is why Robert Greene wrote the book that he wrote. Like he said, ignore these people that's trying to speak against the 48 laws of power and the books that I write, because you got people, they're like this, like everything I write about. But for you who are not aware, you need to read books to know that these people exist and to be aware of them. That's why body analysis is going to be the biggest thing that I talk about next, which is after the pimpology, the body analysis. Shit, I might do pimpology today. All right. So the movie screen one, you guys can always just look up that one. There's no reason for me to play that one all the way. I'm pretty much aware of that type of stuff because I'm so into symbolism and occult and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I did want to play another book. This one is called The Art of Betrayal. I thought that was an interesting title. So we're going to go ahead and listen to the art.
Let me guess. You're thinking about going to therapy. And as a therapist myself, of course I'm going to say that's a great idea.
Welcome to Audiobook Vision. Today, we're diving into the art of betrayal, turning trust into a weapon. Before we get started, don't forget to hit subscribe, like this video, and share it with others who are hungry for change. And for those of you looking for something extra, check out our channel membership for exclusive content and perks tailored just for you. It began with a handshake. In the summer of 1936, a young Soviet intelligence officer named Dmitri stood in a moonlit Paris alley, clasping hands with the Spanish diplomat. The diplomat, a man haunted by his country's civil war, had just handed over secrets that would alter the course of espionage history. He didn't know Dmitri was a double agent. He didn't know the trust he'd offered would be twisted into a noose. But that's how betrayal works. It wears the face of someone you'd never suspect. Trust is the quiet pulse of human connection. It's the glue in friendships, the bedrock of love, the currency of leadership. We build empires on it. Children run into their parents' arms without hesitation. Nations sign treaties. Voters believe promises whispered from podiums. Trust is the bridge we cross when we're too afraid to fall. But like any bridge, it can bear the weight of salvation or destruction. This book is about the shadow that follows that light. It's about how trust, humanity's most sacred bond, can be sharpened into a blade. Betrayal is not a moment, it's a craft. A slow rewiring of loyalty, a calculated erosion of doubt. The best manipulators don't force, they endear. They become the confidant, the ally, the lover, the mentor. They make you hand them the knife, smiling, certain they'll never use it. But why does this matter? Because trust is power. Always has been. The parent who sways a child's choices, the politician who stirs a crowd into frenzy, the cult leader who convinces followers to abandon reason, they all trade in trust. And when that power is weaponized, it doesn't just break relationships. It rewires minds. It topples governments. It turns ordinary people into accomplices of their own undoing. In these pages, we'll walk through the anatomy of betrayal. We'll dissect the psychology of the betrayer and the betrayed, from the boardroom to the bedroom. You'll meet a 19th century con artist who bankrupted aristocrats by posing as their long-lost cousins, and a modern tech CEO who used camaraderie to mask corporate sabotage. You'll see how cults, scams, and even abusive relationships follow the same blueprint: trust first, strike later. But this isn't just a gallery of villains. It's a survival guide. By understanding how trust is exploited, we inoculate ourselves against its darkest uses. We learn to guard without growing cynical, to lead without manipulating, to love without blinding ourselves to warning signs. The journey will be uncomfortable. It will ask you to question your instincts, to rethink vulnerability, and to stare into the parts of human nature we'd rather ignore. But by the end, you'll see trust not as a weakness, but as a force, one that can build or destroy, depending on who holds the reins. So let's begin where all betrayals do, with a smile, an open palm, and the words, "You can trust me." Chapter 1. The Psychology of Trust. Sarajevo, 1994. The sniper had been watching for hours. Across the war-torn street, a man emerged from the rubble, holding a bright red watering can. His name was Vedran Smilovic, a cellist who once played for the Sarajevo Philharmonic. Now, amidst shattered glass and burnt-out cars, he tended to a small patch of flowers he'd planted in memory of friends lost to the siege. Each step into the open was a gamble, a defiance. But what held the sniper's finger from the trigger wasn't hesitation, it was something stranger: recognition. Trust can bloom even in the soil of conflict. Not the overt, spoken kind, but the silent acknowledgement of humanity. The sniper never shot Vedran. Day after day, the cellist returned, his music and flowers untouched, shielded by an unspoken agreement: I see you. Trust is the invisible architecture of our lives. It's why we leave our homes unlocked in certain neighborhoods, why we believe the bridge will hold when we drive across it, why we share secrets with friends who could betray us. But what is it really? An emotion. A decision. A flaw in our evolutionary design. Perhaps all of these, or none. The blueprint of the mind. Long before trust built civilizations, it shaped survival. Picture two early humans sitting by a fire, the darkness around them alive with threats. One sleeps while the other keeps watch. This arrangement works only because of a fragile, unspoken promise: I won't let harm come to you. Break that, and the tribe dissolves. Keep it, and they flourish. Modern neuroscience reveals the mechanics behind this ancient pact. When we trust, our brains release oxytocin, the bonding hormone. It surges during moments of connection: a mother cradling her baby, friends sharing laughter, even strangers making eye contact. But oxytocin has a double edge.
I'm a software engineer at Amazon, and I learned how to code on Udemy.
It not only fosters closeness but also clouds judgment, dulling our fear responses. Trust isn't purely rational, it's a chemical shortcut, designed by evolution to bind us together, sometimes at our peril. The anatomy of trust. Trust isn't a monolith, it's layered like sedimentary rock, each stratum telling a different story. 1. Competence. Can you do what you claim? 2. Integrity. Will you keep your word? 3. Empathy. Do you genuinely care about my well-being? Consider the Challenger disaster in 1986. Engineers knew the risks of launching in cold weather but were overruled by executives who trusted the system more than the science. The shuttle exploded, not just because of technical failure, but because misplaced trust silenced critical voices. Sometimes, trust in authority becomes a blindfold rather than a guide. The fragility of certainty. Trust can be forged in an instant or eroded over years.
In 2002, journalist Jason Blair fabricated stories for the New York Times, deceiving editors and readers alike. His charm and apparent diligence masked his lies. How did he succeed? Through the halo effect, our cognitive bias to assume that if someone excels in one area, like storytelling, they must be trustworthy in others. But betrayal isn't always dramatic. Often, it's the small fractures, the ignored text, the missed promise, the subtle shift in tone. These micro-betrayals accumulate, corroding relationships quietly until one day, trust collapses like a building with a rotted foundation. The paradox of vulnerability. Trust requires exposure. Imagine the classic team-building exercise, the trust fall. You close your eyes, lean backward, and hope someone catches you. The lesson isn't in the fall itself but in the hesitation beforehand, that flicker of doubt, the mental ledger of past reliability. Trust is not blind faith, it's a calculation, weighted with history and instinct. Yet vulnerability is also the con artist's playground. Psychopaths and manipulators exploit our need to connect. They mirror our values, feign authenticity, and create false intimacy. By the time the deception is clear, we've often invested too much to walk away easily. The glue of society. Every institution rests on trust. Currency holds value because we collectively believe it does. Democracies function because citizens trust in fair elections. Even our digital lives, sharing data, clicking links, meeting strangers online, depend on assumptions of security and goodwill. But when trust erodes, chaos follows. The 2008 financial crisis wasn't just an economic collapse, it was a crisis of faith in banks, governments, and markets. People didn't just lose money, they lost belief in the system's fairness. A final reflection. As you finish this chapter, consider this: trust is neither inherently good nor bad. It's a tool, capable of building bridges or fueling betrayals. Its true power lies not just in who we choose to trust, but in how we understand the forces that shape that choice. In the next chapter, we'll explore the other side of the coin, betrayal. You'll meet the deceivers, the manipulators, and the subtle saboteurs who understand one universal truth: the easiest way to break someone is to first earn their trust. Chapter 2. The Anatomy of Betrayal. Betrayal. A word that carries the weight of centuries. It cuts deeper than the sharpest knife, leaving scars that may never heal. It twists trust into something unrecognizable, like a shadow.
I have had people around me, and I'll be like, this person's going to betray me. Remember that friend I told you about that I got the fuck away from? I felt it. I said, she's going to betray me. I didn't know how or what, but I got the fuck away from her to not even find out how. You know what I'm saying? So your intuition can give you increments of something. And even if you don't physically see what's your intuition, it doesn't matter. You have to move according to what you feel.
That grows long before the sun sets. Betrayal is personal, professional, psychological. It wears many faces, but all of them share the same cruel essence: the act of a trusted individual, someone once seen as an ally, turning against you when you least expect it. Personal betrayal, the knife in the back. The most intimate form of betrayal often occurs between those who share the closest of bonds. Lovers, friends, and family members, these are the people who hold our trust, our secrets, our vulnerabilities. When they betray us, it feels as if the very foundation of our existence is cracked. The emotional devastation is unparalleled. Consider the timeless story of Caesar and Brutus. When Brutus, a man whom Julius Caesar loved as a son, turned against him, it wasn't just a political move. It was an act that shattered the very soul of Caesar. The famed words, "Et tu, Brute," resonate throughout history, not just as the cry of a man who has been struck down, but as the anguished lament of someone who has been betrayed by the one he held closest. In a world that was already brutal and unforgiving, this was the ultimate wound. And the pain, the disbelief, the gut-wrenching realization, these feelings are all too familiar to anyone who has ever experienced personal betrayal. The question that lingers is not just, why did this happen, but how could they have done this to me? Professional betrayal, the silent backstabber. In the realm of business, betrayal often takes on a quieter form. It might not involve physical violence or dramatic confrontations, but it can destroy careers and tear apart professional relationships with chilling precision. The corporate world is rife with calculated backstabbing, where ambition drives individuals to twist the truth, distort realities, and sabotage others for their own gain. Take the story of Steve Jobs and John Sculley. At one time, Jobs and Sculley shared a vision for Apple, but as time went on, Sculley made the fateful decision to remove Jobs from the company. This act wasn't just about power struggles or boardroom politics. It was a profound betrayal that shook Jobs to his core. The man who had built Apple from the ground up found himself ousted by someone he had once trusted implicitly. The psychological toll was immense. Jobs would later speak about how that moment of betrayal ignited a fire in him, a fire that eventually led to his return to Apple, but it also left him scarred and more guarded. The emotional effects of professional betrayal often extend far beyond the office. They seep into personal lives, creating rifts in relationships and instilling a profound sense of distrust. The victim of such betrayal is left questioning their worth and their ability to trust others ever again. Psychological betrayal, the invisible wound. The most insidious form of betrayal, perhaps, is psychological. It doesn't require an action, but rather, a manipulation of the mind. This form of betrayal happens when someone uses your trust against you, twisting your reality to suit their agenda. It's a subtle, invisible war that's fought not with knives or guns, but with words, promises, and silences.
I'm gonna tell you a secret. If you're around somebody long enough, you'll see their manipulation. Okay? And how they try to manipulate you. You'll see it. You just have to pay attention enough to know what's going on. Now, as someone who's intuitive, it's like when I look at that situation with the coven, right? I didn't really care. When it happened, and I said the horrible shit I said, and the person was like, your mouth is reckless, and this, that, the third, put some respect on my name. I was happy that I did offend them. You know, that was just my little win. Like, yeah, I got you. You know what I'm saying? But the battle wasn't with me. The battle was with the person who created it. And so to be an asshole, I always go in that person's inbox and be like, hey, you and her are going to work it out? Y'all going to get back together? But I do that to trigger her. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, it's just the thing that I do, because it was just like, I'm on to your bullshit and I don't give a fuck about you either. I don't know why you thought that I was going to buddy up and be your fucking friend. You know, you have to look at what people do as to their character. If someone's going to be involved with somebody to that capacity for that many years and have problems with them and try to use somebody who's a stranger, that would be me, to attack them, what else kind of debauchery shit that person got going on? And what the fuck have they, like, you have to look at it that kind of way. That is someone who will never be a friend to you. The friend I had for almost 20 years, I looked at everything. Can you believe there was a parallel pattern to both of them? They fucked other people's spouses, mainly marriages. One of them just never had successful relationships. Both had mother issues. And I had to look at why was I, and these were not attractive friends in my life. You know how many people will tell me and let it be known how they thought these people were ugly, not at the same time, but either way. So I had something in my life that I needed to fix, that I needed to heal. Okay? I saw how trifling they were. And then I had to look at the trifling person that I was in the relationship with at the time. And I had to look at all the other trifling shit. Then I had to look at the trifling shit in my childhood. Because even if you're being, like, this is the purpose of what doing even your own therapy can do for you. Or even if you just get a therapy session, sometimes just one little therapy session, something to give you a push, a head start. In your life, you can see these patterns, these things, and these people, and I promise you, you'll let it go. You won't beat yourself up so bad. You begin to learn yourself. You begin to be honest with yourself. Nobody in life was ever hidden to me. Okay? It was people around me that anytime they met anybody I called a friend, they would tell me something every time. Even in my personal world, I see somebody that somebody calls a friend, and I'm like, that ain't your friend. That's not your friend. And I could see all the games and tactics. I could see even the things they did, and I could see it. So I had to do my little manipulation to get rid of that person away from me. And this is the game of life. This is how it goes. Because I done seen too many of you before. So much that, God damn it, the birthday. Don't ignore that. The birthdays is falling in line with each other. There's some karma I got with motherfuckers with this birthday line, with this zodiac sign that I'm paying, this Chinese zodiac sign that I need to pay attention to. So you have to know how to play chess with people. But we're talking about the art of betrayal. Everybody will turn your trust into a weapon. You have to know how to utilize it. The person at work that has let me borrow money to eat, I have paid them back. That has given me something to smoke. Whatever they want, I do it for them. You need something? You want me to go get it for you? I got you. That's the exchange between me and that person. We talk. I told you I got to send them some videos and stuff. Told me about another coworker. That is the relationship that I have with that person. I know what that is. But I still have my boundaries. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's strategy. Just like you pulling strategy, somebody's pulling one with you. Now, when it comes to matters of the heart, when it comes to matters of your heart, that's another ball game right there. Because that is where you know you're being manipulated and you allow the manipulation. You allow a little bit of the narcissistic abuse, if you be honest with yourself. And you have to come to terms with that. That is where the delusion comes in. You have to come to terms with that. And you have to navigate that in the matters of the heart in your own way. Don't have a friend in your heart. Don't have your bestie in your heart. You understand? You still have to understand that this is a person that can use you the most. I have built a connection group of people in my life, and I'm still building a connection group of people in my life that I sincerely do like. And I can tell they sincerely do like me. Even if sometimes I feel like something else is going on, I mind my business. Unless they want to tell me, maybe I will ask, but I mind my business. But what I appreciate about the people in my circle is how we do help each other. Mentally, spiritually, and even physically with health and all that type of stuff. And even if I talk personal with them, they're going to tell me, man, I think the best decision for that is this, that, and the third. I can listen or I can't. You feel me? I'm going to play a little bit more of this before we get to Robert Greene.
Consider the case of Elizabeth Holmes, founder of Theranos. In the early days of her company, she was hailed as a visionary, a woman who was going to revolutionize healthcare.
When is good enough good enough? Go to soundstripe.com.
She manipulated not only her investors and employees but the public itself. She presented a false narrative, using their trust in her and her company to her advantage. The psychological toll on those who believed in her, only to later discover the deceit, was immense. Lives, careers, and fortunes were destroyed by her betrayal. Psychological betrayal is especially damaging because it causes the victim to question their own perceptions. It leaves them second-guessing themselves, wondering if they ever truly knew the person who betrayed them. It shatters their sense of reality, making them question not just the betrayer, but their own judgment. The emotional and psychological effects of betrayal. Betrayal's effects are far-reaching. It leaves victims in a state of emotional and psychological disarray. Anger, hurt, and confusion mix into a cocktail of despair that often drowns out any sense of hope. Victims of betrayal can become consumed by these emotions, sometimes spiraling into depression, anxiety, or a deep-seated distrust of others. The betrayal of a close relationship often leads to a period of mourning. It's a loss that is difficult to articulate, a death of sorts, where what has been lost is not a person, but an illusion. The person you thought you knew, the future you imagined, it all crumbles in the wake of betrayal. And the pain can be all the more excruciating because, in a way, the betrayer is still alive. They're still walking the earth, still living their lives, while you are left to pick up the shattered pieces of your trust. In professional settings, betrayal often leads to feelings of inadequacy. The victim wonders why they weren't enough, why they couldn't see the signs of deceit. Their self-worth becomes eroded, replaced with a nagging self-doubt that undermines their confidence and career progression. It's not just about losing a job or a partnership, it's about losing faith in one's ability to navigate the world with trust and integrity. Psychologically, the effects of betrayal can echo throughout a person's life. Trust becomes a fragile thing. The emotional wounds may heal, but the scars remain. The victim may never fully recover their innocence, their ability to believe in others without caution. And in some cases, they may close themselves off entirely, choosing to live in isolation rather than risk the pain of future betrayal. Betrayal, in all its forms, is an affliction of the soul. It's an act that transcends mere disappointment. It's a wound that cuts deep into the psyche, changing the victim forever. The question isn't just why betrayal occurs, but how we learn to heal from it, if we ever truly can. Chapter 3. Gaining trust. The first step to manipulation. Trust is the bedrock of every meaningful relationship, whether personal, professional, or social. It is the invisible thread that binds individuals, fostering openness, vulnerability, and connection. Yet, for manipulators, trust is not an end in itself but a gateway, the first critical step in a meticulously crafted process of control. To manipulate effectively, one must first disarm, and nothing disarms faster than the illusion of safety that trust provides. Proven techniques to build deep trust quickly. Manipulators are adept at fast-tracking the process of trust building, bypassing the natural timeline of authentic relationships. Their strategies are rooted in psychology, exploiting innate human tendencies to form bonds and seek connection. 1. Mirroring. Mirroring is the subtle art of reflecting another person's behaviors, speech patterns, body language, and emotions.
Before we continue, listen. If anybody's been here long enough, do you remember how I always told you that when you meet somebody, they're going to play the me too. Okay? They're going to, oh yeah, I've done that before. I've done that before, this, that, and the third. Or they're going to play they're going to play this game of, yeah, I listened to that music and I did that before and I used to do that and I did. I've heard that one a lot. You know, oh, I listen to rock music, this, that, and the third. And then, listen, people who are truly who they are who they are. When I sat down and I talked to my coworker about my experiences in New York, and she talked back to me, she ain't lying. And she knows that I ain't lying. And because she knows that I ain't lying, and she knows, you know, that I'm not lying about it, she talks back to me about her experiences. And we laugh about it. We get a good big belly laugh, and I know that she's not lying. But there were times I had someone tell me they did this, they did that, they did this, and I could just sense that this motherfucker is telling a lie. And see, that's another thing too. Like, you can have a friend that you know is a liar, but you have to be careful with a lying ass friend, because that's the same one that will betray you. It don't seem like it, but it is.
It creates an unconscious sense of familiarity and comfort, making the manipulator seem relatable and likable. When someone gestures, speaks, or even breathes in sync with us, our brains interpret it as a sign of alignment and shared values. For example, if a person leans forward with interest, the manipulator might mirror this posture subtly. If someone uses specific phrases or slang, the manipulator echoes them. This tactic fosters a subconscious bond, as the person feels seen, understood, and, most importantly, safe. Point 2. Emotional connection. Manipulators know that emotions are the fastest route to trust. They craft moments of intense emotional resonance, often by sharing personal stories that evoke empathy or by eliciting emotional disclosures from their targets. This technique is a form of reciprocity. When a manipulator shares something seemingly vulnerable, it prompts the other person to reciprocate with their own vulnerabilities. This exchange creates a false sense of intimacy, as if the connection is deep and genuine, when in reality, it is strategically orchestrated. Point 3. Psychological anchoring.
You hear rumors in the area we live that
Anchoring involves associating a specific emotion or reaction with a particular person or trigger. Manipulators create positive anchors through carefully designed interactions that leave their targets feeling elated, valued, or understood, and subconsciously linking those feelings to the manipulator. Consider a scenario where a manipulator consistently provides comfort during stressful moments. Over time, the target unconsciously associates feelings of relief and security with that person. This emotional dependency strengthens trust and makes the manipulator's influence harder to detect. Case studies of how manipulators gain trust effortlessly.
As a water sign, Bob. Yes, hi. To the cloud watchers out there. Shout out to all of y'all, because y'all out there. I always try not to bring that in this, but it's hard sometimes. But when you really go through things, you keep it to yourself. When you experience things, you keep it to yourself. When you have severed relationships in your life, you keep it to yourself. You see, the relationship that I have with certain family members, I do not talk about it. The reason why I'm not so open to talk about it, I'm gonna tell you who gets the honest truth. Family members. See, other family members. I confide in them and talk to them about what I'm experiencing with another family member. And if it really hurts, I go to an elder family member about what I'm going through. Okay? You don't just blast that shit out to people you just met. That's crazy. That's not, like, I know when you're young, you don't know any better. You think it's okay. Yeah, I get that, you know. But after a certain time and age in our lives, when people begin to talk about things, we begin to realize that that motherfucker is the problem. And I look around, people.
I look around their experiences and things like that. And I didn't want to get too long-winded with that. But yo, that's why anyone who opens up too quickly about their struggles, I don't trust you. Because why are you telling me this? And what do you want from me? Even when I a coworker and I saw her be like, yeah, you know, grandma raised me, and you know, this and that, and my cousins was family member, you know, parents was on drugs, she took care. I don't think that's anything that's okay for me to share. You know, like, you know, highly of the person who I don't even have a good relationship with, but I still speak highly of them. Because I mean, they did get through something with having that, because I couldn't imagine what it would feel like to be the only surviving child of all your siblings on drugs and turned out in the street since they were teenagers. I could not imagine what that would feel like. Should know that no one cares unless the bond is there. I like that. No one cares unless the bond is there. And I know you didn't mean to rhyme, but it's true. Write that one down. As an adult, you should know that no one cares unless the bond is there. I mean, even y'all that I talk to personally, y'all know who y'all are. I do care about y'all, sincerely. I love talking to y'all. Y'all funny as fuck. We get great information. We talk about so much together. But honestly, I don't be wanting to get too personal with y'all like that. Emotionally, I don't be wanting to get personal. And I think y'all all know that about me. Who really fuck with me outside of this microphone. You know, it's like, if you're really going through that, please go to therapy or go talk to your closest family member about that. I'm not the one to. You see what I'm saying? And I say that with the most sincerity, and I know none of you will be offended. You know what I'm saying? Because, hey, hi, Power Wig. What's up? That picture kills me. I don't know what it is about your avatar with that wig and that picture. It's just so hilarious. Those who get the joke, bro. It's fucking hilarious. Chicago, nice. I like you because you be on the go. I can't wait till I'm starting. I can't wait to start being on the go, bro. I cannot wait. I can't. The freedom I'm gonna feel the moment I'm like, oh, I can go everywhere, anywhere I want to go. I could do it now if I really want to. Oh, I love Ohio. You got to go through Chicago? Oh, yeah, that's right. I love Ohio. Please have fun for me as well as yourself. I don't know what part you're going to. I know you're private. You don't have to disclose that. I was in Dayton, Ohio, but I had a fucking blast. That's why I was saying Ohio is one of the places I still want to move to. Yeah, Ohio is one of the places I still want to move to. Okay, that's one of the big cities. Yeah, yeah, that's one of the big cities. I think Columbus, Ohio, wasn't that where the whole neo-Nazi situation happened? Okay. Indianapolis. Yeah. Columbus is one of the big cities. Well, I don't know how long you've been around. This is Dark Psychology 202 Snowden edition. Okay. How's it in Springfield? What is it like out there? What's the energy like in Springfield? You know, I think that's what The Simpsons was supposed to be, I think. Because, I mean, where The Simpsons live, bro, I think I would have had a pretty good childhood living out there in Springfield with The Simpsons. I have no idea. Okay. Okay. Let's get back to the audiobook. All right, get your journals and notes ready.
Case Study 1. The Charismatic Leader. David was the epitome of charm, charismatic, attentive, and seemingly empathetic. He led a small startup, quickly earning the unwavering loyalty of his team. His secret? Masterful mirroring and emotional connection. David made every employee feel uniquely valued. He remembered birthdays, favorite coffee orders, and personal stories. In meetings, he subtly mirrored body language, nodding when others nodded, leaning in when they did. His words were peppered with affirmations that echoed the team's language. Employees confided in him, trusted his vision implicitly, and worked tirelessly for the company. But beneath the surface, David manipulated this trust to blur professional boundaries, extract personal favors, and maintain unquestioned authority. His charisma masked his exploitation until the emotional bonds he forged became chains. Case Study 2. The Perfect Friend. Lisa met Sarah at a community event. Lisa was warm, attentive, and seemed to understand Sarah on a profound level.
Pay attention.
They quickly became close, sharing personal stories and supporting each other through life's challenges. Lisa used psychological anchoring skillfully. She was always present during Sarah's low moments, offering comfort and advice. Sarah began to associate Lisa with feelings of safety and support. Over time, Lisa subtly introduced doubts about Sarah's other relationships, isolating her emotionally. By the time Sarah recognized the manipulation, she was deeply dependent on Lisa's validation. The trust Lisa built so effortlessly had been a calculated tool to control and dominate the friendship. Case Study 3, The Master Negotiator.
Let's go back.
In
Kind of missed the last part.
supporting each other through life's challenges. Lisa used psychological anchoring skillfully. She was always present during Sarah's low moments, offering comfort and advice. Sarah began to associate Lisa with feelings of safety and support. Over time, Lisa subtly introduced doubts about Sarah's other relationships, isolating her emotionally.
I like that.
By the time Sarah recognized the manipulation, she was deeply dependent on Lisa's validation. The trust Lisa built so effortlessly had been a calculated tool to control and dominate the friendship. Case Study 3, The Master Negotiator. In high-stakes business negotiations, Mark was known for his ability to close deals where others failed. His strategy was simple yet effective, rapid trust building through emotional resonance and mirroring. Before meetings, Mark researched his counterparts meticulously, their interests, communication styles, and even personal histories. During negotiations, he mirrored their language and body language, creating a subconscious rapport. He shared personal anecdotes that aligned with their values, fostering a sense of kinship. Mark's counterparts often felt they were negotiating with a trusted ally rather than an opposing party. This misplaced trust allowed Mark to secure favorable terms, as his true intentions remained obscured behind the facade of camaraderie. The illusion of safety. What makes manipulators so effective at gaining trust is their ability to create an illusion of safety. They do not demand trust, they inspire it, cultivate it, and nurture it until it feels organic. Their authenticity is a mask, meticulously crafted to disarm skepticism and lower defenses. Recognizing these tactics is crucial. Trust is not inherently dangerous, but blind trust, given without discernment, can be a vulnerability. Awareness of mirroring, emotional manipulation, and psychological anchoring equips us to differentiate genuine connections from calculated deceptions. In the intricate dance of human relationships, trust is the first step, a step that, when guided by the wrong partner, can lead us into a labyrinth where autonomy is quietly surrendered. But with knowledge and vigilance, we can learn to see beyond the facade, safeguarding both our hearts and our minds. Chapter 4. The Slow Poison. Gradual Manipulation Tactics. Manipulation is rarely a thunderclap. It is a whisper, a shadow, a slow poison that seeps into the mind unnoticed until it has taken root. The most insidious.
I love the way Neil writes, man. Yeah, I love the way he writes. Let's get to this comment right here. I had a male coworker that was unsettled by my lack of emotional support. When he opened up about some drug struggle he went through, he thought because I was a woman, I'd care. laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. Right. I'm being silly. Listen, seriously. Great job, Bob. Great job, Bob Barnes. I'm proud of you. I wish I had an applause button for what you did. That was incredible. It's the same thing as the one who was like with the Mexican guy with the black wife. Oh, he's going, by the way. I think he got deported. And it's like, I don't know what he was trying to do by telling me his wife was black. To give you an update, he saw me with my current partner. And I noticed that he, what was it? When I would wear like my black, or if I would, I noticed that he would not communicate with me if I like wore my black lipstick, or if it's just something he did. I just noticed that he acted funny towards me. Since that day, I didn't give a fuck about him and his goddamn black wife. And when someone behaves that way, that's a pure sign of a manipulator. That's pure sign that someone's intentions is very ill and why they're communicating with you. I don't know if you're still here, Bob, but tell me, how did he respond after? I guess I want to know, how did he respond after? You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Let me get in the private chat. Like how he act towards you. See, I have to understand, but the funny thing is this male coworker told me that he would never open up to a male coworker the way he did to me. See, why he even telling you that? Understand that people like us are going to attract people who are going to tell us the truth and open themselves up to us. They can't help it, even if they try. Because we are manipulators. Intuitive people, empathic people are manipulators. And that's why empaths and intuitives attract, starseeds, whatever you want to call them, all attract the worst of the worst people. Okay? Because that's a truth that you have to understand that comes with being intuitive, especially an intuitive spiritual reader or practitioner. Okay? Now, why would he tell you that? And how do you even know that's the truth, that he don't talk to male coworkers? What male don't talk to male coworkers? You know that's a red flag, right? Men who do not hang out with men and men who do not talk to men are a red flag. They have always been a red flag to me since my 20s. Too many men have so much of a homoerotic relationship with men in their lives, period. In this man's world, in this patriarchy, you're going to tell me you don't communicate with men? Something is off with that. Okay, you do have men in this world that hate men, but they'll still associate to be around men. But just to not have any males that you communicate, especially at work, it was an uncomfortable moment of silence in his part. But I held my ground, told him great job for overcoming short. I need the applause button. This is what I want you all to turn into. This is how I want you all to be as you learn dark psychology. Take it from Bob Barnes. Okay? So it was an uncomfortable moment of silence in his part, but I held my ground, told him great job overcoming struggles, and kept it moving. Yeah, great job. Yeah. You was some drug struggles that you went through and shit. Okay, well, great job for getting through that. And you kept it moving. Because that was, if we use how Neil worded it, because Neil is very good with his words. Shout out to Neil Bright. He said it's like a syringe, like they just need to just slowly. Manipulation is very slow. It is. It's a very slow process.
Chapter 4. The Slow Poison. Gradual Manipulation Tactics. Manipulation is rarely a thunderclap. It is a whisper, a shadow, a slow poison that seeps into the mind unnoticed until it has taken root. The most insidious forms do not announce themselves with grand gestures or overt demands. Instead, They thrive in subtlety, woven delicately into the fabric of everyday interactions. By the time the victim realizes what has happened, if they ever do, their perception of reality has already been reshaped. How to subtly shift perceptions over time. Perception is not static. It is a malleable construct shaped by experiences, emotions, and the narratives we accept as truth.
This is why I tell y'all to make your burn book. This is the number one reason I'm telling you to make your burn book. Write down people you know. I had a book called People I Knew, People I Know, but I was writing them down for astrology stuff. But oh boy, oh boy. Write down people as a chess game, as a chessboard. Just, I promise you, you're going to see things that you never paid attention to before.
Manipulators understand this fluidity and exploit it through gradual, persistent influence. They do not seek to force change abruptly. They aim to erode the foundations of belief one grain at a time. The process begins innocuously. A casual comment here, a raised eyebrow there. At first, these moments seem inconsequential, easily dismissed. But repetition is key. Over time, consistent exposure to subtle suggestions begins to chip away at established beliefs. The familiar becomes questionable, the questionable becomes doubtful. Imagine a person repeatedly told, in offhand remarks, that they are forgetful.
BetterHelp has been revolutionary in connecting people.
Where I felt with the ex-bestie is I felt sorry for her. Okay? Okay? Oh, we're going to get to Lady Elena. I'm glad you mentioned her. You know that actor is a Cancer? We're going to get to Lady Elena. I'm going to get a picture of her too. Let me tell you something. Where that ex-bestie friend got to me was I felt sorry for her. I felt sorry for her situation. I had a problem with that. And I'm so glad I went to therapy. You know what I'm saying? And this was the person that encouraged me to go to therapy. I had been wanting to go, but this person really encouraged me to go to therapy, right? But, you know, that's neither here nor there. But then when I sat back by myself for a little while and I thought about it and then I saw their actions, because they begin to start getting on my nerves. And this is why they said, what is it? Sympathy, guilt equals obligation. And so that's what was happening to me. Though something in the back of just something with me was just like something ain't. I even expressed this to someone like, yo, this is what I feel about this person and this, that, and the third. And eventually it all came out because it was already there that something just was off emotionally for me with this person. And that was the major part of it, was the manipulation that was going on, just like the other friend. But here's the thing that I had learned from that experience. And I like, it's everything I talk about. I don't have to go back and forth again, but it's everything I talked about. Let's get to Lady Olenna. I want to show you what Lady Olenna looks like from Game of Thrones, so you guys can get a vision. I'm gonna let y'all just get a clip of the shade of Lady Olenna. This one is the best one. Fair use. This one is fine because this is a mix. This is not the ad of the show. I want you to pay attention to Lady Olenna. And trigger warning, I'm going to spoiler alert. I'm going to try not to spoil because I don't do spoilers.
I haven't had the opportunity to tell you how sorry I was to hear about your brother. War is war, but killing a man at a wedding, horrid. What sort of monster would do such a thing?
If you watch Game of Thrones, you're going to laugh.
It is my honor to present my grandmother, the Lady Olenna of House Tyrell.
Kiss me, child. It's so good of you to visit me and my foolish flock of hens. I hear you knocked my grandson into the dirt like the silly little boy he is.
I can't believe you're going, leaving me alone here with these people.
The time has come, my dear. There's nothing more tedious than a trial, except perhaps these gardens. If I have to take one more leisurely stroll through these gardens, I'll fling myself from the cliffs. You may not have enjoyed watching him die, but you enjoyed it more than you would have enjoyed being married to him, I can promise you that.
But I would have been the queen.
Our alliance with the Lannisters remains every bit as necessary to them as it is unpleasant for us. Gods, boy, that's enough. We're not in a tavern.
Pardon me.
There's no need to speak. Are there any figs? Fetch some.
I admired her father.
Yes. Ned Stark had many admirers, and how many stepped forward when the executioner came for his head?
People who spend their...
I want to help you understand what you're looking at for those of you who do not know. Lady Olenna, very, very wise. You want to study dark psychology? Study Lady Olenna. She been there, she done that, she lived through it. And she knew that the only way she was going to win through the Game of Thrones was through her dark psychology and her manipulation skills and tactics. Because she lived long enough to understand males, how they work in the system and the patriarch. I'm choppy. Why am I so choppy? Am I still choppy? I was doing good. I even tested my microphone. Hold on. Mic check, mic check. It's loud. Mic check. All right, let me try again. Lady Olenna lived a long time, okay? And therefore, she knew. That's why she said, just pay attention. She said, kiss me, child. Because she knew that's what she was going to do anyway. Hold on. Let me see what's going on. Okay, you mean like when I talk during the video? Do I need to do this to talk? Because I was doing good before. What happened? I need to go back and look at my, what's the name? My audios. Okay? I don't know what's going on. Yeah. No, she does not entertain it. Just look at this.
It's so good of you to visit me in my foolish flock of hens. I hear you knocked my grandson into the dirt like the silly little boy he is.
I can't believe you're going, leaving me alone here with these people.
The time has come, my dear. There's nothing more tedious than a
This
trial.
right here, let me tell you.
Except perhaps these gardens.
This actor, this actor is a Capricorn. What was her name? Marielle Morena. I forgot her name. It started with an M. Okay, that's the granddaughter that she raised. And so she taught her how to, she taught her the game and how to manipulate. She was teaching her very early.
If I have to take one more leisurely stroll through these gardens, I'll fling myself from the cliffs. You may not have enjoyed watching him die.
She also represents in Shakespearean, if anybody studies play, Marjorie. Thank you, Marjorie. I knew it was an M. I just couldn't remember it. There is a thing where the character will express what the audience is feeling or what the audience is thinking. So if you watch Game of Thrones, you know you're at King's Garden because you see the flowers and that particular scene, and you know what's going to happen in negotiation. You just know what's going to happen. So when she said, if I have to scroll through this garden again, I'm going to fling myself. That was a representation of the audience. Like, I'm so tired of looking at this fucking garden. You see what I'm saying?
But you enjoyed it more than you would have enjoyed being married to him. I can promise you that.
She saved her life. I'm not going to spoil it. She did something horrible to somebody and no one knows that it was her, but she told the granddaughter in her own way that was her. and told her pretty much, I saved your life. You didn't need to be married to him. And trust me, she did not need to be married to him, even though she did have a great hold on him. But after she would have had those babies and all this and that, she knew what was coming for her granddaughter. And she also knew that the character that he was would have put her in danger as well.
But I would have been the queen. Our alliance with the Lannisters remains every bit as necessary to them as it is unpleasant for us.
Dialpad AI works for you and your customers. It won't fall in love with them. But
this next scene was shade towards goddamn, why I keep forgetting names. Tyrion, right? Tyrion. This was shade towards Tyrion.
Gods, boy, that's enough. We're not in a tavern. No need to speak. Are there any figs? Fetch some.
Tyrion is alcoholic.
I admired her father.
Yes. Ned Stark had many admirers, and how many stepped forward when the executioner came for his head?
People who spend their money on this sort of nonsense tend not.
Why did she say that to him? Because if you admired this man so much, where were you or these admirers when this man, what she said, happened to him?
To have it for long.
Lord Tywin, bro. We all love Lord Tywin.
You ought to try enjoying something before you die. You might find it suits you. Not now, Mace. Lord Tywin and I are speaking.
Your grandfather gave me a necklace, just like this one. My 51st name day.
The wedding is in a fortnight, Grandmother. You can't say no to everything.
You see that? Because she knows. Oh yeah, you know, I got a necklace like this before, and I know what came with this necklace, and you got the same necklace that I got when I was your age or probably younger. See, that's wisdom. You're looking at wisdom. But when these people gaslight you and try to be like, well, was that just one time that you experienced that? Was that one person you experienced that with, that gaslighting they do? No. Whatever wisdom you gain from whatever experience that you have is the wisdom that you have from that experience. Don't let nobody take that away from you. If you feel some type of way about people who look a certain way and you have an experience with people who look a certain way, that is your experience. Don't take that away from yourself. Don't let therapy or nobody, if you find out why, then that's fine. But don't let nobody take it away. Because I can go to therapy about how I feel about darker skinned people, but I'm never going to change my analysis of darker skinned people because that is what I've experienced. And that's it. It doesn't matter how much therapy I go through with that.
Nonsense.
Seem to recall he laid siege to Storm's End for the better part of a year.
All he laid siege to was the banquet table in the command tent.
Should we have some lemon cakes?
Lemon cake's my favorite.
So we've been told.
So we've been told. Everybody knows because she used to always say, I love lemon cake. I love lemon cake. So you have to be careful of the things that you express that you like. That could be the very thing that someone manipulates you with.
Are you going to bring the food, or do you mean to starve us to death?
Do you like it, Nana?
Another golden rose. How original. I eat from plates stamped with roses. I sleep in sheets embroidered with roses. I have a golden rose painted on my chamber pot, as if that makes it smell any better. I was told you were drunk, impertinent, and thoroughly debauched. You can imagine my disappointment at finding nothing but a browbeaten bookkeeper.
Only he was brave and gentle, Grandmother. Father liked him, and so did Loris.
Loris is young and very good at knocking men off horses with a stick. That does not make him wise. As to your fathead father.
Grandmother, what will Sansa think of us?
She might think we have some wits about us. One of us at any rate. Look, little loves. A spider in the garden.
So am I the queen?
More than you were with Renly. Less than you would have been if Joffrey had done you the courtesy of consummating the marriage before dying.
Might I sit?
No. A man of the people. Is that your game? It's an old game. Dull and unconvincing. A man of the people who does Cersei's dirty work for her.
The people always do the dirty work.
Spare me the homilies. I can smell a fraud from a mile away. My grandson is the pride of high.
When you learn dark psychology, you need to understand this is the level of wit that you will have with people. And I'm telling you, from this age on, it gets to a point you're going to call it out. Okay? It is. I'm being very for real when I tell you this shit. You want to be sharp like this. Because you know what happens when you're sharp like this? You will be the one that people come to for counsel. Not saying that you want that, but you will be the one people come to for counsel, because you have to still be careful, because they need to know how much you really fucking know, and you really are who you are. This is what people will try to come into your life and be your friend. Lady Olenna had no friends. Did anybody peep that? Did you peep that, Bob? Lady Olenna had no friends. Who was her closest friend? The only one that she kept close to her was that granddaughter. I don't know what she taught the grandson, but she talked to her granddaughter, and she was teaching her how to navigate life. But there was nobody that was friends to her. Everybody else had a friend. Daenerys had a close friend, remember? Cersei's friend was her brother, right? / lover. Then there was everybody had a friend. Sansa had a bunch of women trying to teach her. Like, that's the thing with Sansa. That's why Sansa's such a powerful character. But we're talking about Lady Olenna right now.
Highgarden, the most desirable bachelor in all 7 kingdoms. Your daughter
is rich, the most beautiful woman in all 7 kingdoms, and the mother of the king.
Old.
Old?
Old. I'm something of an expert on the subject. Does it move or talk? I want to speak with you alone.
Septa Unella has been my true friend and counselor.
Oh, this is madness.
The gods' laws must be applied to all equally.
If it's equality you want, so be it. When House Tyrell stops sending our crops to the capital, everyone here will starve. And I make sure the hungry know who's to blame. Did you grow up?
Lady Olenna knew her power. They had the crops. They had the food. Remember that? Therefore, if I can feed you, I can starve you. And that is exactly what her character was. Her manipulation tactic was, what was that one? Scarcity? Let me see. Let me find the exact name for it. Scarcity tactics. That was her manipulation tactic. Tactic 11. I can give to you and I can take it away.
Grow up with boy cousins, Lord Tywin? Sons of your father's bannermen, squires, stable boys.
Of course.
And you never...
No.
Not once? Not in any way?
Never.
He's a clever man, your hand. I've known a great many clever men. I've outlived them all. You know why? I ignored them. Has this boy mistreated you? Has he ripped out your tongue?
King Joffrey, his grace is very fair and handsome and as brave as a lion.
Yes, all Lannisters are lions. And when a Tyrell farts, it smells like a rose.
But you have chosen to follow me. I will not attack King's Landing. We will not attack King's Landing.
Then how do you mean to take the Iron Throne? By asking nicely?
I said
That was my favorite scene.
the gods demand justice.
How do they communicate their demands? By raven or horse?
There are always lessons in failures.
Yes. You must be very wise by now.
Has the crown suddenly stopped needing the troops' gold and wheat my house supplies?
I can assure you, our alliance with House Tyrell remains...
Do you expect the alliance to continue after you've thrown our future into prison?
As I said, I didn't imprison anyone. As for your veiled threats...
What veil?
Bring me some cheese.
The cheese will be served after the cakes, my lady.
The cheese will be served when I want it served, and I want it served now.
So, their son will be your nephew after you're wed to Cersei, of course. And you will be the king's stepfather and brother-in-law. When you marry the king, Joffrey's mother will become his sister-in-law. And your son will be Loris's nephew, grandson. I'm not sure. But your brother will become your father-in-law. That much is beyond dispute.
I wanted to personally welcome you to King's Landing. The city has been made brighter by your presence.
The city is made brighter by my presence. Is that your usual line, Lord Varys? You here to seduce me?
A little obvious, perhaps.
Oh, no, please.
See, she calls it out.
Please. Seduce away. It's been so long. Though I rather think it's all for naught. What happens when the non-existent bumps against the decrepit? Oh, you can smell the shit from 5 miles away.
Okay, y'all get the point. I don't want to drag it. I don't want to drag it, okay? Hey, if you can binge watch Game of Thrones, go ahead, all right? I didn't want to drag it. This one right here is... This one is called The Wisdom of Psychopaths, Unveiling Hidden Paths to Success. Okay, I felt like I dragged that one. My bad. I was supposed to play like a good 2 to 3 minutes, not that much. I'm going to go ahead and play this one. Oh, here's the link to the one I just played earlier. Where did it go? Where did you go? It was The Art of Betrayal, right? Did I skip it? No. Okay, here we go. Gonna go ahead and drop that link for you. Okay. He goes into examples and everything. I think this is another book by Neil Brighton. I'm not sure. We're gonna find out.
The wisdom of...
Here's why you should definitely publish your book. I believe this quote by Toni Morrison sums it up best. If there is a book you want to read, but it hasn't been written yet,
Psychopaths. How their dark traits can lead to unbelievable success. Written by Neil Britton. Published by Audiobook Vision. Introduction. Beyond the Mask of Madness. For centuries, psychopaths have been relegated to the fringes of society, their minds labeled as monstrous and their actions as purely evil. But what if the truth is more nuanced? What if the very traits we associate with psychopathy, fearlessness, charm, ruthlessness, and laser focus, can be harnessed for unexpected ends, even for good? This book challenges the stereotypical view of psychopathy. It delves into the reality of this complex personality disorder, revealing it as a spectrum rather than a black and white diagnosis. We'll explore the core traits that define psychopathy, a double-edged sword that can be wielded for both destruction and remarkable success. But how can such seemingly negative traits lead to positive outcomes? The answer lies in how these traits are channeled. This book takes a surprising journey through the lives of 3 seemingly disparate groups: saints, spies, and serial killers. While they may appear to have nothing in common, a closer look reveals a fascinating truth: all 3 share certain psychopathic tendencies. The difference lies in the path they choose. Saints, driven by unwavering focus and a touch of ruthless determination, dedicate their lives to uplifting others. Spies, masters of disguise and emotional control, navigate the murky world of covert operations. Serial killers, the embodiment of the dark side of psychopathy, exploit their charm and ruthlessness for personal gain. By examining the lives of these individuals, we can gain a deeper understanding of psychopathy's potential. We'll see how these core traits can be channeled for good, for national security, and tragically, for horrific crimes. This book is not a celebration of psychopathy. It's a wake-up call. We all possess some degree of these traits within us. The key lies in recognizing them and learning to harness their positive potential while mitigating their destructive tendencies. Are you ready to embark on this journey into the unexpected world of psychopathy? Part 1. The Saint's Serenity. Psychopathy for Good. This section explores the surprising connection between some of history's most revered figures and the often demonized traits associated with psychopathy. Here, we'll see how seemingly negative characteristics can be channeled for profound good. Chapter 1. The Architect of Change, Unwavering Will and Calculated Kindness. In the grand tapestry of history, few figures stand out as luminous beacons of compassion and relentless determination as Mother Teresa and Florence Nightingale. Their lives and legacies, marked by extraordinary acts of kindness and unyielding resolve, offer profound insights into the complex interplay between willpower and emotional detachment in the pursuit of social change. Mother Teresa, born Angies Gonxpo-Jaxiu in 1910, is revered worldwide for her selfless devotion to the poorest of the poor. Her mission, embodied by the founding of the Missionaries of Charity, was not merely an act of charity but a relentless crusade against the suffering and indignity of poverty. What often goes unnoticed in the hagiographies is the sheer force of will that underpinned her actions. Her steadfast commitment to her cause required a form of emotional detachment, an ability to distance herself from the overwhelming despair she encountered daily. This detachment, akin to traits observed in psychopathy, enabled her to make hard decisions, prioritize the needs of the many over the few, and maintain an unwavering focus on her mission, even when faced with insurmountable odds and personal criticisms. Similarly, Florence Nightingale, the Lady with the Lamp, revolutionized the field of nursing and laid the groundwork for modern healthcare. Born into a wealthy family in 1820, Nightingale's path was not shaped by circumstance but by a fierce determination to serve humanity. Her journey to the Crimean War, where she would make her indelible mark, was marked by meticulous planning and an unyielding resolve. Nightingale's ability to detach from the emotional turbulence of war allowed her to introduce groundbreaking practices in hygiene and patient care. Her calculated kindness was not a fleeting sentiment but a strategic approach to save lives, reduce suffering, and instill systemic change in healthcare. Both Mother Teresa and Florence Nightingale exhibited what could be termed as calculated kindness, a deliberate, strategic form of compassion that required emotional detachment and a profound sense of purpose. Their unwavering will, often seen as a trait of psychopathy, was instrumental in their ability to enact significant social change. They were able to confront and navigate the darkest aspects of human existence, not with emotional vulnerability but with a steely resolve and a clear vision for a better world. The notion that traits associated with psychopathy, such as emotional detachment and unyielding will, can drive positive social change challenges our conventional understanding of these characteristics. In the cases of Mother Teresa and Florence Nightingale, these traits were not indicative of malice or harm but were essential tools in their extraordinary ability to transform their vision into reality. Their lives exemplify how calculated kindness, underpinned by unwavering will, can lead to profound and lasting social impact. In this chapter, we will delve deeper into the lives of these iconic figures, exploring the nuances of their personalities and the strategic elements of their kindness. We will examine specific instances where their ability to detach emotionally allowed them to prioritize the needs of the suffering and make decisions that others might shy away from due to emotional constraints. Through their stories, we gain a richer understanding of how unwavering will and calculated kindness can serve as powerful catalysts for social change, challenging us to rethink the qualities necessary for leadership and humanitarian efforts. Chapter 2.
Therapy has always been such a scary idea to me because I simply did not know where to get started. I didn't know how to find
The uncompromising vision, ruthlessness for a cause. The path to justice is often marked by resistance, conflict, and the need for unyielding resolve. In the annals of social reform and abolition, figures like William Wilberforce and Harriet Tubman stand as paragons of this relentless pursuit. Their efforts to dismantle deeply entrenched systems of injustice required not only compassion and courage but also a degree of ruthlessness that is often overlooked. This chapter explores how their uncompromising vision and seemingly psychopathic ruthlessness played a crucial role in their success and examines the ethical implications of utilizing such traits for social good. William Wilberforce, a leading figure in the abolition of the transatlantic slave trade, exemplified a resolute commitment to his cause that bordered on ruthlessness. Born in 1759, Wilberforce entered Parliament at a young age and soon dedicated his life to ending the inhumanity of slavery. His campaigns were marked by an unwavering focus, relentless lobbying, and strategic alliances. Wilberforce's determination to dismantle the slave trade system, even in the face of immense opposition from powerful economic and political interests, showcased a form of psychopathic resolve. He was willing to endure years of failure, criticism, and personal sacrifice to achieve his goal. This steadfastness, often interpreted as a form of ethical ruthlessness, was essential in maintaining the momentum necessary to eventually pass the Slave Trade Act of 1807. Harriet Tubman, another monumental figure in the fight against slavery, exhibited a different yet equally formidable form of ruthless determination. Born into slavery around 1822, Tubman escaped and subsequently risked her life repeatedly to lead hundreds of enslaved people to freedom via the Underground Railroad. Her actions required not only extraordinary bravery but also a degree of emotional detachment and strategic ruthlessness. Tubman's ability to navigate perilous situations, make life-or-death decisions, and maintain an unyielding focus on her mission exemplified traits often associated with psychopathy. Her willingness to use force when necessary and her tactical acumen in evading capture were critical to her success. Tubman's relentless pursuit of freedom for her people, despite the constant threat of violence and death, underscores the complex ethical dimensions of employing such traits in the service of justice. The ethical implications of utilizing psychopathic traits, such as ruthlessness and emotional detachment, for social good are multifaceted. On one hand, these characteristics can be seen as necessary tools for overcoming formidable obstacles and achieving significant societal change. The ability to remain undeterred by emotional or moral qualms, to make tough decisions, and to pursue a goal with unwavering focus can be invaluable in the fight against deeply rooted injustices. On the other hand, the adoption of such traits raises questions about the means by which social change is achieved and the potential consequences of such an approach. The balance between moral integrity and strategic ruthlessness is delicate and fraught with ethical considerations. In the stories of Wilberforce and Tubman, we see how their uncompromising vision and strategic ruthlessness were instrumental in their respective battles against injustice. These traits, while often viewed negatively in other contexts, were repurposed to serve a higher ethical cause. Their lives challenge us to reconsider our understanding of psychopathic tendencies and to recognize the potential for such traits to contribute positively to social reform when guided by a strong moral compass. As we delve deeper into their narratives, we will explore specific instances where their ruthlessness was pivotal in overcoming obstacles and achieving their goals. We will also reflect on the broader ethical implications of their methods, considering how the integration of psychopathic traits into the pursuit of justice can shape our approach to social change. By examining the complex interplay between ruthlessness and moral purpose, we gain a richer understanding of the qualities required to dismantle unjust systems and the ethical dilemmas that accompany such efforts. Chapter 3. The Power of Persuasion, Charm in Service of a Higher Calling. Charm, often seen as a double-edged sword, has the power to inspire, motivate, and manipulate. In the realm of social change, this trait can be a potent tool for galvanizing support and driving mass movements. This chapter explores the intriguing role of charm, a hallmark of psychopathy, in the lives of influential leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and Bill Gates. By examining their use of charisma, we uncover how they harnessed this trait to serve higher causes, while also distinguishing between genuine empathy and manipulative charm. Martin Luther King Jr., a seminal figure in the American civil rights movement, exemplified the transformative power of charismatic leadership. Born in 1929, King possessed an extraordinary ability to connect with people, articulate a compelling vision, and inspire collective action. His speeches, marked by eloquence and emotional resonance, were not merely rhetorical but deeply persuasive, capable of mobilizing millions. King's charm lay in his authentic empathy and his ability to convey a profound sense of shared purpose. While charisma can be associated with psychopathic manipulation, King's appeal was rooted in his genuine commitment to justice, equality, and nonviolence. His persuasive power was a blend of emotional intelligence, moral integrity, and an unwavering belief in the dignity of all human beings. Similarly, Bill Gates, a titan of the tech industry turned philanthropist, demonstrates how charm can be leveraged for social entrepreneurship. Co-founding Microsoft in 1975, Gates used his charisma to build one of the most successful companies in history. Later, he redirected his focus towards philanthropy, founding the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to address global health and education issues. Gates' ability to communicate his vision, attract resources, and forge partnerships underscores the role of charm in effecting large-scale change. However, unlike manipulative charm, Gates' approach is characterized by a commitment to evidence-based solutions, transparency, and a genuine desire to improve lives. His persuasive power lies in his capacity to engage stakeholders through a combination of intellect, passion, and strategic vision. The distinction between genuine empathy and manipulative charm is crucial in understanding the ethical use of charisma in leadership. Genuine empathy involves a deep understanding and concern for others' well-being, leading to actions that are in their best interest. Manipulative charm, on the other hand, is characterized by superficiality, self-interest, and the exploitation of others for personal gain. While both forms of charm can achieve short-term success, it is genuine empathy that fosters trust, loyalty, and sustainable change. In the context of King and Gates, their charm was not merely a tool for personal advancement but a means to mobilize resources, inspire action, and drive significant social impact. King's speeches, imbued with genuine empathy and moral conviction, galvanized a movement that reshaped American society. Gates' philanthropic efforts, driven by a sincere commitment to global betterment, have led to substantial advancements in public health and education. Their ability to persuade and inspire was rooted in a blend of authenticity, vision, and ethical leadership. As we delve deeper into their stories, we will analyze specific instances where their charm played a pivotal role in advancing their causes. We will also explore the ethical implications of utilizing charisma in leadership, considering how the balance between genuine empathy and persuasive power can influence the effectiveness and integrity of social movements. By understanding the nuanced interplay between charm, empathy, and manipulation, we gain a clearer perspective on the qualities that define transformative leaders and the ethical boundaries that should guide their use of charisma. Through the lens of King and Gates, this chapter illuminates the power of persuasion in service of a higher calling, challenging us to harness our own charm and empathy to inspire positive change in the world. Chapter 4: The Fearless Leader, Taking Calculated Risks for the Greater Good. The pursuit of justice often demands a rare combination of courage and moral clarity. For whistleblowers and human rights activists, standing up for what is right in the face of immense danger requires an extraordinary ability to detach from fear. This chapter delves into the lives of such fearless leaders, exploring how their capacity for emotional detachment, a trait sometimes associated with psychopathy, empowered them to take calculated risks for the greater good. We will also examine the critical role of moral grounding alongside courage in these high-stakes endeavors. Whistleblowers, by their very nature, are individuals who challenge powerful entities by exposing wrongdoing, often at great personal risk. Consider the case of Edward Snowden, the former National Security Agency contractor who, in 2013, revealed extensive surveillance programs conducted by the US government. Snowden's decision to disclose classified information was driven by a profound sense of ethical responsibility and a commitment to civil liberties. His ability to detach from the fear of retribution enabled him to take calculated risks, carefully planning the release of information to maximize its impact while minimizing potential harm. Snowden's actions sparked a global debate on privacy and government surveillance, demonstrating how fearless leadership, underpinned by moral conviction, can catalyze significant societal change. Human rights activists, too, often find themselves on the front lines of danger as they confront oppressive regimes and advocate for vulnerable populations. Malala.
If a man really hated ads, here's what he would do. Day 1. He would install Pi on his computer without spending a dime because it's 100% free. Day 2.
Malala Yousafzai, the Pakistani advocate for girls' education, exemplifies such fearless leadership. At the age of 15, Malala survived an assassination attempt by the Taliban, an act of violence intended to silence her activism. Instead of succumbing to fear, Malala continued her advocacy with even greater determination. Her ability to detach from the immediate threat to her life, coupled with a deep moral grounding in the belief that education is a fundamental human right, allowed her to take calculated risks in her fight for justice. Today, Malala's work has inspired millions and contributed to significant advancements in global education rights. The ability to detach from fear is a double-edged sword. While it can enable individuals to take necessary risks, it must be balanced with a strong moral compass to ensure that actions are guided by ethical principles rather than self-interest. This balance is evident in the lives of both Snowden and Malala, whose decisions were not merely acts of bravery but deeply rooted in a commitment to justice and the greater good. Fearless leadership also requires a strategic approach to risk-taking. Calculated risks involve careful assessment of potential consequences and the development of strategies to mitigate them. For Snowden, this meant meticulously planning the release of documents and seeking asylum to avoid immediate capture. For Malala, it involved leveraging her platform to amplify her message while ensuring her personal safety. Their ability to navigate these risks without being paralyzed by fear highlights the importance of emotional detachment in high-stakes scenarios. However, the ethical implications of such detachment must be carefully considered. While detachment from fear can facilitate courageous actions, it is the underlying moral grounding that legitimizes these actions and aligns them with broader ethical standards. The courage to take risks must be matched by a commitment to transparency, accountability, and the pursuit of justice. In this chapter, we will explore specific instances where whistleblowers and human rights activists took critical risks in the face of danger. We will analyze how their ability to detach from fear enabled them to act decisively and the strategies they employed to navigate these risks. Additionally, we will reflect on the ethical dimensions of their actions, emphasizing the importance of maintaining moral integrity alongside fearlessness. By examining the lives of fearless leaders like Snowden and Malala, we gain a deeper understanding of the qualities required to confront injustice and drive meaningful change. Their stories challenge us to embrace our own capacity for courageous action, guided by a strong moral foundation in the pursuit of a more just and equitable world. Chapter 5: The Stoic Shepherd, Emotional Detachment and Selfless Service. In the crucible of crisis, the ability to remain calm, composed, and effective is not just a desirable trait but a necessity. Professions such as firefighting and emergency medical services (EMS) demand individuals who can compartmentalize their emotions and maintain unwavering focus amidst chaos. This chapter delves into the role of emotional detachment, often viewed as a psychopathic trait, in enabling first responders to perform their duties with precision and selfless service. We will also explore the critical interplay between emotional intelligence and detachment, ensuring that support for both victims and responders is both effective and compassionate. Firefighters, often hailed as everyday heroes, confront perilous situations that require split-second decision-making and fearless action. In the face of raging infernos, structural collapses, and life-threatening emergencies, the ability to detach emotionally allows firefighters to assess situations objectively and execute their duties without succumbing to panic. This emotional compartmentalization is vital. It enables them to prioritize tasks, rescue victims, and mitigate damage effectively. Yet, this detachment does not signify a lack of empathy or concern. Instead, it reflects a disciplined control over emotions, ensuring that their focus remains unclouded by fear or distress. Similarly, emergency medical technicians, EMTs, and paramedics operate in environments fraught with high stakes and intense pressure. Their role requires a calm and steady demeanor, especially when dealing with traumatic injuries, critical medical conditions, and distraught patients. The ability to detach emotionally ensures that they can perform life-saving procedures swiftly and accurately. For instance, an EMT responding to a multi-vehicle accident must rapidly assess injuries, administer first aid, and coordinate with other emergency services, all while remaining composed and collected. This stoic detachment is crucial in preventing emotional overload and maintaining operational efficiency.
Okay, I'm going to jump in now. His name is Neil Brighton. I don't know why they got Neil Britain. This has to be, unless that's how it's pronounced. I don't know. It sounds like him a little, because he writes a certain way. He has a way with his words, and it sounds like him from the writing. When you read enough people's books, you begin to understand how the writer has a conversation. The link is in the chat room. So the main thing that he's discussing here, the author, because I don't do genders with authors, they're discussing here is that there is a detachment that is there. There's a bravery. There's an ethical ruthlessness, right, that Bob put here. That takes it for someone to do a job like that. I feel that way about anyone who's a doctor, who's a surgeon, who's a nurse, a dentist, anybody who's who goes out there and advocates for the lives of other people or the rights of BLM and stuff like that. People who are out here doing anti-protests for Trump being presidency and Elon Musk being the president, stuff like that. There has to be some kind of psychopathy that's there. That's true. It has to be some detachment that is there. I believe that there has to be a little bit form of detachment in the world of being polyamorous. When I sit down and I think about my own self and the multiple people I talk to and stuff like that, how you're dealing with so much multiple personalities and needs of people, and especially when you start getting closer, and then when your partner begins to date other people, there's a lot of things emotionally that comes with that, and there's a part of you that has to detach as well. People who can have multiple children by multiple people, that's something that's psychopathic to me about shit like that too. Like, I just couldn't do nothing like that. So this all dark psychology and everything that you're learning is still teaching you, hey, you have to find a way of learning how to detach. I listened to a Zealot Divested show yesterday, and I said to myself, what causes triggering when I listen to this? Why am I feeling, what makes me feel some kind of emotion to what they are saying? And so I began to put it in my mind to detach, okay? To detach. And it was so interesting because the host began to say about how hit dogs holler, and if I use these words and you're offended by it, then that means you will relate to it or whatever. And I'm like, well, that's not so much of what I'm offended by, what I'm being triggered by. It's just that I noticed that my sensitivity or my intuition can pick up the extreme hatred and divestment and the absolute dark psychological mind flipping that they do when they're like, well, if I didn't care about Black women, then, I wouldn't say the things that I say. But at the same time, you go hard for Trump. At the same time, an exotical, which was Kamala Harris, you did not vote for her. And you guys have your political reasons to why. And we also hear the homophobia that goes on with them. And like, if you just pay attention to it, it's pure hatred. They may as well just wear red hats that says, you know, zealot divestors, right? They may as well wear red hats, because you cannot tell me that you care. No matter how much you talk, there is no caring that's going on when you express that you don't care. You see what I'm saying? So it's that type of thing where you have to do that. Okay, the mountain goat is the perfect symbol for ruthlessness because they're extremely focused and resilient. I love the goat. Okay, one of my favorite, well, it was the tiger for a while, but I still love the tiger, but nothing like that goat. If you study the nature of a goat, it is amazing. Do you hear me? It is amazing, okay, what the goat can do. Do you know that when mother goat teaches the baby goats, the kids, how to climb, they follow the exact rhythm and steps of the mother goat, okay? And then you can't move a goat, and you have to be a creature or an animal that flies to get to the goat. If you're an animal that climbs, you better really know how to climb, because I've seen animals that climb that try to go after the goat, but they're just so good at it. Goats are so smart. Do you know if you take your goggles and you look at a goat, that goat will look directly at you? They're highly intuitive. Like, they'll look directly at you knowing that you're watching them. The goat is the great example. Yes. The goat is the great example of an animal on this planet, or just the nature of someone. Like, everything we're talking about. Do you know the dark psychology that's put upon a goat? People have been studying the goat for years. And do you know there's things about that goat that they still cannot figure out, even when they learned them as little babies? They still can't figure that goat out. All these animals, I tell you everything about a tiger, tell you everything about different species of a bird, different species, like, you know, levels of the tiger, tell you about the feline species. They can tell you everything about a cat. But there are so much things about a goat they cannot tell you. And you have to see yourself, thank you for that, Bob, as this goat, as a mountain goat in this world. And you have to see everyone that is coming across your path, that they cannot move you. So you have to have a level of detachment, or being a psychopath, to do the things that you do. For me to sit here and get on this microphone and take these books, all these dark psychology books talking about psychopaths and narcissists and all these things, it takes a level of bravery for me to get up here and do this. It takes a level of bravery for the divestors to do what they do. Let's give them their flowers as well. It's a level of bravery for them to even have something where you have to pay to go behind what they call the wall to really hear what they have to say. And I tell you all the time, what I say, no matter how you spell the word truth, it hurts. You spell the word hurt. Yes. You know, just think about how powerful and how good it felt, Bob, to tell that man through all that drug struggle, man, I'm happy you went through that. And you kept, and you know, oh, that's good that you overcame that. And you kept it moving. That's the energy of a goat. You are on a mission. You are here to focus on yourself and do what you need to do for yourself. You are to lean into yourself and lean into your own power. You are to figure it out for yourself, unless you have true allies that you can put your brains together to put something together. Okay? Sometimes just having that ally and just talking about it out loud. You know what I'm saying? Remember, Bob, I was talking to you about something and I talked to you about it out loud. He's like, man, I don't know what to tell you. And then I thought about it. I said, okay, I know how to handle this. I was like, okay, wait a minute. I know how to handle this. It's about truly being in your power. These people who are online concerning themselves with other people online, they're not in their power. these people online who are going and ragging on about celebrities and their lives and other people's lives and criticizing and going hard about other people's lives and going hard about what they believe that their show is. These are not confident people. You know, and as you begin to learn this information, you begin to realize what you thought was isn't what you thought it was. Why is it that psychopaths have so much things that they speak that's the truth? Why is it that the Joker has so much things that he's spoken that's the truth? Why is it that the villain is able to break the hero? Why are we now waking up? Like, dark psychology shows you that the hero is a problem in the story. The hero is not really the hero. The hero has the deepest insecurity and narcissism going on in them. That's why I like the Dark Knight Returns Batman. That's my favorite one. They broke Batman. They broke him. And he broke him through his childhood, brought Batman back to his childhood of being adopted and building himself and becoming who he is and always coming. And when somebody put the bat signal on and all this kind of shit, how many people in lives you know do that shit? And this is what I'm saying. But the true warriors are the ones that what he's talking about, the Bill Gates, even the Elon Musk. That's a bit of a psychopath. He's not even the president. He's not even the president. And look at what he's doing. Don't get emotionally riled up. Let everybody else get emotionally riled up and listen to what they get riled up about and nod your head and say a few things here and there. He has access to our data. He's the treasurer. He can see our money. He can see our IRS. He can see our tax returns. This is what he can do. How did he even do that? How did he even get the president to allow him to do something like that? How does he sit here next to the president doing what he does? The president had a meeting recently. It was an interview, and Elon Musk was there. These are the psychopaths of the world. We have to look at that. Look at Trump. Look what he did. He said, let me tell you, I want y'all to hear this really good. I'm getting text messages. Okay. He said, and you feel the same way, you put my shirt outside, get it work, just let me know. Okay. I just got manipulated. I was told, you know, if I still feel, choice restriction. I just got a choice restriction. If I'm still feeling how I'm feeling right now, Monday, this is what I need to be doing. Okay. So I just got a choice restriction situation. All right. Let me roll back on the harbor. Again, see how this stuff applies in your life and put it in your journal. So going back to Trump, okay, this is what they said. I want y'all to listen to this. Don't leave. This is what a divester said. They said, how can you get mad at Donald Trump for saying that the Gulf of Mexico is now the Gulf of America? When you had trannies telling women what a woman was, gaslighting us, and we was afraid to even talk without us even being canceled if we said that a trans woman is not a woman. That's what they said. I said, woo, that was really clever. I think a lot of y'all nodded your head when y'all heard that, right? That was really fucking clever, was it not? So I'm saying all that to say that there is power in the psychopath. There is power in not having compassion, not having feelings, not having emotions. Why? Because you can't be moved like the mountain goat. You can't be swayed. You can't be coerced. You can't be manipulated. You understand? See, when you sit here and you talk about that's demon, that's devils, that's this, it takes away from your self-reflection. It takes away from the responsibility. You don't even see that the finger you're pointing has 3 fingers pointing back at you. And that's what it does. So in this moment, with this information, sit down, write, read, listen, so you can apply this in your everyday life. This is still an expansion from the Artistry of Manipulation from the Black Woman's Guide. I think that was number 8 that I had did. And this is just expanding a little more deeper into the Artistry of Manipulation from that one before we hop into the next one. Right? Because let's just keep going.
However, the effectiveness of first responders hinges not only on their ability to detach but also on their emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, the capacity to understand and manage one's emotions and to empathize with others, complements detachment by enabling responders to provide compassionate care and support. It ensures that while they may compartmentalize their emotions in the heat of the moment, they remain attuned to the needs and feelings of victims. This balance is essential for delivering holistic care and fostering trust and reassurance in those they aid. For example, a firefighter rescuing individuals from a burning building must remain detached to navigate the dangers and execute the rescue efficiently. Yet, once the immediate threat is neutralized, emotional intelligence guides the firefighter in comforting and reassuring the victims, addressing their emotional and psychological needs. This duality ensures that first responders are not merely efficient operators but also compassionate caregivers. The importance of emotional intelligence extends to the well-being of the responders themselves. The cumulative stress of constant exposure to traumatic events can lead to burnout, compassion fatigue, and mental health issues. Here, emotional intelligence plays a crucial role in helping responders recognize and address their emotional needs, seek support, and maintain resilience. Structured debriefings, peer support programs, and mental health resources are vital components in ensuring that first responders can sustain their ability to serve without compromising their own well-being. In this chapter, we will explore real-life scenarios where the interplay of emotional detachment and emotional intelligence was pivotal in the actions of firefighters and EMTs. We will analyze how their ability to compartmentalize emotions enabled them to perform their duties under pressure, while their emotional intelligence ensured compassionate and effective support for victims. We will also discuss the importance of mental health support systems in maintaining the balance between detachment and emotional well-being for first responders. By examining the lives and experiences of these stoic shepherds, we gain a deeper appreciation for the complex emotional landscape they navigate. Their stories highlight the necessity of both detachment and emotional intelligence in delivering selfless service, challenging us to recognize and cultivate these qualities in our own efforts to support and protect others. By delving into these diverse examples, Part 1 will showcase the unexpected ways in which seemingly negative psychopathic traits can be harnessed for the greater good. Part 2, The Spy's Shadow, Psychopathy in the Gray Zone. The world of espionage thrives in a moral twilight zone. Spies operate in the shadows, navigating a world of deception and manipulation. This section delves into the fascinating intersection between psychopathy and the often morally ambiguous world of covert operations. Chapter 6, The Chameleon, the Master of Disguise and Emotional Control. In the shadowy world of espionage, the ability to control emotions and adopt multiple personas is not just an asset but a necessity. Spies, often referred to as chameleons, excel in the art of disguise and emotional manipulation, enabling them to blend into various environments and gather critical information. This chapter delves into the role of emotional control, a core psychopathic trait, in the lives of legendary spies like Mata Hari and Kim Philby. Unlike psychopaths who manipulate for personal gain, spies use these skills for national security. We will explore the psychological toll of living a double life and the ethical considerations of using emotions as a weapon. Mata Hari, born Margaretha Gertruda Zell in 1876, became one of the most famous spies in history. Her life as a dancer and courtesan provided the perfect cover for her espionage activities during World War I. Mata Hari's ability to manipulate her emotions and present a captivating persona allowed her to extract information from high-ranking military officials, Her charm and allure were tools of her trade, enabling her to navigate dangerous social circles and gather intelligence. However, the constant need to maintain her cover and the duality of her existence took a significant psychological toll. Living a lie, perpetually in disguise, created a fractured sense of self and ultimately led to her downfall. Similarly, Kim Philby, a high-ranking member of British intelligence who was later revealed to be a Soviet double agent, exemplifies the extreme emotional control required of a spy. Philby successfully infiltrated the upper echelons of British intelligence while secretly working for the KGB. His ability to maintain a facade, manipulate emotions, and craft convincing lies allowed him to operate undetected for years. Philby's life was a continuous act of deception, requiring an extraordinary capacity to compartmentalize emotions and suppress any signs of duplicity. The psychological strain of leading such a double life was immense, contributing to a profound sense of isolation and mistrust. The life of a spy demands not only emotional control but also an exceptional degree of adaptability. Spies must be able to switch personas seamlessly, adjusting their behavior, appearance, and emotional responses to fit different contexts. This chameleon-like ability is a hallmark of psychopathy, where individuals can mimic emotions they do not genuinely feel.
Bridget, you are a brilliant woman. With 2 wonderful children, embrace the chaos.
However, unlike psychopaths who manipulate for selfish reasons, spies employ these skills for a perceived greater good, national security. This distinction raises important ethical questions about the use of emotional manipulation. The ethical considerations of using emotions as a weapon are complex. On one hand, the ability to control and manipulate emotions is essential for successful espionage operations, which can prevent conflicts, protect national interests, and save lives. On the other hand, the constant deception and emotional suppression can have detrimental effects on the spy's mental health and personal relationships. The line between necessary deception for a higher cause and unethical manipulation for personal or political gain can sometimes blur, leading to moral ambiguities. The psychological toll on spies is significant. The constant need to lie, conceal true identities, and live under the threat of exposure creates immense stress and anxiety. Many spies suffer from identity crises, as the personas they adopt for their missions can overshadow their true selves. This dissonance can lead to feelings of alienation, depression, and even paranoia. Additionally, the lack of genuine emotional connections can result in profound loneliness, as spies often cannot share their true experiences or emotions with others.
This is why I say you have to look at what's going on around people. You get what I'm saying? And you have to look at things not just on the surface with people. You have people every single day that they're living their lives. This is the guilt that they're carrying around. See, I understand that whatever used to happen in the past, it happened. There's nothing I can do about it. I understand that I was forced to raise myself in this world alone and figure it out by myself. That's not my fault. See, I have that understanding. And I hope you have that understanding too. And I also have developed and learned the detached way to live life. But I also know where I am attached. See what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to act like I don't care what's going on right now with me and my partner, because I do care. It's just that emotionally, I cannot put myself in that space right now because I'm doing this right now. Do you get what I'm saying? So other than that, understand that everybody is role playing in your world every single goddamn day. And I'm going to show you guys some case studies too. We're going to go ahead and listen to it a little bit more. It's a 1 hour thing. It's really good, right? I know I don't want to stop it, but yeah.
In this chapter, we will examine specific instances where spies like Mata Hari and Kim Philby utilized emotional control and disguise to navigate their clandestine worlds. We will analyze the psychological impact of their double lives, exploring how the constant state of deception affected their mental health and sense of identity. Furthermore, we will discuss the ethical implications of emotional manipulation in espionage, considering the balance between achieving strategic objectives and maintaining personal integrity. By delving into the lives of these chameleons, we gain a deeper understanding of the extraordinary demands and ethical complexities of the espionage profession. Their stories challenge us to reflect on the costs of living a life of deception and the moral boundaries that should guide the use of emotional control in the pursuit of national security. Chapter 7: The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, the Power of Psychopathic Charm, but Not Without Empathy. In the intricate dance of espionage, charm is a potent weapon. It enables spies to manipulate, deceive, and gather critical information while remaining undetected.
How do you know when it's time to end a relationship or when to really fight for it to see if there's something there?
I don't think there's a...
This chapter delves into the importance of charm, a key psychopathic trait, in the world of espionage. We will explore how iconic spies like Josephine Baker and real-life figures like Aldrich Ames utilize their charisma to manipulate targets. Unlike psychopaths who lack empathy, effective spies often possess a keen understanding of human emotions, allowing them to tailor their charm for maximum impact. This chapter will highlight the distinction between genuine charisma and manipulative charm, emphasizing the crucial role of empathy in successful espionage. Josephine Baker, celebrated as a legendary entertainer, also played a significant role as a spy during World War II. Using her fame and charm, Baker navigated high society circles, gathering valuable intelligence for the French resistance. Her ability to captivate and engage people allowed her to extract crucial information without raising suspicion. Baker's charm was not merely a facade, her genuine concern for the cause and the people she helped was evident. This combination of charisma and empathy enabled her to build trust and effectively manipulate her targets for the greater good. In contrast, Aldrich Ames, a former CIA officer turned Soviet spy, also relied on his charm but in a more manipulative manner. Ames used his position and personable demeanor to gain access to sensitive information, which he then sold to the KGB. Unlike Baker, Ames's charm lacked a foundation of empathy and genuine concern, driven instead by personal gain and greed. His manipulative charm was effective in the short term, but his lack of empathy ultimately led to his downfall, as his actions were driven by selfish motives rather than a higher cause. The key difference between genuine charisma and manipulative charm lies in the presence of empathy. Genuine charisma, as exhibited by Baker, involves a deep understanding and connection with others' emotions, fostering trust and loyalty. Manipulative charm, on the other hand, often lacks this emotional depth, focusing solely on achieving specific objectives without regard for the emotional well-being of others. In espionage, the most effective spies are those who can blend charm with empathy, using their understanding of human emotions to manipulate their targets while maintaining a sense of ethical responsibility. Empathy in espionage is not just about understanding others' emotions but also about using this understanding to tailor interactions for maximum impact. An empathetic spy can discern the fears, desires, and motivations of their targets, allowing them to craft their charm in a way that resonates deeply. This skill is crucial in building long-term relationships and maintaining cover, as targets are more likely to trust and confide in someone who genuinely understands and cares about them. However, the ethical considerations of using charm and empathy in espionage are complex. While the end goal may be national security, the means of achieving it often involve deception and manipulation. The balance between ethical behavior and effective espionage is delicate, requiring spies to navigate moral ambiguities carefully. The use of charm and empathy must be guided by a strong moral compass to ensure that manipulation does not devolve into exploitation. In this chapter, we will examine specific instances where spies like Josephine Baker and Aldrich Ames used their charm to achieve their objectives. We will analyze the psychological mechanisms behind their charisma, exploring how empathy influenced their interactions and outcomes. Additionally, we will discuss the ethical implications of using charm and empathy in espionage, considering the fine line between strategic manipulation and ethical behavior. By understanding the dynamics of charm and empathy in espionage, we gain insights into the broader implications of these traits in various fields. The stories of Baker and Ames illustrate the power of charm when coupled with empathy and the potential pitfalls when it is not. Their experiences challenge us to reflect on the ethical dimensions of influence and the importance of empathy in achieving truly impactful and ethical outcomes. Chapter 8: Calculated Risks and Calculated Lives, the Fearless Operative. Espionage demands a unique blend of courage and strategic thinking, particularly in high-pressure situations and daring missions. This chapter delves into the role of psychopathic fearlessness in the lives of spies who undertake perilous operations, such as infiltrating dangerous environments or executing high-stakes rescues. By examining cases like the CIA's daring rescue of hostages in Iran and the tense negotiations during the Cuban Missile Crisis, we will highlight the importance of calculated risk-taking and courage. Unlike psychopaths who pursue thrills for personal gratification, effective spies approach risks with a strategic mindset and a clear sense of purpose. One of the most iconic examples of fearless operatives in action is the CIA's Operation Eagle Claw, the 1980 mission aimed at rescuing American hostages held in Iran. Following the U.S. embassy takeover by Iranian militants, a team of elite U.S. military personnel was tasked with the complex and hazardous operation of rescuing the hostages. The mission involved intricate planning, precision, and the willingness to confront severe risks. The operatives, despite facing a hostile environment, demonstrated exceptional bravery and strategic acumen. Their ability to assess and manage risks under immense pressure was crucial, highlighting how calculated fearlessness is essential for success in espionage operations.
Our students, they are going out and changing the world.
Okay.
They're the best professors I've had.
I'm going to go ahead and pause it right here. I'm going to get into one of my case studies, and then after this, I'm going to go ahead and play the rest of Dark Psychology 202. We stopped at NLP, Dark NLP, so we're going to continue from there. Okay, here's one of my case studies, guys. Da, 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 da. Her name is Darling Nikki. And the one thing about Miss Darling Nikki is that she is a very interesting character, from a voice, from a picture, from the fact that she is literally fighting a bunch of people and strangers online that she do not know. I don't know if this is her picture, but from the way she carries on, I would say that this is her picture, and that is her in that picture, which looks a disheveled mess. And trust me, people stick around for the shit show. Now, why am I showing you this? Okay, I want you to see what it looks like to be emotionally wrapped up because you're just emotional. You're just an emotional mess. And the emotional mess that you are, the world can fucking see it. And when you see people like this with 2K subscribers, 227 videos and all this type of shit, and you have like a channel like mine that don't even have close to that, right? I do have a little bit over those many subscribers, though. I think I'm at those subscribers. Like the video she got is about how many subscribers that I have, okay? Like, let's just put it like that. You have to understand, people come here for a shit show. People come here to troll. People come here to lie, to play games. This is what is the result of what it looks like. And a good master manipulator will have so much fun with a person like this. These are the women who get caught up dating someone online, and then it falls apart and it gets stupid. Right. Things like that. We see what her shorts is about. Because this is your resume. Okay? Whether you want to accept it or not, when you come to my page, that is my resume. So let's go ahead and let you guys hear just a little bit of what this character is yamming on about. Fair use for educational purposes. All right. Why does this person have a major introduction? And I mean, this is the little things that you can study about people because, hey, they put themselves out there. There's nothing private, right? So they're publicly able to be talked about and used as a classroom study section, right? That's what we're doing here. Why does this person have this big introduction, with the fire and all this kind of stuff? Because they have a sense of importance. They have an exaggerated, what was the word for manipulator? The last one was called an exaggeration of self-importance. That's the number one thing that I see. So therefore, the chat room is going to start loading up when this person starts talking. I don't have an introduction. I don't wait for people to come in the room. I get myself prepped, as soon as I turn on that microphone, I start talking. When you come into this chat room, I start talking. If I'm not talking, I'm probably going to go do something. You know what I'm doing because I'm going to tell you, right? Now let's go. Now we're going to, I guess, hear this person talk and hear their voice. Let's go.
How are you?
If this is a picture of her, which I'm sure it is because she has a sense of self-importance, when we look at her eyes, we could clearly see that something is off. Okay? We clearly see that this is the person inside of the supermarket that is more likely stealing. This is the person in the fucking cheap stretcher buck store. For those of you who live in small towns like that, where you can literally get stuff for under $1 or under $5. She's stealing from that store. That's the first thing I see. And then you have to also look at the name. Darling Nikki is a song by Prince. And she cheated on her husband with Prince. See, people don't realize subconsciously how they tell on themselves. Let's go.
Smoke. So I wasn't even going to go live. I was like, fuck. Actually, I was sitting here contemplating it. I was like, you know what? I should just fucking be done with this shit. Because I'm telling you, my fucking patience is, I think I'm out of patience at this point. I'm sick of the fucking reindeer games that everybody's fucking playing around here. And it's like, the fucking cutthroat fucking backbiting bullshit that happens. It's like, I swear, I feel like the majority of the people in this community they just don't know how to be real. They don't know how to act. They don't know how to just be authentic. Just fucking, stop the bullshit. Stop behind the scenes. Fuck shit. I hate it. I hate it.
She's talking to people. She's talking to strangers that she do not know. What does that tell you about her? She needs to be validated. There's something in her life that lacks. There's something going on in her personal world because, see, that's the thing. These people, that's one thing. You just have to watch for the hook with them as far as if they get into their lives because they're going to get into all the people they got problems with. It never fails.
And there's one person that I've been seeing a lot of recently, and I cannot, honestly, I have to say this. I'm not going to mention any names, but I fucking hate this bitch. I hate her. I can't stand her. I have tried, but I cannot fucking stand the sound of her voice, the look of her fucking face just pisses me off. I cannot put it into fucking words, and the bitch is everywhere. Everywhere. I can't. And it's nobody that I've dragged.
Jealous spirited. Jealous spirited. I guaranteed you she's not talking about nobody but somebody that's online. See, understand that when you put yourself in this space, I want to read something from one of my books here. All right. It says right here in the introduction. In today's, this is by Neil Brighton as well. In today's hyper-connected world, the idea of disappearing might sound counterintuitive. We are constantly encouraged to broadcast our lives through social media to stay visible, to seek validation from others. Yet in many cases, this public exposure can be detrimental to our personal development. Listen, every aspect of our lives, our success, failures, dreams, and doubts become subject to scrutiny and judgment. Let's read that part again. Yet in many cases, this public exposure can be detrimental to our personal development. Every aspect of our lives, our success, failures, dreams, and doubts become subject to scrutiny and judgment. And while sharing our journey might seem empowering, it can also invite negativity, jealousy, and sabotage from those around us. Okay? It's about the power of stepping back from the public eye to focus on their own growth. It's about choosing to disengage from social expectations, to stop. Right. Probably, who knows what year she is? She looks very 70s. It's about choosing to disengage from social expectations, to stop seeking validation from others, and to create a space where real, significant transformation can occur. The concept of disappearing doesn't necessarily mean isolating yourself from the world permanently, but rather strategically withdrawing from environments, conversations, and relationships that hinder your growth. It's about learning to operate in the shadows of focusing on your transformation without the distraction of external opinions. See? Learning to operate in the shadow, focusing on your transformation without the distraction of external opinions. This book will guide you through the art of disappearing, offering practical steps on how to detach from public exposure while still functioning in your daily life. It will teach you how to build a strong internal foundation, manage your emotion and isolation, and embrace the challenges that comes with working in secrecy. You will discover that when you choose to keep your plans and progress private, you protect yourself from external sabotage and allow for deeper, more meaningful change. The result, you will emerge stronger, more focused, and less concerned with the opinions of others. But let's go back again. It says, we are constantly encouraged in today's hyper-connected world. This is from how to disappear and transform yourself. Master the art of personal reinvention. Okay. In today's hyper-connected world, okay, the idea of disappearing might sound counterintuitive. We are constantly encouraged. We are encouraged to broadcast our lives through social media. That's why people look at my family, look at this, look at my life, look at this, look at my house. I'm married, I'm this, I got this many children. To stay visible, to seek validation from others is what Darling Nikki is doing. Yet in many cases, this public exposure can be detrimental to our personal development. Okay, because now it exposes you, it shows us your weaknesses, your vulnerability. That's why when you get on a microphone and you get on social media, let it have a purpose. Get up there, play your guitar. You don't have to entertain the chat room. Get up there, play your piano, play your drums. You don't have to entertain. You don't even have to even post it. You can do it, you know, if you do post it. But this book is talking about disappearing completely. This book is actually telling you to just don't even post it online, right? So let's just stick to that. Because you have to grow and hone your craft. And it's telling you, because this is the man who is the books of dark psychology and stuff. It's telling you that the key, because when you put your failures, your dreams, and your doubts, you become subject to scrutiny and judgment. And while sharing our journey might seem empowering, it can also invite negativity, right? This Darling Nikki, jealousy, Darling Nikki, and sabotage from those around us. What the fuck did that woman do but just be everywhere? What the fuck did that woman do but just exist? We don't even know who she is. Okay? And the table of contents is introduction, the power of disappearing, how to disappear the right way, cutting external ties and creating internal focus, the art of secrecy. There's an art to secrecy. Reprogramming your mind, disappearing in a world that never sleeps, navigating relationships while disappearing, the final transformation, the conclusion. And it says also by Dr. Franklin King. Okay, I don't know who that is. So that's that book right there. And it goes to say, throughout these pages, we'll explore the psychological benefits of operating in secrecy, including how it fosters resilience, self-reliance, and mental fortitude. Let's say that again. Throughout these pages, we will explore the psychological benefits of operating in secrecy, including how it fosters resilience, self-reliance, and mental fortitude. By reprogramming your mind to prioritize your own opinion over others, you will learn to live a life guided by your own values and definition of success. I want to read that again. By reprogramming your mind to prioritize your own opinion over others, you will learn to live a life guided by your own values and definitions of success. Whether your goals are related to personal fitness, financial stability, or emotional growth, the strategies in this book will help you achieve them without the noise and distraction of external pressures. Ultimately, this book isn't just about disappearing from public view. It's about transforming yourself into a version that doesn't need external validation. Internet, social media, external validation. And when you choose to reappear, if you choose to do so, you will be a different person entirely. You'll have become someone who values their own judgment above all else, and who has developed the mental strength to continue evolving, even in the face of challenges. That's the introduction to this book. That's the introduction of this book. Okay, definitely going to finish that. Let's get more to darling Nikki. She hates somebody. We don't know who, but
or anything. This is just a completely other fucking person. And that bitch earlier tonight, I was not expecting to see her fucking face or hear her motherfucking voice. I thought, oh, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be fun. There the bitch was. And I was like, I'm out. Fuck her. Fuck this. I'm out. And you know what? That's what pissed me off. I think that's what sent me over the fucking edge. I was like, I'm not doing this. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I'm not doing this no more. I'm not. If I see this bitch, I'm out. I don't care where she is. I'm not fucking participating in anything that she's involved in. That's just me venting. Actually, I'm just talking to myself right now because I had to get that out. I can't. I fucking can't. I can't believe how much I can't stand this bitch. I cannot.
And while we climb this mountain, I want to tell you guys about Shopify, a platform that makes
I
starting a
have
business
nobody
incredibly
online.
easy.
I have nobody on the internet that I hate. If I do not like your energy, you will be blocked. It is that simple. I don't have nobody on the internet that I hate. How do I even know? How do I even know they are who they are? Let's continue. I'll be in the chat room because this is entertaining. Let's go. Just listen. I want to show y'all something else. You see the Save Robbie guy? I'm going to skip to him and I'm going to let you guys hear him. This right here is a very messy motherfucker right here. And he keeps the shit show going. Don't worry. He comes up and he talks. And I'll definitely let you hear what is going on with that. Oh, wait a minute. What's that about? Okay, let's go.
Hey, Jen. Missy. I said hi, Amber. Sorry, I'm not even looking at that chat. I'm just venting to myself because I'm not ashamed to say this, and I'm gonna fucking say it. I'm not the kind of person that just gives people chances. I just don't. 1, maybe 2, max. After that, Hey, Rick, how's cornbread? But I'm just not doing it with her. Nope. No, you know the kind of people that like it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't even matter what the fuck. Pardon me. It doesn't matter. It's always about them. They're just a dark fucking cloud, and you're like, fuck off. Can you fuck all the way off? Go the fuck away. They just fucking ruin every fucking thing. That's who this bitch is. I'm gonna call her Dark Cloud. I'm sick of her. I'm fucking sick. I apologize. I didn't. I don't want to get angry, but I'm so. Oh God, the level of.
She clearly has a message that says, with the emoji, I'm just a little angry. That's a little fire emoji. That's the one you put when you're angry. That's one of the emoji reactions for my video. If someone is not feeling my live video right now, that's like the third emoji reaction on my computer right now. Well, the one with the cursing thing over it, but still, that's the emoji reaction. And we know what this emoji means. See that emoji? Hold on, let me disappear. Let me. Yeah, that's the emoji. All right, hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and skip. I hope the homeboy pulled up here and was talking. Maybe that was yesterday's show. Okay, so now we're gonna hear people coming up on the panel talking. Let's go. Let's see what they're talking about.
Scotty saying, "This is why I did something."
Okay, so this is her playing someone else's live. So we're gonna go back just a little bit just to see what's going on here. Okay, silence. Hello?
Let me see if I can find it. It's I don't care. It's one of my favorite videos. Fuck that. Let's see.
Okay. So this person has a collection. I'm telling you, use people like this as a goddamn case study. So this person has a collection of videos, I'll say, of people talking about her. So this person needs outside validation. There's something internally wrong with this person. And there's something internally wrong inside of their circle of life. Remember, I keep telling you about online people like this.
Do. Who is the girl wearing nothing but a smile on behind? How's it go? Who is the girl wearing nothing but a smile on a towel on the picture on the billboard on the big old highway? Do. Wait a minute.
She's clicking to find this video, y'all. She collects videos. Is this a trustworthy person? Is this somebody that can be somebody's friend? You have to pay attention all the way to these people.
Something. Like, why she defended me. Like, you can't call bullshit on that. That's Scotty saying, "This is why I did something." Okay, Amy. Hold on.
I see with you, Scotty, is that once you insert yourself, just like Amber does, into everybody's problems, and then you get into the mix of everything.
Well, I mean, the whole thing with Nikki, I think that my opinion on it is that it got to a point where there were so many people ganging up on her. I felt like she needed somebody to take up for her. Okay. And I have.
What do we learn about manipulation in friendships and the art of betrayal? What was one of the manipulations? It said, negative reinforcing and future faking, playing dumb and feign helplessness, sympathy ploy. That's it. It was number 33. It was the sympathy ploy. I felt sorry for her. Anytime you say that, your ass is grass and you are going to get hooked. You're going to be trailed. You're going to be betrayed. You're going to get fucked up in the process, literally and figuratively. Yeah.
I have been one of the only ones to speak up to all of the people involved. When I see them doing something,
Scotty, I'm calling bullshit. I'm getting that.
Amy,
oh no, that was my fucking family, Scotty. That was my.
Okay, what happened? Oh, she's rewinding it.
This is what I think, Scotty. This is what if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But this is like my opinion on what I see with you. Okay, you go under people like with Robbie, and you'll do everything to defend him. And I'm just gonna say the word, kiss his ass. Same thing with Amber. Same thing with Nikki. You don't know.
I didn't do that. She's doing that. So we're being pulled into a whole world of her drama. Mind you, I go back on people's pages, and she's been going through this drama since.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But this is like my opinion on what I see with you. Okay, you go under people like with Robbie, and you'll do everything to defend him. And I'm just gonna say the word, kiss his ass. Same thing with Amber. Same thing with Nikki. You don't know mine and Nikki's past. Okay, he has done nothing but sit there and boldface fucking lie to you guys.
That's her pausing that, y'all. That's not me. It's confusing myself, but that's her pausing it. Let's see the point. Where's she going with this? Is her shit freezing up or something? All right, let's go. Girl, why is you not talking? Okay. Don't know what happened here. Hold on, y'all. Let's go ahead. I see a picture. Let's get to it.
All right. What do we got going on?
I had to skip it. Let me see. Somebody made a comment.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Well.
Oh yeah, that's the guy he always calling somebody an e-whore. I was listening to him yesterday. Just keep this comment up here.
So she says, you used her mobility.
Okay.
Oh, what the fuck? You used my mobility to fat shame and ridicule. You're the same motherfucker who cries when anything is said about you, about shit you can't control. Like rape, Country Joe? Like rape? Is that what you're referring to? Because that's the only thing that I've ever cried about on this platform.
Oh, let's just...
Is that what you're talking
Okay, now she's dragging it because she has been raped, right? Now, we know that rape is, or any type of essay in anybody's life, is a devastating thing to talk about. No one can just openly talk about it like that till someone gets to a certain point. But I feel like people who just openly talk about it like that, you need to give them this kind of emoji response, okay? You need to give them the bombastic motherfucking side eye. You hear me? Rape is a very serious goddamn topic, but this is what she's talking about because she's been raped, everybody. All right, let's just, everybody, darling Ricky has been raped. Let's go.
talking about? Country Joe, is that what you're gonna use against me? Is that your little fucking dig? Because you didn't say that when that I cried when anything is said about me. You said that I cry when anything is said about shit you can't control. That would be SA, Country Joe. That's what I was crying about. The videos are public. Go and watch them. That's pretty low, if you ask me. That's pretty disgusting.
We're going to get a little dark here. We're going to get into our dark psychology here. Now, everybody in attendance in the chat room, could you not see this woman be a victim of rape or any type of SA? Could this woman not become that? You know why she's going to become that? Because look at her and look at how she acts. And if you want to manipulate someone like this, if you make someone like Nikki, you're this darling Nikki woman, your victim, you could abuse her in any kind of way, and you can crazy make her, and you can gaslight the fuck out of her, and no one would ever believe that you did what you did to her. Tell me that I'm lying.
That's what you're going to use. Oh, wait. Neuropathy is not caused by weight. What? Neuropathy is not caused by weight. What the fuck does neuropathy have? Did I neuropathy shame? What does neuropathy have to do with weight or anything? I'm very okay with being me, 100%, 100. Also, I said you were pretty, never slated your looks, just that you lie about. Oh my God, you guys. It's that picture. They actually listen. Okay, let's just straighten something out. Where the fuck? I don't even know who that is. I can swear on my children's lives. May God strike them dead if I'm lying right now. That person in this picture either one of them, but the one on the left is not me. Nor have I ever seen this picture or this person before. I don't know where the fuck you guys dug this up from, but that is not me.
Welcome to Unscripted, an IICRC video production. Today, we dig into an interesting topic, specifically how
Validation. If someone posts a picture and they say it's me, I let them have that. If I know it's not me, I'm gonna let them have that. If that's what you believe is me, then go ahead, believe that that's me. I'm never gonna go up here and be like, well, that ain't me. I'll probably go behind the scenes to people I fuck with. Y'all know what I look like. Y'all really know that ain't me. But going publicly like this, validation.
So you all look insane. She's literally comparing herself to someone who, this poor woman, I don't know who she is, but Country Joe is comparing herself to this woman who's probably not even on fucking YouTube. Like, what the fuck? Please tell me, how the fuck, where'd you get this photo? Like, back.
She's a doxer.
On Facebook. Yep, you're right, Becky.
Anybody who does this is a doxer. Okay? I'm not a doxer. I'm just using this as a goddamn case study. I don't have, with this right here, I don't have this on my hand. And I won't make time for that. You know what I'm making time for? Books. Writing, studying shit, accomplishing goals and getting ambitions done and getting shit done in my house. I don't have once life goes on over here, life goes on. You know what I do think about? I do think about what lesson I'm going to talk about with you all. What book am I going to present? What I'm going to talk about. I do think about that. That is very important to me in my life. I won't lie. Oh, excuse me for that. I'm so sorry for the headphone users for that. Whew. Listen, I'm so sorry. I'm apologize again.
Boo, I just did a search. Now, let's just browse this. 6 friends. Look at that.
Yeah, that's not even their real page. All right, let's get to the conversation panel part. Okay, I was about to say, I know I ain't got no copyright strike. What's this?
And you've seen the first one. Okay. And then
y'all get the point. I ain't got to drag it no more. But I did want to show a panel discussion because I do, like I said, I do follow this person. Okay. Okay, I think it was this one. What was the messy guy on there? Let me see. I want y'all to hear this messy guy. Hold on, commercial about to come on. You goofy rags deserve an Oscar for the performance you put on. But at the end of the day, you're still dirty, shady ass lying snakes, and now everyone knows it. Who? These are people online, everybody. Oh, I found it. I remember I listened to this live. Hold on, let's get the panel going.
Legal. And I've made no threats to them.
This person right here, messy. Messy, messy, messy. Yo, Bob, use your intuition and listen to this person here, yo.
I've done nothing like that. And all they're doing
Southern,
is
Nancy.
just digging a deeper hole for themselves.
Hold on a second. Kamloops, Nancy. They're in Kamloops, Southern, I believe. I don't know that for a fact. That's just my guess. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. And as far as Mel, start the lawsuit because I didn't email anybody. Even if I did, it would be within good reason. You should not be harassing a rape victim online and talking about her medication when you have that license. Even if I did.
And my prescriptions and my health. She keeps making really crude jokes about brains, like my brain not being able to compute. She said I was brain dead. I have all those screenshots and I have them in a screen recording format so that
mental instability. Mental instability. Okay. But you all got the picture, right? These are my case studies online. Okay. And then I go to an audio book and I go to sleep. That's how it goes. And I want you to practice it the same way. What do you think most writers do? How do you think they get their research? How do you think people who are psychologists and therapists, they get up there and they be able to talk about certain things? You know, you have to go out here and field study. This is what the author in the book is talking about. What did they say? They said you are subject to scrutiny. Even me never showing my face. Even me just doing this. Even me going back to blogging. Even on my other page where I do my music. Play an instrument. Whatever I do. I am subject to scrutiny. Even if you never come on a panel, when you in the chat room, you don't know who's watching you. You know, there's many people that I see that be in comment section that I see over and over and over all over YouTube and certain topics or comment sections. You're still subject to scrutiny. You are in a public place, a public platform. Your voice is out there. Your writing style is out there. Your avatar is out there. Who you are is out there. Once you step into this world, felons, thieves, robbers, they don't be in this world for real. They don't do social media. They don't fuck with social media. Social media is their playground of use and manipulation and all of the narcissism that they can practice is right here for people like that. That's not normal to just blast out that you've been raped or essayed. That's not normal. Unless there's a purpose of talking about it. I don't talk about my essay. I don't like to think about it. I'm in my hometown where it has happened to me. I don't like to talk about it. You understand? I don't like to talk about the abuse that I've experienced as a child. I don't like to talk about it. Because I can go to therapy to talk about it. And even it's hard to talk about it in therapy. Because when you go through things that deep and personal, it ain't easy to talk about. Okay? Well, we done streamed 5 hours. I know this was a snowed in day. I think I did very good. We are at 7 o'clock. So get your journals ready. We had fun. I done showed a few books to you. I showed you a site that there's a whole channel to go on and get some books. But now it's that time, buddies. Now it's that time. I'm going to go ahead, take our notes from Dark Psychology 202. All right, let's go.
Ever wondered what your home looks
We are
like
on
from
Dark
space?
NLP.
Enter your address and get a 360-degree satellite view.
Introducing doubt, practitioners can chip away at individuals' self-esteem and manipulate their emotional responses effectively.
So when a client comes to us with an ask to launch an influencer marketing campaign, the process is pretty streamlined.
Encouraging cognitive distortions for manipulation. While traditional CBT aims to correct cognitive distortions, Dark CBT reverses this approach to induce emotional suffering and negative thinking patterns in individuals. By encouraging harmful thought patterns and cognitive distortions, practitioners can manipulate individuals' perceptions and instill self-doubt and uncertainty. From fostering catastrophizing and pessimism to discounting the positive, practitioners can lead individuals towards negative thought patterns and emotional distress effectively, stirring doubt and planting seeds of self-hatred. Challenging individuals' set thinking styles and calling their beliefs into question can stir doubt and confusion, leading to self-hatred and emotional turmoil. By consistently challenging individuals' assertions and beliefs, practitioners can disconcert them and plant seeds of doubt deep within their minds. This can lead to self-doubt, depression, and other psychological issues, altering individuals' perceptions and emotional well-being significantly. Bringing up painful memories for emotional manipulation. Exposing individuals to painful memories can hinder their healing and emotional well-being, making them vulnerable to manipulation. By triggering memories through scents, images, or conversations related to traumatic events, practitioners can evoke emotional responses and influence individuals' behaviors effectively. This tactic can be used to instill fear, anxiety, or emotional distress, altering individuals' thought patterns and perceptions to align with desired outcomes in Dark CBT practices. Chapter 5. Mastering Manipulation and Persuasion for Personal Gain. In the realm of manipulation and persuasion, the art of using individuals as tools to achieve personal goals is a powerful skill. By viewing people as pawns in the game of life, practitioners can wield manipulation tactics to influence behaviors, shape perceptions, and gain the upper hand in various situations. While manipulation is often associated with negative connotations, it can also be used for positive purposes, benefiting both the manipulator and the manipulated individual. Building rapport and priming for manipulation. Effective manipulation begins with building rapport and priming the subject for persuasion. By establishing a relationship and leveraging psychological tricks, practitioners can make individuals more receptive to manipulation. Priming through emotional manipulation involves playing with the subject's emotions, starting with meaningful flattery and gradually introducing doubt and self-esteem issues. By creating an emotional roller coaster and instilling guilt and self-doubt, practitioners can weaken the subject's defenses and make them more susceptible to manipulation. Leveraging emotional weapons for influence. Guilt, love, and trust serve as powerful emotional weapons in manipulation tactics. By identifying what the subject feels guilty about, practitioners can induce guilt and manipulate behaviors effectively. Leveraging what the subject loves or cherishes enables practitioners to reward or punish behaviors, fostering dependency and control. Trivializing the subject's opinions and desires, as well as undermining their self-esteem, can further weaken their defenses and make them more compliant to the manipulator's wishes. Using trust, reputation, and insecurities as weapons. Trust, reputation, and insecurities are potent tools in manipulation tactics. By exploiting the subject's desire to be trusted and liked, practitioners can influence behaviors and decisions effectively. Threatening to damage the subject's reputation or questioning their trustworthiness can compel them to comply with the manipulator's demands. Identifying and exploiting the subject's insecurities, whether through casual observations or intentional remarks, can further weaken their resolve and make them more vulnerable to manipulation. Harnessing affection and love for control. Affection and love serve as compelling weapons in manipulation tactics, enabling practitioners to leverage the subject's emotional attachment for personal gain. By threatening to withdraw affection or love, practitioners can coerce the subject into compliance and manipulate behaviors effectively. Threatening to leave or withholding affection can instill fear and uncertainty, making the subject more reliant on the manipulator for validation and approval. In conclusion, mastering manipulation and persuasion requires a deep understanding of human emotions, vulnerabilities, and desires. By skillfully leveraging emotional weapons, trust, insecurities, and affection, practitioners can influence behaviors, shape perceptions, and gain control over individuals to achieve personal goals and aspirations. While manipulation tactics can be powerful tools, practitioners must exercise caution and discretion to avoid harming others and maintain ethical boundaries in their interactions. Playing the victim. Mastering the art of portraying oneself as a victim can serve as a powerful tool in navigating life's challenges. By adeptly assuming the victim role, one can effectively rationalize their actions and evoke a sense of guilt in others. Central to this strategy is the genuine belief in one's victimhood, achieved through rationalization and reflection on past grievances to absolve oneself of guilt. Establishing innocence and vulnerability is key to embodying the victim persona. By projecting an image of an innocent victim besieged by life's adversities, one can elicit sympathy from others. Sharing poignant narratives of hardship, such as childhood abuse, can justify present struggles and garner support. By framing challenges as external forces beyond personal control, one can evoke empathy and solidarity from others. When faced with unfavorable actions from others, deploying the victim card strategically is essential. Rather than resorting to overt displays of distress, maintaining composure and articulating hurt in a composed manner can yield greater success. By calmly expressing the impact of others' actions and outlining consequences, one can assert boundaries while positioning oneself as blameless. Upholding a facade of moral superiority is crucial to prevent backlash when playing the victim card. In instances of
Case study, right on time, right? Didn't even know the book was going to talk about this, but case study, Darling Nikki, right? That is a victim. I've been raped. They looked up my medications. Everybody's picking on me, right? This person is showing pictures of me and it's not me. They're a professional victim. They did nothing wrong while exposing people's channels. While exposing people's channels. While going on pages on social media. Do you see how the victim works? So when the victim does debauchery and foolishness to other people, well, they're not doing nothing wrong. Why? Because they're the victim.
Relationship infidelity. Leveraging the victim card can deter transgressions. However, caution must be exercised to avoid actions that compromise one's victim narrative. Maintaining secrecy and preventing incriminating evidence is vital to preserving innocence and the efficacy of playing the victim card. Furthermore, sharing accounts of mistreatment with third parties can amplify the victim narrative. By subtly highlighting offenders' actions without overt complaint, shock and indignation can be incited in others. Exaggerating perceived wrongs can vilify the offender while positioning oneself as an unwitting victim, garnering support and confrontation on one's behalf. Guilt emerges as a potent tool in victimhood, influencing opinions and behaviors. Strategic use of guilt is advised, as overuse of the victim card can diminish its impact. By judiciously employing guilt as a persuasive tactic, one can navigate interpersonal dynamics with finesse and achieve desired outcomes. Dr. Cialdini's 6 Principles of Influence. Utilizing the 6 Principles of Influence can empower individuals to sway others towards desired actions. These foundational principles of persuasion and manipulation serve as guiding tools to gain influence and achieve objectives effectively. Reciprocity, the first principle, entails fostering a sense of indebtedness in others by offering favors and warmth. Social proof, the second principle, emphasizes the importance of being well-liked to garner support and influence. Commitment and consistency, the third principle, leverages familiarity and consistency to appeal to individuals' preferences and build loyalty. Authority, the fourth principle, underscores the influence of perceived expertise and assertiveness in commanding compliance. Scarcity, the fifth principle, capitalizes on creating urgency by highlighting limited availability to prompt action. Liking, the final principle, focuses on fostering positive impressions through warmth and rapport-building gestures. Denial emerges as a potent psychological tool in manipulation and self-justification. By denying uncomfortable truths to oneself, individuals can rationalize their actions and maintain a sense of moral righteousness. Leveraging denial in interpersonal dynamics involves exploiting others' denial to influence their perceptions and behaviors. Additionally, vehemently denying accusations and projecting innocence can deflect scrutiny and reinforce one's victim narrative, ultimately shaping others' beliefs and actions. Chapter 6. Penetrate their minds with kamikaze mental domination. Kamikaze mental control offers a direct path into someone's psyche, enabling you to sow the chaos you seek. By mastering this technique, you can effectively brainwash individuals and wield complete authority over their thoughts. Subtly implanting ideas in their minds allows you to steer their actions towards your desires without detection, emphasizing the need for stealth to avoid compromising your mission. Contrary to cinematic portrayals, mind control does not necessitate lengthy hypnosis sessions. Subliminal tactics serve as the key to infiltrating someone's mind. Gradually reshaping their thought patterns is achievable, whether through prolonged conditioning or a single impactful manipulation. Mind control, while often associated with nefarious intentions, can also be wielded for benign purposes. While coercing someone to commit heinous acts may be unrealistic, influencing individuals to align with your wishes or thought patterns is feasible. The ethical implications of mind control are contentious, yet discretion ensures clandestine operation and shields you from scrutiny. The influence of subliminal communication. Subliminal messaging operates subtly, allowing you to implant suggestions and influence individuals without overt detection. Utilizing fleeting visual or auditory cues triggers subconscious responses without conscious awareness, enabling manipulation without direct confrontation. In advertising, subliminal techniques prove highly effective. Brief flashes of images can subconsciously prompt consumer interest in products, exploiting the brain's processing of stimuli without conscious recognition. Leveraging this concept empowers you to subtly shape others' thoughts and desires to your advantage, evading detection while exerting influence. For instance, inducing desire in someone can be achieved by briefly exposing them to suggestive images or sounds, prompting immediate behavioral shifts. Similarly, triggering specific cravings through sensory stimuli, such as scents, can alter individuals'
If you need me to pause it, because he is moving a little fast in the reading, because he broke down the 6 principles of how to influence people. So if you need me to rewind, just let me know so you can take your time and we can break it down each one. I'm just letting y'all listen, you know what I'm saying? Oh, gosh. Jeez, I hate that shit. Sorry. I'm so sorry for the headphone out loud users. But let me stop saying sorry. Very seriously, if you need me to pause it and go into segments, I will do that. Actually, We are going to re-listen and go into segments. Okay, I just want y'all to know that. All right, so let's keep going.
Preferences and actions to align with your intentions. Enhancing mind control through subliminal methods involves conditioning individuals to respond to specific stimuli, reinforcing desired behaviors through repetitive exposure. By leveraging these techniques discreetly, you can manipulate thoughts and emotions to orchestrate desired outcomes effectively.
This is what happens to the black woman when it comes to the black male. You're a black woman first, right? This is a black man. And this is what the black man goes through. And you're a black woman. That's kamikaze mind control, whether you see it or not. Okay? And this is how it's spelled. Kamikaze mind control. I'm copying and pasting. Give me a moment in the chat room. That's kamikaze mind control. And this is used upon the black woman the most. You're a black woman first. You're always going to be black first. You're going to be a nigga first, right? Then you're a woman first. You're yourself first. You want to be technical? You are yourself first. You are individually, whatever your name is first. I want you to say that. I want you to write that down. That's what you are first. With your own mind, your own body, and your own soul. You don't have to group think with a no goddamn body. That's what you didn't come into this life to do. That's the first thing you need to understand. You ain't black first. You ain't whatever your race is first. You ain't woman first. You are whatever the hell your name is in full first. All right? So going back to the Black Woman's Guide, the kamikaze mind control on the black woman is you are supposed to not like dark skin. You are not supposed to not like what the black community does. You're not supposed to judge and criticize what that is because that's what you are. But that's not true. Because none of that stuff may not be anything that you are, whatever your culture, whatever your background is. And that is all the kamikaze mind control.
Inducing brainwashing. Brainwashing entails a systematic process of altering individuals' beliefs and perceptions to align with your agenda. By instilling psychological manipulation and abuse, you can cultivate dependency and mold individuals into compliant mental subjects over time. Initiating brainwashing necessitates dismantling existing identities and worldviews, achieved through gaslighting and undermining self-esteem while fostering reliance on your validation. Isolation serves as a potent tool to sever external support systems, eroding individuals' sense of self and reinforcing dependence on your influence. Subsequent brainwashing involves challenging individuals' beliefs and opinions, coercing them to adopt your perspectives through persistent persuasion. By dismantling their existing mental frameworks and reshaping their thoughts, you can effectively reprogram their identities to suit your objectives. Gradual exposure to stimuli can normalize new behaviors or beliefs, gradually integrating them into individuals' realities. This process, whether used for positive or negative ends, underscores the profound impact of environmental influences on shaping behavior and cognition. Mind wipe techniques. Mind wipe encompasses the erasure of memories or thoughts from individuals' minds, offering practical applications in reputation management and deception. By selectively manipulating memories or perceptions, you can control narratives and conceal truths to your advantage, albeit with varying degrees of difficulty. Preventing memories from solidifying involves interrupting the memory-making process, disrupting the encoding of experiences through distractions or sensory overload. Utilizing drugs or altering memory triggers can impede memory formation, facilitating selective memory erasure. Disrupting memory associations by retraining individuals to dissociate triggers from memories can gradually diminish recollection. Encouraging individuals to suppress memories leverages the brain's defense mechanisms, albeit requiring cooperation and ongoing reinforcement to sustain repression. Thought control. Influencing individuals' thoughts entails redirecting their cognitive processes through various persuasive methods. Employing techniques like cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, or neurolinguistic programming, NLP, enables you to guide individuals' thinking patterns towards desired outcomes. Subliminal messaging and psychological warfare tactics further empower you to shape individuals' self-perceptions and behaviors covertly. Hypnosis applications. Hypnosis, often misrepresented in media, offers a potent tool for implanting suggestions in individuals' subconscious minds. By inducing a trance state, you can enhance receptivity to ideas and associations, albeit within the constraints of individuals' inherent natures and susceptibilities. Creating a relaxed environment and guiding individuals into a hypnotic state facilitates suggestion implantation and behavior modification. Aligning your goals with the subject's objectives enhances the efficacy of hypnosis sessions, fostering cooperation and achieving mutual outcomes. Utilizing hypnosis clandestinely involves subtly influencing individuals' thoughts and actions without overt awareness. By leveraging triggers and conditioning responses, you can induce specific behaviors or thought patterns covertly, exploiting subconscious associations to achieve desired outcomes. Utilizing propaganda for persuasion. Propaganda serves as a potent tool for influencing individuals to align with your perspectives and advocate for your cause. Effective propaganda instills fear and challenges existing beliefs, prompting individuals to take action to avert perceived threats. By presenting a solution to mitigate feared outcomes, you can mobilize individuals towards your desired objectives. Political propaganda exemplifies the power of fear tactics in shaping public opinion. During election cycles, advertisements often employ fear-inducing messages to sway voters, highlighting potential consequences and urging action to prevent unfavorable outcomes. Leveraging similar strategies can advance personal agendas by emphasizing potential losses and proposing actionable steps to avert undesirable scenarios. Appealing to individuals' core values and concerns enhances the efficacy of propaganda efforts. By tapping into emotional triggers such as family well-being, you can motivate individuals to engage in actions that align with your objectives. Framing messages to convey personal relevance and empowerment fosters a sense of importance and agency among recipients. Disseminating propaganda can be achieved through various channels, including anonymous letters, flyers, chain emails, and online platforms. Leveraging the internet, particularly social media, offers a vast reach and influence over audiences. By strategically sharing posts and videos that resonate with target audiences, you can shape perceptions and incite desired actions effectively. The proliferation of fake news underscores the impact of misinformation in shaping public opinion and behavior. By manipulating news narratives to instill fear and provoke reactions, individuals can be swayed to act based on fabricated threats. Leveraging false rumors or misleading information can incite responses that align with your objectives. Exploiting the power of fear and uncertainty,
I've been on Shopify since the very beginning. There's a bunch of amazing templates that you can choose from.
To drive desired outcomes. Chapter 7. How to deceive an FBI interrogator. Understanding the key to spotting deception is an essential part of learning how to be a good liar. You can lie through your teeth, but if you do not know how to avoid detection, you will do more harm than good. A good liar can act naturally but also be prepared. They know what to say and do when they are about to be discovered for their dishonesty. A good liar is also wise about lying. They wonder why they lie when they don't have to. Lying
Yes, there is an art to lying.
takes a lot of energy. They know that if they save that energy for when they really need it, they can lie better on the rare occasions when they do lie. They also know that they can gain an honest reputation and not be distrusted by others. So here are a few tips on how to be a better liar so that you can fool even the FBI interrogators who are experts at catching liars. Have a reason. You can't become a good liar by lying all the time. Sure, practice makes perfect, but if you lie repeatedly, you risk becoming sloppy. You will damage your reputation for honesty. If you are known to be a liar, no one will believe you. If people suspect you are lying about everything, they are more likely to find out about your lies in the future. It is far better to have an honest reputation, where you are perceived as a good person who does not lie. That way, there is less reason to suspect them of being dishonest. Of course, this means that one should be honest rather than dishonest. Lie only when you really need to lie. Basically, lie only when you have a legitimate reason to lie.
So you don't know everybody the truth, right? You don't always stranger the truth, right? I talk about this all the time. But also selective truth telling. So this is out of the 40 manipulation tactics he is talking about right now, selective truth telling, which is a part of the art of lying.
Weigh each situation in your mind. What are the consequences of telling the truth? Might you make someone unhappy by telling the truth? But will that unhappiness disappear? Is it something that others can overcome? Or will it ruin your reputation, friendships, etc.? If you have much to lose by telling the truth, still consider telling the truth. If you tell the truth, people will often forgive you. If you lie, things are 10 times worse. However, if you just can't tell the truth, you can consider lying. The more you need to lie, the more likely you are to pull it off. You stand to lose a lot and have a great incentive to lie. Therefore, do your best to tell a convincing lie. Rehearsal. Before you tell a lie, it is best to get it straight in your head. Make sure you are properly organized so that you do not make any mistakes when you tell your story. First, determine your target audience. Who are you lying to and why? What story makes the most sense to that person and minimizes the risk of being found out? To tell the best lie, know who you are lying to. Next, come up with a logical story. Fill in all the gaps. Think of lots of details to make the story believable. Think of questions or problems that others might bring up and come up with explanations. You may have to think fast, but don't let that make you nervous. This is your chance to be very creative. Next, practice the lie in your head so that you memorize it. That way, when the moment comes to interrogate you, you will be prepared with what to say. You will not have to rush to make up details on the spot or spend time making up incoherent stories to cover it up. Watch your tenses. Liars tend to mess up the tense of their sentences when making up parts of a story. When someone is recounting a true event that happened in the past, they naturally use the past tense. When they switch to fabrication, their brains suddenly become present and they try to fabricate a story on the spot. Therefore, they begin to use the present tense. Watching for sudden switches in tense and unexplainable.
Case study, darling Nikki. Excuse me, y'all. Case study, darling Nikki. A liar, a deceiver, a manipulator. Okay? Take the case study of darling Nikki. Take what she looks like. Take how she said that wasn't her, though we don't know if that's the truth or not, and listen to what's being said next.
Ability in conversation is a great way to tell if someone is not being honest. But you can also use this knowledge for your own superior lying. Avoid being detected by rehearsing your story in advance and being careful to maintain the same tense. Tell the truth as much as possible. Another great secret to lying well is to use misleading methods. Tell the truth. The more truth in a lie, the easier it is for others to confirm it. It makes you appear more honest. Also, if someone finds out about a little falsehood you have slipped into the truth, they can blame the error in the truth on a faulty memory. Lying by omission. Lying by omission is another way. You tell the truth but omit certain important details. But you want to make sure that the detail is completely hidden. People know all about lying by omission. They look to you for that. You need to be able to fake it well in case someone sees through your omission. If you omit parts of the story, make sure there are no obvious holes. You want to make sure that the story is connected. So if you omit something, the whole story will still be cohesive.
When is good enough good enough? Go to soundstripe.com.
You can make up some details to fill in the gaps. Intentional misleading. How you present things is another great way to mislead people without outright lying. You can use phrasing that allows people to draw false conclusions on their own. If they find out the truth and then try to fill you in as having lied, you can say, "I know you did it. Really, you did." Deliberate misleading is a pretty sophisticated technique. Learning how to use language to intentionally mislead someone without getting caught is an art. But that's why you graduated from Dark Psychology 202, right? The art of misleading involves letting the other person draw the wrong conclusion for themselves. By offering just a few specific words, you can make them believe something you are not really saying. People tend to derive ideas from their own biases. By knowing their biases, you can figure out what conclusions they are likely to draw from the words you use. Below are a few examples that can show how misleading works. From there, you can build your own misleading story when needed.
Jumping in real quick. Number one, go into your journal. Anybody who, as our example, struggled from drugs, anybody who comes from an orphanage situation, street situation, anybody who comes from jail, anybody who comes from any of these obvious things, those are the people who are good liars, okay? Because they had to do that. You see, you have to understand that there are people in this world, lying is their survival. And there are people, they cannot tell a lie. Therefore, if they have to be, we know who those very gotta be honest, good people, you know, your religious God people, yeah. But I'm not saying they're not deceitful, but I'm saying that you have to pay attention. Anybody who comes from that background are more susceptible to be artistically liars.
A woman asks if you are his girlfriend. You like her and don't want him to hit on you, but on the other hand, she is not yours. Instead of lying about being a girlfriend, you can say, we talk. It's vague, but it means different things to different people. This guy will probably guess from that you two are doing something. Your mother wants to know where you've been. You can go to a friend's house and then start talking about how your best friend Mark's sister kept saying funny things. Your mother will infer from that you were probably at Mark's house. In fact, you do not tell her whose house you were at. Your boss asks you why the project is not moving forward. You honestly didn't have time to finish it, but you didn't want to lose your job. So you say, well, here's what I'm going to do. An event happened that made it difficult to move forward, but I am working on it. Your supervisor may assume that the event you are referring to is a hurdle you encountered on the project. In truth, your boss will not think that it is just a personal event that is preventing you from dedicating your full time to this project. True details in a lie. When you lie, you can also include pieces of the truth. When telling a lie, include as many details of the truth as possible. The more truthful details you can include in your story, the better. Fabrications should be avoided as much as possible for two reasons. First, the less you make up, the less you have to remember. Making things up takes energy and effort, so it is better to save as much of that energy as possible. The second reason is that the details of truth are verifiable. It makes it seem like you are telling only the truth. Say you went to a friend's house. Then tell them the true details you heard through your friend about the house and the party. This will make it appear that you were actually there. False confession. Admitting something embarrassing or revealing a secret confirms one's innocence. By claiming to have done something embarrassing or personal, they want to distract people and convince them of their innocence. They can also build trust and create a false bond by telling someone a secret. For example, let's say you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. You don't want to admit what you were really doing, so you make up something else nefarious that is a little better than what you were actually doing. So they can say, I was meeting my mistress, or I was in a porn store. This embarrassing admission both explains why you were there and makes the other person uncomfortable. It also makes it harder for the other person to ask questions. They will also think you are telling the truth because it must have been hard for you to admit the truth. Posture and eye contact. Physical cues often betray deception, revealing signs of mental strain and emotional discomfort inherent in lying. These physical indicators, known as tells, can expose deceit if not carefully managed. Understanding common behaviors exhibited by liars when attempting to deceive others is crucial in avoiding detection. Grooming. Excessive grooming, such as adjusting facial hair or tidying clothing, may signal subconscious feelings of guilt or discomfort, prompting compensatory grooming gestures during conversation. Organizing. Lying individuals may exhibit a need for organization to counteract feelings of disarray associated with deceit.
Whoever thought about that, write that down. The people at work, I'm always pretty ready for work. Like, I have my whole uniform on, everything I need, goggles on my head. I'm ready for work, okay? But I notice the people who come to work and put a new net on and fix their goggles and fix themselves in the mirror are the big gossipers at work. Like, they're the top gossipers at work. Oh, okay, that's a good one right there, y'all. I like that. I like that.
Straightening papers or arranging surroundings can be attempts to mask internal turmoil. Lack of eye contact. Avoiding direct eye contact is a common evasion tactic employed by liars to conceal deception. Averting gaze or focusing elsewhere can indicate discomfort with the truth. Too much eye contact. Conversely, excessive eye contact may be used to feign honesty and sincerity. Striking a balance in eye contact is essential to appear natural and genuine. Stuttering. Stammering or using filler words can indicate mental strain as the liar struggles to fabricate a coherent story. Mumbling and incoherent speech may suggest deception. Fidgeting. Nervous gestures like fidgeting, hair twirling, or nail biting can betray anxiety and unease.
Your hair deserves a hot tool finish without the hot tool damage. Meet the all-new Shark Flex.
Potentially revealing dishonesty. Remaining calm and composed is key to avoiding suspicious behaviors. Believe your own lie. People often resort to lying when faced with disapproval, leading to a shift from inherent honesty to deceptive behavior. Embracing the lie and creating a convincing reality can enhance one's ability to deceive effectively. Pathological liars excel at convincing themselves of false narratives, reinforcing their lies with unwavering conviction. Committing to the end. Maintaining commitment to a fabricated story, even when faced with skepticism or accusations of dishonesty, is crucial in preserving the illusion of truth. By standing firm in the face of doubt and refraining from deviating or confessing, the liar can bolster credibility and dissuade further scrutiny. Traps to watch out for. Deception is a well-known tactic, prompting individuals to develop strategies to test honesty. Awareness of common tricks used to detect lies is essential in navigating potential pitfalls. While these tricks can expose deceit, adept liars can circumvent them by remaining vigilant and skillfully evading detection. Look me in the eyes. Challenges to maintain eye contact during deception can unnerve liars, potentially leading to slip-ups or inconsistencies. Anticipating requests to maintain eye contact and rehearsing responses can help liars appear more confident and convincing in their deceit. Volatile conundrums. Volatile conundrums, designed to elicit admissions of lying, can catch deceivers off guard. Thorough research and preparation can help liars avoid falling into these traps, enabling them to navigate challenging questions and maintain the illusion of truth. Asking you for details. Requesting detailed information is a common tactic to test the veracity of a story. By proactively offering detailed responses and committing these details to memory, liars can enhance the credibility of their deception and deflect suspicions of dishonesty. Chapter 8. Conceal your actions. Maintaining discretion is paramount when delving into the realm of dark psychology. Transparency in manipulation and deception undermines the effectiveness of these tactics. To wield dark psychology successfully, one must master the art of concealing intentions and actions, ensuring operations remain covert and undetected. Discretion in manipulation. Manipulation thrives on secrecy and subtlety. Direct requests are preferred over covert influence, as overt manipulation strips individuals of autonomy and control. Avoiding detection while manipulating others is essential to preserve the element of surprise and maintain authority. Deception and discretion. Deception hinges on concealing the truth and masking true intentions. Transparency in deceit compromises the effectiveness of lies, necessitating discretion to uphold the facade of honesty. Concealment is key to successful deception, preventing exposure and safeguarding the integrity of fabricated narratives. Psychological warfare and stealth. In psychological warfare, overt strategies invite countermeasures and defenses from adversaries. Maintaining discretion in tactics and maneuvers is crucial to catch opponents off guard and secure strategic advantages. Surprise attacks and covert operations enhance the element of surprise, confounding opponents and ensuring tactical superiority. Stealth and mind control techniques. Mind control techniques, from dark CBT to kamikaze mind control, demand utmost stealth and subtlety. Concealing intentions and actions is vital to prevent resistance and maintain control over individuals' thoughts and behaviors. Subliminal methods, while potent, require careful execution to evade detection and manipulation. The poker game of discretion. View dark psychology as a clandestine poker game where discretion is your greatest asset. Life becomes a strategic game where individuals are pieces to be maneuvered. Conceal your strategies, maintain a composed demeanor, and safeguard your dark psychology arsenal to secure victory. Revealing your hand prematurely risks defeat and exposes vulnerabilities. Consequences of indiscretion. Failure to exercise discretion in dark psychology can lead to detrimental outcomes. A tarnished reputation, strained relationships, and jeopardized objectives are common repercussions of indiscretion. Exposure as a manipulative individual erodes trust and credibility, hindering future success in employing dark psychology tactics. Wisdom in dark psychology usage. Discernment is essential in navigating the realm of dark psychology. Exercise caution in selecting when and how to deploy manipulative techniques. Dark psychology's potency demands judicious application, reserving its use for situations where direct methods prove ineffective. Prioritize direct communication and reserve manipulation as a last resort for intractable scenarios.
Drowning in influencer marketing chaos? Not sure where to begin? At Popular Page, we have over 100,000 influencers.
Strategic battle selection. Evaluate the significance of engaging in psychological warfare and manipulation. Not all battles warrant the investment of time and energy required for victory. Prioritize battles that align with long-term goals and significance, avoiding unnecessary conflicts that detract from personal growth and well-being. Truthfulness over deception. While deception may seem expedient, truthfulness remains a powerful tool. Reserve lies for situations where honesty jeopardizes significant outcomes. Consider the long-term implications of deceit and weigh the consequences of maintaining falsehoods. Truthfulness fosters trust and credibility, mitigating the need for elaborate deception. Prudent dark psychology application. Exercise restraint in employing dark psychology tactics to avoid diminishing their efficacy and risking reputational damage. Use dark psychology judiciously, reserving its use for critical scenarios where control and influence are imperative. Employ discretion and moderation to maximize the impact of dark psychology while safeguarding personal integrity and relationships. Destroying evidence and gaslighting techniques. Covering your tracks and erasing evidence is crucial in evading detection and maintaining control in dark psychology endeavors. By eliminating traces of manipulation and deception, you can operate discreetly and avoid incrimination. Employing gaslighting techniques further enhances your ability to sow doubt and confusion, reinforcing your dominance over victims and deflecting accusations. Destroying evidence. Efface all evidence of your actions to prevent detection and incrimination. Avoid leaving paper trails or digital footprints that can be used against you. Conduct deceitful activities in person rather than through traceable mediums like emails. Steer clear of recordings and witnesses to minimize the risk of exposure. Gaslighting strategies. Gaslighting serves as a potent tool to instill doubt and uncertainty in victims, undermining their perceptions and reality. Initiate gaslighting early in relationships to establish control and manipulate perceptions. Deny recent conversations, dismiss concerns as imagination, and sow seeds of doubt to weaken the victim's confidence and credibility. Undermining credibility. Discredit victims by portraying them as unreliable and unstable to others. Highlight their flaws and mistakes to diminish their credibility and cast doubt on their accusations. Provoke outbursts in public settings by subtly triggering emotional responses, tarnishing their reputation and credibility in the eyes of others. Deflecting blame. Shift blame onto the victim by deflecting guilt and responsibility for your actions. Justify your behavior by portraying it as a necessary response to the victim's actions or character flaws. Employ guilt and shame to manipulate emotions and redirect focus away from your actions. Defense strategies. Prepare a robust defense strategy in anticipation of potential exposure. Craft persuasive arguments to justify your actions and present them in a favorable light. Deflect guilt onto the accuser, trivialize the severity of your actions, or employ blatant denial to challenge accusations and maintain innocence. Trivializing actions. Minimize the impact of your actions by trivializing their significance and downplaying their wrongness. Dismiss accusations as oversensitivity or misinterpretation, shifting blame onto the accuser and making them question their perceptions. Trivialization can undermine the victim's credibility and diminish the seriousness of their accusations. Creating a facade. Construct a facade to conceal your true intentions and actions. Present a distorted version of events that obscures your manipulative tactics and portrays your actions in a more favorable light. Fabricate innocent motives or misrepresent your behavior to mislead others and maintain a facade of innocence. Scenario planning. Anticipate various scenarios and develop alternative strategies to support your defense in...
Again, I'm jumping in again, excuse me. If it's too fast, just, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link for you. If it's too fast, I'll pause something. You want me to rewind something? I got you. Let's go. Because he is talking kind of fast. Even though I can comprehend it because, like, what is this, my second or third time listening to this? So, like, I can comprehend it. So, for you out there who's listening, taking notes, yeah, you can do that. You can ask me right here.
Different situations. While you cannot predict every outcome, preparing for likely scenarios enhances your readiness to counter accusations and maintain control over the narrative. Focus on the most probable scenarios to bolster your defense strategy effectively. Chapter 9. Initiate communication and persist. Observation reveals that proficient conversationalists tend to amass a larger social circle. By taking the lead in dialogue, you project an image of authority, confidence, and extroversion. This initial impression is pivotal in shaping perceptions. Therefore, it is imperative to speak first and assertively without yielding to interruptions. In group settings, it is advantageous to commence speaking at the outset. This proactive approach captures attention and distinguishes you in the participant's memory. Direct focus. Intense concentration is remarkably flattering. When you focus intently on an individual, investing all your energy in them, you convey a sense of genuine interest and appreciation. People relish feeling valued and captivating, thus fostering positive sentiments. Establishing this flattering rapport cultivates friendships. Eliminate distractions during conversations. Refrain from diverting your gaze to your phone unless urgent. Avoid drifting attention or glancing at others. Maintain eye contact and concentrate attentively on the individual. Demonstrate active listening by nodding periodically and posing inquiries to signify profound interest. Refinement in seduction. The aforementioned strategies can be adapted for seductive purposes. The distinction lies in incorporating a sensual or romantic dimension when engaging in seduction. Employ the aforementioned tactics while integrating the strategies in this segment. Pupillometrics. Pupillometrics involves leveraging your gaze to evoke seductive bedroom eyes, exuding allure and evoking a melting response in the observer. Bedroom eyes hold particular sway over men. Achieve this effect by relaxing the eye area or dilating your pupils, signaling intense attraction. Dimming the lighting enhances pupil dilation. Captivate attention. Capturing attention is paramount. Accentuate your attributes to achieve this. For women, subtle actions like leaning forward, accentuating cleavage, or donning revealing attire draw focus to your physique. Engage in gestures like playing with your hair or pouting. Men can emphasize facial hair, flex muscles, or highlight physical features with fitted clothing. Direct attention towards your sexuality and physique for intimate encounters. To convey more than physical allure, emphasize your positive qualities and the value you offer. Showcase compassion by highlighting involvement in charitable causes or exhibit affluence by flaunting a luxurious lifestyle and career achievements. Avoid excessive self-promotion as it can deter others. Casually mention commendable aspects about yourself and engage in dialogue to evade appearing conceited or self-absorbed. Establish an ambience. Atmosphere plays a pivotal role in the seduction process. Cultivate a sensual ambience to evoke openness to intimate interactions. Tailor the environment to set a mood conducive to seduction. Seducing someone amidst harsh lighting in a bustling workspace pales in comparison to a dimly lit room with candles and soft music. Certain settings are more conducive to seduction. Ideally, opt for romantic venues like upscale restaurants or scenic natural locations. Craft an inviting and sensual atmosphere to facilitate the seduction process. Adapt to existing surroundings when necessary. Home environments offer flexibility for enhancing sensuality. Dim lights. Opt for candlelight over harsh illumination. Silence electronic devices, and introduce soft music. Utilize plush fabrics like velvet, aromatic candles, or incense with enticing fragrances such as vanilla or jasmine. Curate an environment that stirs desire in your subject, characterized by comfort, gentleness, and pleasant scents. Minimize distractions and unappealing elements. Avoid scenarios like watching unsuitable shows or being interrupted by work-related calls. Disable distractions like television, switch your phone to silent mode, and communicate your unavailability to maintain focus on the seduction process. Stimulate the senses. Enhance your visual and olfactory appeal to captivate the other party. This explains why individuals in certain professions wear provocative attire to evoke desire in potential clients. While excessive exposure is unnecessary, strive to present yourself visually appealingly. Maintain good hygiene, wear quality fragrances, dress elegantly, and groom meticulously. Utilize your voice to engage the senses. Women often prefer deeper voices, while men lean towards higher pitches. Incorporate music and sounds to create a sensual and calming atmosphere. Employ touch to arouse the senses. A soft blanket draped over a couch can induce relaxation. For instance, tease strategically. Incorporating subtle hints of sexuality or romance can plant suggestive thoughts in the individual's mind. Employ teasing and insinuations to cultivate a highly sensual atmosphere during seduction. Through nuanced gestures and expressions, subtly introduce the notion of intimacy. Engage in playful actions like stroking objects or using your tongue provocatively. These gestures exude sensuality and subtly introduce eroticism into the recipient's thoughts. Non-sexual activities like sensual massages, intimate cuddling, or oral stimulation can tease without immediate intercourse, leaving a tantalizing promise of future encounters. Offer a memorable experience with the allure of more to come. Tease through light-hearted banter or innuendos. Make playful references or jokes with sexual undertones. Tease by hinting at intimacy without immediate gratification, maintaining intrigue and anticipation. Keep the individual intrigued and engaged. Harness the power of touch. Subtle physical contact can heighten the sensual atmosphere. Lightly place your hand over theirs during conversation. Tenderly touch their lower back upon approach or drape your arm around their shoulders. Maintain prolonged eye contact while briefly clasping hands during introductions. Let your fingers linger when passing items, allowing a moment of connection. Touch their neck while admiring their jewelry, trailing your fingers along their skin. Run your fingers through their hair. Certain body areas are particularly responsive to touch, including the lower back, hands, feet, neck, earlobes, and inner arms. Stimulating these regions can evoke immediate arousal. Physical touch fosters a desire for further interaction, accelerates bonding, and intensifies sexual attraction. Utilize touch to solidify connections swiftly. Embrace audacity. Timidity pales in comparison to the allure of audacious behavior. Boldness and directness often yield greater success in seduction than reservedness. Embrace boldness and shamelessness, even a hint of risque behavior. Shocking your subject can ignite sexual attraction. Pursuing desires assertively is an appealing trait that draws others in. Express your intentions unabashedly, articulating your desire for intimacy. Establish a conducive atmosphere beforehand. Once the individual is captivated, displaying signs of amusement, physical engagement, or leaning towards you, introduce explicit details about your desires. Share risque jokes and employ sexual innuendos. While some may react disapprovingly, you are subtly implanting thoughts of intimacy. Embrace your audacity and provocativeness, as these qualities can be enticing, even if feigned indifference is displayed. Your boldness serves as the cherry on top, adding an intriguing layer to the interaction. Chapter 10. Crafting an impenetrable mask. Engaging in dark psychology implies a recognition of your darker inclinations. However, this acknowledgement should not evoke guilt, as every individual harbors a shadow side. Some opt to suppress this facet, missing out on the latent power it holds. Conversely, by delving into and enhancing your dark side, a realm of advantages unfolds before you. Human nature is inherently competitive, favoring those willing to transgress moral and ethical boundaries to ascend. By embracing this approach, success becomes attainable. Failure and stagnation only loom if you falter in adopting a ruthless and unapologetic pursuit of your desires. Nevertheless, societal norms necessitate a semblance of adherence to prevailing moral standards. Deviating from these norms risks harsh judgment and social ostracism, hindering likability and support. The efficacy of your dark psychology tactics diminishes if met with disdain and avoidance. Hence, constructing a facade becomes imperative to veil your dark intentions. Concealment behind an intricate and captivating mask is the key to navigating the realm of dark psychology. So, how does one fabricate this charming and deceptive facade to deceive the masses? What image must you project to the world? How can you obscure your true motives and convince others of your benevolence and altruism? Deception. Strategic falsehoods can bolster your public image. Employ deception to craft a favorable perception of yourself. However, ensure your fabrications are artful and not overt lies. Mislead others to enhance your standing without risking exposure. Strive to present a polished version of yourself, accentuating strengths while downplaying weaknesses. A positive outward persona garners favor and enhances interpersonal success. Consider a scenario where you aim to impress on a date despite lacking a prestigious job. Rather than outright falsehoods, embellish your job description using language that magnifies its significance. Denial. Innocence can be feigned through denial. Merge deception and denial to project an aura of incorruptibility, deflecting suspicions of wrongdoing. Recall the manipulation chapter's discussion on playing the victim card. Embrace this tactic by disavowing any transgressions and assuming the role of an innocent victim to rationalize your actions.
And while we climb this mountain, I want to tell you guys about Shopify, a platform that makes starting a business incredibly easy. Shopify helped me turn my YouTube channel into...
Alternatively, feign ignorance of the moral implications of your deeds. Portray mistakes as inadvertent errors, followed by contrition and remorse. Deny immorality and adopt the guise of a repentant sinner. Such displays evoke sympathy and forgiveness, fostering admiration despite past missteps. Flatly deny any allegations leveled against you. Express shock at disparaging accounts and counter with narratives discrediting detractors. Disavow involvement in past misdeeds to maintain an aura of innocence. Confidence. Confidence is pivotal in constructing a convincing and likable facade. It serves as the linchpin for garnering favor and admiration. Individuals gravitate towards those exuding self-assurance and assertiveness. By projecting confidence, you draw others towards you, reinforcing the efficacy of your facade. Note the popularity of vain and narcissistic individuals, attributed to their unwavering confidence and imperviousness to external influences. Emulate this demeanor to cultivate a captivating persona. Confidence need not be innate. It can be simulated. Feigning confidence gradually instills genuine self-assurance. Convince others of your abundant confidence, even if it is initially lacking. Adopt confident body language and articulate speech to exude assurance. Direct communication, unwavering eye contact, and assertiveness convey transparency and integrity, fostering trust and admiration. Extend your confidence to exude a hint of cockiness. While contrary to modesty, a charmingly cocky demeanor can enhance your allure. Embrace self-assurance, unabashedly boasting about yourself while complimenting others. Engage assertively, refusing rejection, and refraining from self-deprecation. Confidence aids in self-justification, reinforcing your belief in your worthiness and the righteousness of your actions. Boldly pursuing your desires without guilt or hesitation, under the guise of righteousness, can sway perceptions in your favor. Act confidently in your convictions, persuading others of your moral rectitude. Conclusion. You have completed the journey through Dark Psychology 202. The insights you have gained are undeniably potent, offering you a roadmap to exert control over others. Armed with this knowledge, you stand poised to attain your desires from any individual without hindrance. In a world where obstacles and adversaries abound, Dark Psychology equips you with the tools to navigate through challenges and secure your objectives. You now hold the key to infiltrating the minds of others, implanting thoughts, and compelling compliance. Your influence will be unparalleled, rendering others powerless to resist your allure. Moreover, your newfound prowess extends to managing adversaries, ascending in professional hierarchies, and forging unbreakable bonds. By mastering the art of manipulation and persuasion, you can shape your destiny and command respect in all interactions. The ability to befriend or seduce anyone opens doors to endless possibilities. Networking becomes a strategic advantage, propelling you towards success through meaningful connections. Cultivating a reputation of trust and likability ensures smooth navigation through social landscapes with minimal resistance from detractors. Should the need arise for deception, your adeptness in lying without detection, as elucidated in Chapter 7, positions you as a master of deceit. Your covert skills and discretion will shield you from scrutiny, enabling you to maneuver undetected and evade repercussions. While knowledge is indeed powerful, the ethical application of dark psychology rests in your hands. Harness this influence for positive ends, fostering healthier relationships, affecting organizational change, and guiding others towards righteousness. Your intentions will shape the impact of your actions, determining whether you wield this power for good or ill. Exercise caution in wielding this newfound power, maintaining a veil of stealth and discretion as outlined in Chapter 8 and 10. Avoid over-reliance on dark tactics, reserving them for situations where no alternative exists. Strategic deployment and judicious use will preserve the efficacy of these methods while safeguarding your reputation. As we part ways, remember that with great power comes great responsibility. Embrace this power judiciously, shaping your life in alignment with your aspirations. Your choices will define the legacy you leave behind, so tread carefully and use your influence wisely. Farewell, and may your journey with dark psychology empower you to sculpt a future of your design. Thanks for watching. Don't forget like, share, and subscribe.
All right, y'all, that concludes the show for the night. I'm fucking been with y'all for about 7 hours.
I'm not.
I don't want to go ahead and shut it down from here.
It makes.
This was the one we're going to listen to next.
I'm
I'm
not
going to go
judging
ahead and
because we all have
shut it
insecurities.
down. I need to go to sleep. Need the rest. All right, so I'm going to talk to y'all. Thank you for tuning to V314 Bad Bitch Craft Radio. I'm out. Mika, my condolences.